Disappeared, by the way, guys.
There we go. We're back.
The slides are shown on the notes panel, guys. So the next area is called the plaza. So essentially, this is the larger part of the main dome. And this was described as the corporate business park. So this is where, it's the main hustle bustle of the location. And we wanted to kind of like convey the feeling of like, this is where the factory line is, but we wanted to convey that, corporate business park vibe, but it's still located inside the dome. And then lastly, we got the promenade. So as you can see, it's kind of located across that sky bridge right there. And this will kind of give you that feeling of like going from the inside of one dome to another. So again, building from lore, this space is kind of designed, this is where the kids kind of go at night to, take some substances.
Work hard, party hard.
Yep. And this is where the mission giver is going to be. So this is where Eddie's going to be. I think it was Will came up to me a few times and we're like, yeah, we need to kind of add some douchey elements. So those icebergs lilting into a waterfall, you can thank Will for that. Okay, let's move on to habitation.
So looking for locations to put the habitation in New Babbage, it's pretty obvious that it should be in the center, in the Aspire Grand. It's the only real choice, to be honest. And we get really nice commanding views from that building of the whole landing zone. So the corporation is called the Nest. It's a habitation apartment suites. And the idea of the building iconography layering into the environment itself, you got with the 3 leaves, kind of holographic leaves, as part of like the signage and the main lobby. So there's a little shot of the balcony area, which we don't really want to spoil too much because the views out are really cool. And the balcony is you can see on both sides the views of New Babbage. So going into the hub units, these are the high-tech versions of what you've seen in the utilitarian ones for the players. So they have all the same types of modules, your weapon racks and your clothing racks and kitchens and stuff, but in that high-tech style. One view we will show is the one from the Hab pod, which we've wanted to get in for a long time, actual real views from your bed of
Black
the
Shadow.
landing zone. So these aren't fake views. They're
Vamos
not
a
a screen.
tratar de
These
ver
are
lo que
the actual
resta
views you
tanto
get.
como
So
podamos
each
de
Hab
la
pod
con.
will have a slightly different view, and you'll wake up
Buenos días, ¿cómo va
and
todo?
look outside and see the.
Damos un poquito de Microtech. Estos son los nuevos hubs que tienen ventanas. Esto es nuevo.
And it would be cool if you get one of your friends to park up a ship outside, waking you up.
Tu opinión de lo que has visto
Get
hasta
out of
ahora.
bed.
Me imagino que has estado viendo el sitcom. Si tienes preguntas o algo por el estilo
So we
y
started
te
the
puedo
process
ayudar
of
por temas de
branding,
inglés o lo que sea, con
and the
gusto,
Nest
pero
and getting a nice
aunque
sleek
tengo una cara que anda un
design
poco
with
triste
the
de
hubs.
que están como pateando hacia adelante, pero era de esperarse. No es la primera vez que una nave nueva la ponen para
this
3.
is kind of like a
En
bit
este
of an
caso 3,
internal
8,
exploration.
2 o
Much
3,
in the
quién sabe
same
por
way
ahí.
with the spaceships, we wanted to start looking at light sequences. So, ways in which we can kind of enrich this experience in the hubs. So what we did was try to think about, when you get out of bed, in the same way maybe at home, like lights just slowly start to lift up. Maybe the temperature of the lights start to change. And maybe even eventually, we can kind of like expose some of this to players. So, you can define your own kind of like ambience that you want
Así
to
es.
do inside your hub.
Me perdí el inicial, lo que pasa es que acá es más temprano y anoche no me acosté muy temprano, así que me perdí casi toda la presentación inicial de Chris Roberts, tendré que verla en diferido. Ahora que hacen la pausa entre este, que ya se está acabando, y el siguiente, voy a poner un comercial que sacaron de la Carrack, aparentemente, que no he visto. Y en el anterior hablaron de la generación de planetas, la versión 4 de la generación de planetas con Información un poco técnica, ¿no? De cómo crean los ambientes y el terreno y ese tipo de cosas. Pero esto está interesante porque esta es la ciudad que más o menos viene con el tema del microtech, del nuevo planeta. Y esta es la parte que de hecho viene en 3.8, que es el área de aterrizaje de New Babbage, porque no vamos a tener ni los interiores ni las lunas en 3.8.
And then, here you can see it kind of transitioning into production, and it's already feeling quite successful. And then also, it's the same way as what we was doing for the HABs, we was exploring ways in which we can get light sequences to aid, player navigation. And I really love the idea of, rather than going left or right or wondering which side the train's going to come, maybe like the light changes and then you kind of know. And it's also worth pointing out that this time we didn't have transit designed.
Placeholder trains going on.
So we were like, I think you guys have seen this video, right? Yeah.
Están utilizando las luces para indicarte cómo, ¿no? El tren aparentemente no es real, ¿no? El tren es solamente hay un temporal, ¿no? Pero van a utilizar el tema de las luces para ayudarte a saber pues que el tren llegó de una forma más obvia, ¿no? Si tienes que estar mirando el letrerito.
Okay, so I'm not going to lie to you, designing new Babbage has been extremely hard. Our internal concept team is very, very good, but I've been kind of stressing them out, been going through many design iterations. And the transit is no exception. So we went through a few different designs, and here you can kind of see the most advanced one we got. But ultimately, we wanted something that felt very aerodynamic. It felt like it could cut through the air very easily. And then because we knew we had these exceptional views of the cityscape on the transit, we wanted to just open up that canopy so you can see as much of the cityscape going by.
Con gusto. Comentemos sitcom. Cool. ¿Cómo va todo? Con una envidia de la buena con los muchachos que están por allá por Manchester, ¿eh? Debe ser tremenda la experiencia de estar ahí en el ambiente, ¿no? En el medio del asunto.
All size of ground vehicles in here, from the very small to the very large, like the ballista.
Va para largo, va para largo. Quizás nos frustran un poco, eso fue lo que hicieron en uno de los shows, quizás nos frustra un poco el hecho de que, aunque sabemos que va para largo, las metas que se plantean, aún habiendo hecho el tema del desarrollo en escalonado, todavía pues se nos atrasan mucho, ¿no? No es extraño que corten cosas en esta específica versión que viene por el tema de las fiestas, ¿no? Normalmente ellos agarran vacaciones y probablemente no estén de vuelta, sino, por ejemplo, la carga va a estar supuestamente para febrero, pero hay que estar claros de que la mayor parte de 6G, si no todos prácticamente, van a estar fuera 2-3 semanas. Probablemente no regresen hasta la segunda, tercera semana de enero. Así que hay un montón de cosas pasando ahí, pero eso ellos lo saben, ¿no? Entonces, como dice Citizen, ponen cosas en el roadmap y después se quedan cortos, ¿no? Se ponen a jugar un poquito con las expectativas de la gente y sobre todo los que son los backers del proyecto, que tenemos más tiempo, pega más duro. La gente que es nueva entra y, bueno, o le gusta o no le gusta, ¿no?
So, following further investigation,
sí. Y el Twitter, ¿no? Que de repente mandan una cosita u otra. Interesante. Me gustó es interesante la habilidad para esculpir que tienen la gente en hielo, ¿no? El Carrack de hielo, que seguro no tiene seguro LTI. Estaba bonito.
The build-up of snow is added, embedding those structures and rocks. The shaders having that layer of frost, which can be controlled, and that's what
paciencia el nombre del juego,
BIM integration
clarito,
is
Nacho.
currently working on. So that's integrated. Here's a pretty cool nighttime shot before and after, and we still need to do a bit more work on this integration. For example, the transit tracks may not be covered in snow because you wouldn't want that to ice up and your train plow into that. So there's a bit of an adjustment that needs to happen. These are the domes of that shot and how integrated.
Y interesante, porque este es un planeta que sufrió un problema de terraforming, entonces la atmósfera se puso súper densa y se congeló más de lo que debería, porque de hecho estaba ya en el extremo de afuera de del área verde, ¿no? de Stanton. Pero comparan esta ciudad con Silicon Valley, ¿no? En Estados Unidos. Es una ciudad así modernista, porque Microtech es una compañía de tecnología.
And for you guys to explore on foot, on ground vehicle, and in your ships.
Bienvenido al canal.
New Babbage landing zone.
Ahí compartamos opiniones acerca de lo que nos muestran de lo que viene, ¿no? Para New Babbage. Por lo menos este planeta no está todo cubierto de nieve, así que debemos poder por lo menos movernos un poco y explorar a pie o en una moto. O a ver qué es la Argo Mode que nos van a mostrar más tarde, ¿no?
We'll talk a little bit about Microtech. So, as we talked about, this is the first planet which we approached fresh with V4.
Actually, without V4, we would not have been able to do it. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. So we're really happy to see it, right?
Yeah.
So as the law describes, it's described as a very, very cold planet. There was a terraforming accident, but it was perfect for Microtech to move on to.
Vale, perfecto. Yo voy a estar comentando un poco lo que dicen, traduciendo lo que me parece que es interesante, pero trato de que se oiga el audio de fondo, ¿no?
Biomes which aren't necessarily completely covered in snow, so warmer.
And as you might have remembered if you were in the previous talk, we now have this temperature humidity graph that we can work with. So instead of picking random biomes and sort of figuring out, well, we want this there, we want this there, we positioned them on this graph as like a visual helper, what each of these regions would be. So we have cold, dry regions, we have warmer, dry regions, we have wetter regions, and the bread and butter, which is like the frozen mountains and frozen forests. And this also informs how our temperature is formed on the planet.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this.
Desde 3.8 tenemos la versión 4.0 en todos los planetas. Eso lo pusieron en la transmisión anterior de esta gente, ¿no? Citizen Tech, gracias por esos bits, bienvenido. Amigos, si quieren hacer un co-stream o si quieren subir el canal, aunque no sé si lo va a usar la gente que está allá en Manchester, me avisan. Yo corto acá y nos unimos en uno solo, hacemos co-stream, como prefieran, con gusto. Nada más nos ponemos de acuerdo, hacemos los ajustes, yo bajo, subo. Sé que ha sido difícil coordinar hoy sábado. Sí, claro. Es que, Rafael, tenemos este es el evento del año de Star Citizen. El que puede hoy va a estar pendiente.
As well as a global elevation map. So again, in the previous talk, we talked about a maximum up and down range of 1 kilometer. And if you want to have this epic mountain range, that has to go higher than 1 kilometer. So we needed a combination of both. And we did some exploring,
y lo interesante que mostraron hace un momento fue eso, de que hablan de que a pesar de que es un planeta helado, vamos a tener áreas un poquito más calientes y secas probablemente, ¿no? Donde va a haber no solamente nieve, entonces va a haber una graduación de ahí hacia arriba. En todos lados va a ser un poquito de frío, pero va a haber áreas que no están cubiertas de hielo.
Smaller mountain height maps that are distributed across, we managed to get these really epic looking mountainscapes.
Yeah, the transition of forms between, like I said, the peaks and the lower areas, like literally everyone who's had it on the screen, other members of the company come over and hey man,
cierto.
Looks really good, so
perfecto. Nos ponemos de acuerdo cuando vuelves.
Another cool feature
Nothing special.
That came in with,
bienvenido.
With V4 and Ali,
welcome to the stream, my friend. Long time no see.
Is the idea of bedrock.
We need to check out Sitcom.
There's a separate layer that has its own colors and textures that we can apply to it. And it's dynamically masked on slope angles. And I think this is one of those essential components that we needed to make microtech look right, as we wanted these steep slopes to be like empty of snow, no snow, just the underlaying rock being visible. So this bedrock layer really did the job for us.
So just as an extra sneak peek, this is my monitor a day and a half ago. We have such amazing tools. This is me scrubbing the time of day. And you remember saying how important the shadows cascading over the terrain is right now? Like this was literally my editor. So you can kind of see a little bit how it's feeling right now. Nice.
Ahí muestran cómo con un simple deslizador en su editor iba cambiando la hora del día y mostrando cómo las sombras se ven diferentes incluso en un ambiente de hielo, ¿no?
We was all about the sunset, whereas actually right now it actually feels really good at other times of day as well. Okay, let's talk a little bit about biome 2. So this kind of like is the transition from biome 1. So as I said, we wanted these lower regions outside the mountain ranges. And this was a chance for us to kind of like, build up the botanical distribution. So we maybe wanted some areas that feel, quite calm, quite peaceful. But then, sometimes we might want areas which feel like they're kind of like half embedded under snow. And because the most of the palette for microtech, or most of the palette for this biome, is completely monochromatic. So we're doing everything we can to, create interest with silhouettes and shapes and little color accents,
Seguro, Radael.
Flowers or berries or things like that. And we've seen this slide previously, but again, it gives you a good indication of where do we start from building our biome asset packs.
So one thing we really wanted to do for a long time, which wasn't possible with this tiled approach, was these large-scale transitions of vegetation, stuff like forests, transitions from like very sparse to dense, and from dense to sparse over a large area. With V4, we finally can do that. As you can see in the image, you see the forest like stretching out, and there's no like specific end to a tile that just flows into the terrain naturally. So the object distribution being informed by terrain features, we could finally achieve those transitions, and I think we're quite happy with the results.
Yeah, we're still pushing. That's a lot of trees, but we always want more.
And yeah, like Ian mentioned before,
hablan de la dificultad de hacer que los árboles se vean en una distribución natural y que no se vea como que terminan en una cuadrícula, ¿no?
And recognize scale in our game. And we on the art team, I think everybody has run into this situation as well. You're building something you're building something that's actually way bigger than you expected, and it isn't until you start putting stuff together in the biomes and you actually start having these trees in that you have a reference point, something that you understand as a human. Like, okay, this is a tree, this is about the height. I can understand the scale of things now. So when we started scattering these trees around, it really tied everything together, and it really emphasized the scale of the spaceport and just how big and epic this landscape is.
Yeah.
This is from first-person view. So this is on foot, just taking a little hike through the snowy forest on your way back because your car broke down, probably. Get some warm jackets on. But yeah, this is truly something that we are super happy about. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any other game that has this range of scale, from first-person close-up cool stuff to these epic buildings.
Esto es un énfasis en cómo se ve en primera persona, ¿no? Un poco afuera de la estructura y la cantidad de árboles que han ido introduciendo, ¿no? Vamos a ver cómo le va con el OCS.
And then literally we got a new build with this in, and we're like, is that spaceport too big?
It's when you get those things that you recognize from a personal level. Like, I know how big a tree is, so that sense of scale is what is much needed with these epic structures, which you can't really tell until you've got those kind of reference points in.
No. Okay, so just want to share some assets that the organics team built. We have the snowy spruce trees, which is, like I said, the bread and butter of microtech. It's I guess it's like almost around 80% of the landscape is mountainous regions and trees in the valleys. So these guys are the most common ones. They're in snow. They have a little bit of a frosty layer, but they're not too heavily covered in snow. And if we go to the next one, we also wanted to have ones that were really like heavy snowfall, completely snowed under, and they're frozen solid. So you'll come across these guys in the landscape as well. Also, the weather on Microtech can be really, really harsh, and blizzards and snowstorms, all the strong winds. And the lore describes what do you call it again? Climate accident, basically, with everything.
Terraforming
accident.
Yeah.
Yes. So we wanted to represent this in the assets as well. So we made sure to show visual cues of the type of weather you could probably expect. And it also helps to make the frozen forest a more interesting space to navigate, because previously we had our rocks, we had our trees, and I think the savanna looked really cool, but you could sort of make your way around quite easily. So with this, it's more interesting to navigate. It's also visually more interesting to explore what's on the ground. It just gives this extra layer of detail. One further.
Okay, let's move on to the next biome. So, as we said, we got a bit more of a physically based approach, and we knew we was going to have like these improved transition areas. So we wanted to explore.
Y es interesante cómo en las montañas, en las áreas donde el ángulo es bastante empinado, de hecho se ve la roca, ¿no? No se ve la montaña toda blanca, cubierta de nieve, sino que se ve natural, ¿no? Que la roca está expuesta. Aún en las áreas súper frías. Acá ya estamos viendo una especie de sabana.
It gives us an opportunity to inject color into the frame with things like flowers and things like that.
So here we see one of those transitions, and I made a little joke about this in the previous presentation, that this is what the transitions now look like. So
es correcto. Ahora mismo el énfasis, me da la impresión, es mostrar aspectos visuales del juego, ¿no? El anterior, que era acerca de la tecnología de planetas, pues también las ventajas que tiene, pero sí, no hemos visto mecánicas nuevas, y de hecho no creo que nos muestren, quizás nos muestren un adelanto con suerte de salvage, ojalá.
Although these areas are quite calm and nice to have a little hike through, the snowy mountains are never far away. So we always want to remind the player that, it's still a cold planet.
Pero sí me perdí el intro. Nada más vi los últimos 5 minutos de en lo que estuvo Chris Roberts. Voy a tener que verlo en diferido. Y estoy esperando que se acabe esto para poner el comercial de la carra que no he visto.
So these are some of the assets that we did for the biome. Fairly small but simple pack. Some nice colors, some nice flowers. And some remaining roots and trees that did not survive the initial frost. So just wanted to show some remnants of that.
Okay, next biome. So, so there's a kind of like an offset to these snow regions. I was really quite passionate about having areas of like quite intense color. So then we explored like these type of regions, again, like reds, oranges, and things like that. And then also as part of the asset pack reuse, maybe instead of these rocks being covered with snow, we start to build up the lichen on there as well.
So these areas show actually what Microtech would look like without all the snow and ice. And so we're seeing the same spruce. Actually, it's a conscious choice to have those return in a more unfrozen state.
No lo he visto todavía, pero ese es casualmente el tipo de cosas que quiero ver, como tú te podrás imaginar. Pero solamente con ver lo que parece ser la Piscis, se nota que el hangar de la carra tiene que ser un poco distinto, ¿no? Entonces todos los temas de, por ejemplo, las Constellation tienen una forma distinta donde va a tener que hacer docking, y la 600i, que pues obviamente es una nave insignia de exploración, por lo menos la versión de exploración, pues la carra Me imagino.
Color
Ahora la miro.
In order to emphasize these warmer colors, we added a few more tree types.
Bueno, no creo que sea tan grande porque al final es un snob Ratael, pero si tiene capacidad para 3 personas, no puede ser tan chica, ¿no? Considerando que, por ejemplo, la Merlin y la Arquimedes son para una sola persona y no tiene área de habitación. Esta sí es para 3, tiene que por lo menos poder entrar. Es una especie como de transbordador probablemente, ¿no? Como lo que hemos visto en Star Trek. Quizás. Me gusta esto que estoy viendo en cuanto a Microtech, de que a pesar de que es un planeta helado, y de hecho al principio comentaban de que tomaron la decisión, al principio Microtech iba a ser una ciudad dentro de un domo, y en lore se habla de ella de esa manera. Sin embargo, al final en diseño decidieron que no les convenía y hicieron una variante. Entonces hay algunas áreas que están en domo, pero mucho de la ciudad, como vimos, está pues más o menos expuesta, ¿no? Pero veo que hay color. Veo que dejaron que, ok, es cierto que el planeta está casi todo bastante congelado, pero hay unas áreas que tienen color, ¿no? Que tienen una ambientación un poco de sabana o hasta primaveral de repente, ¿no? La carra que es la Enterprise de Star Citizen.
We start to introduce maybe these large slabs of obsidian in combination with some gravel.
Y la Mercury Star Runner es la Millennium Falcon. Gracias por este host, Citizen Tech. Bienvenido a la cueva de Kraken.
You could say it's on purpose, but actually it was a bit of a happy accident where these low sun angles played really nicely with the glossy obsidian that they were scattering.
Yeah.
So we've done boulder fields before, but I think this one really stands out.
Esta área me da la impresión de que va a ser sumamente difícil de atravesar con un ciclo,
And the next thing that the organics team wants to look at after we're getting close to wrapping up Planet V4 is increasing the asset quality, and we're doing that with a new shader that's being developed. With the graphics team. It's not completely done yet, but here's a bit of a preview of what you can expect of the quality of rocks and assets that will be visible.
Levanta pasiones, definitivamente, Rafael. Estoy de acuerdo contigo. Marchas a la fiesta, nos vemos al rato. Como no, Citizen Tech, lástima que te vas a perder un par, pero todo esto lo van a poner seguro en el canal de YouTube. Así que suerte, que lo disfruten. Hombre, disfrute de la fiesta un poco y los esperamos ahora más tarde y nos ponemos de acuerdo. Suerte.
Yeah, so to create the frozen ocean, we wanted to reuse some of the features from our existing ocean and expand on making on that basically. So we wanted the surface to be solid. We needed to add some additional features to help sell this broken look, both when flying over it, so at this further distance, as well as when you're right on top of it. And it doesn't really actually show. But when you're walking on it and you look down, you actually see the multiple layers of cracks in the ice, refraction going on. So it's quite a cool experience to walk over this. And who knows, maybe there's some stuff hidden underneath the ice. So to complement these transitions into these frozen oceans, we wanted to have some stuff that reminded us when you go to the poles and you see these large chunks of ice that broke off and sort of are floating around. In our case, they're all along the coast, and frozen shut by the storms that basically keep happening.
Someone mentioned the other day that iceberg looks a little bit like the Aspire Grand Tower. So maybe that's like the
It's your challenge
there
to
was
fly through that.
There was the extreme sports penguin being artistic.
Right. Okay.
He was inspired.
So as always, it's always a massive team effort. So this is the art team and lighting team that you can see. So great job to everyone. I think you guys are killing it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's all those people on those teams that make our job easier.
Yeah, it's not just us four. It's there's a huge team of people involved, and they work really hard.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our marketplace, home of our merch store, some amazing food, a great bar, and all of our community booths.
What hour is it? ¿Qué hora es allá ahora mismo? A ver, acá son las 10:42, 11. Ellos tienen, creo que son 5 horas adelante, así que sería 4 de la tarde. ¿Estarán almorzando hasta ahora? Este es el área donde están los kioscos. Por ahí estaban hace poco la gente acá de Skynet, cuando pusieron sus links. Ok, aprovechemos esta pausa un momento. Está un poco oscuro, creo que van a hablar un poquito acerca de... Bueno, vamos a ver un poco el cosplay. Nothing special. If you're there, good to see you, my friend. Very good to see you. Hope everything is well.
On the event in Germany, on the community from citizen community for the
The game
citizen
glass.
community, and I'm totally glad to meet you in person finally.
Bueno, ahí sale ese Gillian en
We make great races for
Altama.
the ground. We have a little bit our mind in the clouds. We are aiming for races in the air. At the moment, you see behind me on the screen, just in the arena commander, but we hope with a new upcoming thing that we are capable to organize races in the atmosphere like Microtech, what I've seen today. I have a lot of ideas now. And even so that we can make races in the space.
But there's a lot of other orgs here, like Ultima helps us out, like Test Squadron's back. You got SemCorp over here doing all this 3D printing, tons of 3D printing, a big giant javelin there. Game Glass is here. Yeah, it's good to see it. It's they've stepped it up from last year with the Grand Bazaar kind of look, and it looks amazing.
Digo, la presencia que tienen en los booths es interesante porque está una de las organizaciones más grandes que hay en el juego, que es Test. Tienen su presencia ahí. Está Altama, que es una organización que se va a dedicar principalmente al tema de la energía, de combustible, ese tipo de cosas. Y bueno, tienen a Game Glass, tienen Daymar Rally, que es una de las organizaciones de carrera, igual con Star Racing, que creo que es de Europa. Y lo que comenta es que le ha gustado ver cómo pareciera que Microtech les da nuevas opciones, ¿no? Y comienza la lluvia por acá. También la impresión de JR de elementos de juego con impresoras, ¿no? Bueno, como la lluvia comenzó acá y se oye fuerte, veamos el video de la Carrack.
Trophy here as well, so that's a metal cast from JRDNF. If you've heard of them, they do a lot of the work around here. They're a fantastic team. But yeah, it's the 25th of January coming up in just 2 months. So yeah, you can check it out. How about you, Flex?
Yeah, we will start our first racing event on the upcoming season on the first Saturday on the January. But I'm not sure what date it will be. You will see it on our website, like your event too, I hope. And yeah, I look for a great upcoming season. And I'm totally glad to meet a lot of our sponsors.
My father always used to say I had wanderer's legs. We all wonder, what's out there? But for me, it was more than that. A stranger in my own world, I set out to find my path. Through all my travels, through all the trials of the unknown, I came to realize that there was really only one thing I've been looking for. A place to call home.
Always helpful to try. So just to kind of run through kind of where the universe is at right now, we're currently enmeshed in a really, really bad military conflict with the Vandul in response to their attack on Vega 2.
Qué belleza esa cara, ¿eh?
Yeah,
A ver.
the Vandal are kind of an interesting enemy for the UE. Because they're their decentralized structure, they have all these clans that keep striking at different areas. They've been very hard for the UE to wage kind of a unified war.
Este es el de lore, ok, este está interesante. Aunque en el otro lado están hablando de las prisiones, que también puede estar muy bueno, ¿eh?
You know, it's the height of their attacks came when the UE just overthrew Messer, and they were very hesitant to start getting involved in a new Xeno war once again. And plus, it's kind of this pattern where the Vandal do these small skirmish attacks, and then they do like a very big attack and kick us out of a system like Orion or Tiber or Virgil, and then they'll go away after they've done that, and just again with the small skirmishes. So it's kind of been building and building and building until, you know, Vega 2.
Right.
Yeah. But unfortunately, there's sort of a weird side effect of that is because the military sort of diverted most of their resources over to kind of fuel the Vandal war effort, it's left kind of local law enforcement a little bit stretched as far as support goes. So that's kind of the stuff that you guys have been actively taking a part in on both sides of the equation. With the increase of crime. So needless to say, like as law enforcement kind of turns to the civilian populace to kind of help.
Sí, están comentando acerca de cómo el momento actual que se vive en 2949, casi 2950 es de inseguridad, ¿no? Por el tema de los ataques Bandul y aparentemente, pues, áreas de, o agencias o grupos de seguridad se están teniendo que tratar de encargar de la seguridad porque las Fuerzas Armadas, Naval, Marines y Armada están tratando de ver cómo manejan el tema de los Bandul.
And that's kind of the part that's a little stretched on and can no longer achieve to such effect, and where they're looking for militias and civilians to step up and do their part to protect the empire.
Yeah. It's just so big, guys.
It's big. Space is big. Yes, everyone remember that. And again, there's also what was known as Project Archangel, but is the synth world, which has been kind of a huge financial vampire latched onto the empire's throat.
I can visualize that.
Y ahí nuevamente mencionan el proyecto Arcángel, que es el tema del mundo artificial, que es casualmente lo que comentaba en mi último directo, el anterior a este, acerca del por qué Stanton tiene la realidad que tiene ahora mismo, donde los planetas son propiedad de compañías o corporaciones, ¿no? Que era para poder financiar este proyecto de Synthworld, que es una cantidad de dinero y lleva años andando para crear un mundo artificial y no tener que hacer terraforming.
And so that started like the Fair Chance Act,
exactly, yeah.
Which you know a lot about from all the Fair Chance Act systems.
That was one of the earliest things that the UEE established after the fall of the Messer regime. I think it was under Imperator Aaron Toy. It was the first one who was not a messer in hundreds of years.
So kind of like the next step in that protecting these resources has been the idea, what if humans no longer needed to terraform worlds altogether? And that's where kind of Synthworld came in.
Que es la filosofía del Synthworld, ¿no? Tratar de crear una tecnología que, que evite tener que hacer terraforming por todos los errores que se cometieron durante la era Messer.
Home identification as you do with the planet. So yes, they've been sort of undertaking this Herculean task of developing the undevelopable, and and for better or worse, now they're sort of locked into it. So it's a constant source of debate because it's eating up so much money and resources and stuff like that, and they still haven't quite figured out if it's something they can actually do.
It's like the UE's equivalent of like the space race. Like it's brought a lot of technological achievements to the empires. They've dumped all this research money into it, and it's quite a feat of engineering. But it's just not clear if it's going to happen.
Yeah, like is it the sunk cost fallacy at this point?
Oh,
or
100%.
is it going to come to fruition?
Yeah, and they've given up so much money that at this point they can't. It's tough to kind of just cut bait because they've sunk so much into it.
So with all those costs, the economy is a big thing, and so along with that we
Y en ese sentido, este proyecto pues lo están comparando con proyectos tipo la NASA, ¿no? Que no hay seguridad de que vas a poder llegar a la meta, pero con simplemente intentarlos se genera una cantidad de tecnología y de avances tecnológicos importantes que afectan a toda la vida en la UE en este caso.
Trade and deal with the Xi'an, because a lot of them were alive back then, so they kind of remembered us being jerks, which is really entertaining to me.
Yeah, Emperor Krei especially was born like right near the start of the Messer era, and Emperor Krei is like, no, you guys. I remember this.
So we see like big steps forward, like the.
Y ahí están hablando un poquito entonces de las razas alienígenas, ¿no? En este caso específicamente la raza Xi'an. El emperador Xi'an, la raza Xi'an es sumamente longeva. Entonces el emperador Xi'an actual está ahí desde que comenzó la era Messer. Y que es difícil de engañar. Él sabe que los humanos tienen una tendencia a ser difíciles.
Some of the other aliens. We had a big event a couple years ago where the first Tavaran senator was elected to Senate.
Kasi.
Yep, Kasi.
I voted for him.
Keep fighting. Which the Tavaran, as you know, obviously we fought in 2 wars, assimilated into our society, has been sort of an interesting portion of our populace, because most of them have just been sort of rejecting everything and just kind of like sulking and just kind of being really angry.
I mean, fair.
And Kasi sort of represented a new ideology among them, where he believed that the Tavaran needed to accept the fact that they've been sort of assimilated into the UEE, and they need to start doing their part.
Their full place.
Yeah, as citizens in the UEE.
Entonces, más allá de los Xi'an, ahora estamos teniendo un poquito de información acerca de cómo ven el ingreso de los Tevarin a la sociedad, ¿no? Porque la historia es que los Tevarin perdieron 2 guerras, no una sola, sino de hecho 2 guerras contra los humanos. Y ahora, al ser una raza conquistada, son han sido de alguna forma asimilados. Sin embargo, ha habido mucha resistencia. Son una raza con mucho orgullo. Era una raza guerrera, o son. Pero ya hay un senador Tevarin y aparentemente está empujando para que los demás de su raza empiecen a integrarse y a formar parte activa de él. Entonces esto va a generar fricciones seguro.
So there's Tavarans who are looking back to their roots of rediscovering the Rajora, which was lost for all intents and purposes except for human historians who kind of preserved it in the wake of the wars. And now we're starting to see Tavaran communities spring up, like there's one in Tyrannus 3, where they're really trying to be Tavaran first, which is making a lot of people very nervous. Though a lot of humans are also supportive of it because, hey, we kind of did something a little bit crappy to these people, even though they were our enemies at the time.
They were the aggressors.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
It is complicated. And I, for one, love the Tevaran that are trying to reclaim their
Sí, ahí las tensiones posguerra, ¿no? De un pueblo que fue vencido, ¿no?
Hear you guys debate is the separation of Terra and Earth, that kind of rivalry. Of course, Terran separatists have been advocating that they should move the capital of the UEE from Earth to Terra as a symbol that, you know, humanity is now a progressive space.
Y este otro tema también muy interesante, que es recordar, Terra es uno de los sistemas adyacentes a Stanton, y Terra tiene un movimiento político tipo separatista en donde ellos quieren hacer que la UE determine que Terra sea la nueva capital.
Beacon of how we want to behave and how we want to be seen throughout the other cultures and stuff like that, which, needless to say, they get a lot of pushback on.
Oh, tons.
Yeah, and then there's also a deeper history buried into this, where they not only want to move the capital, but there's a group of kind of Terrans who think that Terra altogether should be apart from the UEE. And like the step one of that is moving the capital, and then step two will be to kind of
sovereignty from
break apart from there. Like in 2638, there was like a senator who brought this to the Senate, and it did not pass, but that's been kind of like brewing in the background ever since.
Yeah, to the sort of traditional.
Incluso los más radicales en Terra aparentemente tienen la idea de que más allá de solamente convertirse en la nueva capital de la UE, incluso pues simplemente separarse de la UE y hacer un entorno totalmente distinto.
And so this transition into this phase of our presentation was actually kind of brought on by us appearing on Inside Star Citizen with that guy. And one of the community questions was very interesting, which was, you know, hey, Imperator Costigan is supposed to serve for 10 years. Imperators are only supposed to serve a single term. It's 2949. Isn't he about to get out of office? To which we were like, oh.
He sure is.
Time flies.
That's a good point.
So yeah, it's something we've had in the background of our head, but it really reminded us that this is a ticking clock that we need to look at, and we got kind of excited when we were talking through the end of Costigan's time in office and what we could do with that.
Interesantemente, aparentemente alguien de la comunidad los hizo agarrar un poquito de impulso en la dirección de pensar qué es lo que van a hacer con esto, porque hay una transición. El Imperator actual solamente debe estar ahí por 10 años y ya se cumplen 10 años en 2020 o 2950.
He is a member of the Universalist Party. He was an economic strategist for 2 decades before joining the Senate and then becoming High Secretary. And he, while serving as High Secretary, he attempted to run for Imperator in 2928. And that was a failed attempt, and he did not win. But he kept at it, and the Universalists gained control again. And in 2940, he was successfully elected as Imperator, and he's been serving there for the past 9 years.
So aside from that, he was also obviously in charge when the attack of Vega 2 happened, and in basically response to it, authorized the recognition of Vega 2 as a recognized planet. So basically they had been kind of lobbying for recognition before the attack, and after the attack, basically they kind of fast-tracked it, basically as a way for him to say to the people of Vega 2, like, hey, look, you know, you guys got really messed up in that, and we're going to stand by you. We're not going to abandon you. You know, you're part of the empire. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how many times humanity has fallen back and have abandoned their systems in the face of the Vandal threat, like this was a big stake in the ground with this recognition of Vega 2, because a lot of people were kind of expecting, you know, oh, this is going to happen again, and with Bishop coming forward and this move, and then the declaration of official war against the Vandal.
Yeah. And also in the wake of that, because of the war and what we were talking about earlier about crime, he introduced several measures to kind of deputize the population, the civilian population, to kind of assist with law enforcement and security by introducing the Militia Mobilization Act and resurrecting what's called the Civil Defense Force, which is sort of a program underneath advocacy where they can kind of deputize civilians to help kind of combat crime if they need it.
Yeah, this is a relatively recent initiative, so 2946 it was passed, and so we're still seeing the ripples of this kind of push forward. There's always been militias. Planets have always instituted militias to protect their worlds, but now it's taking them to the next level and relying more and more for entire system safety on these military organizations.
So in a nutshell, what was sort of pointed out to us kind of presented an idea of, well, we need to take a look at our government. Like we've sort of been taking it for granted for this time that we have an imperator who's established, who's a character, who's being made fun of by a hacker and Grim Hex, but they got to go. So how do we transition out of this? So we basically started kind of taking a look at, you know, the government and how the government is sort of
Esta es la estructura jerárquica del gobierno actualmente de la UE. Es muy parecido a lo que hubo antes en la UNE, que era la de naciones, y la UPE, que es la de planetas. Es parecido.
And then the High Secretary, who's in charge of the Senate, and that branch is sort of responsible for the infrastructure and kind of the laws and legislation, stuff like that. And then you have High Command, which is sort of very similar to kind of the Joint Chief of Staff, if you're familiar with the American military paradigm, but where the leaders of the Navy, the Marines, and the Army all kind of form this group that represents what used to be the High General position. Mm-hmm. And then the High Advocate, who's in charge of basically like the justice system, so the advocacy, the prisons, the courts, all that stuff, all that kind of enforcement. As we said, the Imperator is only allowed to serve one single 10-year sentence because they're terrified of having another messer, so they put in all these obstacles that would prevent another one from coming to light. So in a nutshell, that actually kind of opened up the doors where we were like, okay, so what is the process? Right. Like, what is the electoral process in the empire, particularly because you're dealing with a bunch of factors that, we don't have to deal with now of, dozens and dozens of systems, dozens of, hundreds of planets.
Esto nos ha hecho pensar cuál es el proceso electoral, ¿no? Definirlo, porque ya, pues, es hora de que cambie el emperador, el imperator.
Yeah, basically it was just a battle royale.
Blood sports. Yeah, blood sports all the time.
Yeah, or Thunderdome, as we call it. That's a working title.
No, but more seriously, this.
Yeah.
Oh, democratic process, actually. not the blood.
Not blood.
Well, there's some blood.
Así llegaron a este proceso.
So basically, the way we kind of have worked it out was. Again, there was sort of this idea, if you've heard us talk about kind of the government as a character, as a personality, this sort of idea that post-Messer, there was a huge desire to be progressive, to be seen as progressive, because it's sort of that we're not that anymore. We'll do anything in our power to make sure that we don't look like that anymore.
Yeah, and if you think about the history of how did the Imperator come to being? Like when Messer just came into power, he first became prime citizen, and then he's like, you know what, I'm actually Imperator, and declared it himself, formed the United Empire of Earth at that moment. And ever since then, it was just him and his kids taking the role. Mm-hmm. And so at the transition point, after the fall of the Messers, where Aaron Toy first proposed this new position, there was a lot of debate back and forth. And we get this question a lot. If the UEE was so terrible under the Messers and the Imperator represents so much bad, why did that persevere into the modern form of government? And I think at one point it was very questionable at that transition point whether the government, the humanity as a whole, was going to stay united in the face of all that had happened. In a lot of ways, because there were still a lot of loyalists going around, still in support of the Messer regime. He was unpopular, but there was a lot of people who made a lot of money underneath him and who still were tied to that old regime. And so a big compromise was that this is still that same empire. It's just heading in a new direction. So it was kind of easing people into the future without shattering everything that had built.
Yeah, they didn't want to kind of make too abrupt of a turn that would make people think like we've lost everything, we're kind of spiraling out of control. Because they had a lot to rebuild after that, because they had a lot of, the Messers were very firmly entrenched, and so kind of ripping out all of their influence was very, very difficult. So they needed to have a government working and in place while they were doing that. So that's why sort of the title kind of survived. But that's why they also put in all those obstacles to prevent people to create as many different things that would prevent somebody from being able to kind of assume that kind of power again.
And so it relies at this election system with all the checks and balances. So we're already in our very exciting election cycle for the year 2950. So it starts at Citizen Day, and it lasts till the next Citizen Day when voting starts. Well, it goes beyond that, but the big final vote goes to the next Citizen Day. And that's because Citizen Day is the day where people get sworn in as new citizens, and it's to ensure that these new citizens get to participate in the electoral process when they come on board, rather than having to wait a full another decade before they can vote.
Because also, as you know, citizens are the only ones who can vote for the Imperator. Civilians can't. They can only vote in local elections. The highest level they can vote is a governor of their planet, but that's about it.
So at the start of this process, there is this all call, and basically it's very egalitarian where everyone can participate, even you, Sherry.
Even me.
So the idea is that they want new voices. They want fresh people to be able to to feel empowered to try and kind of make a run at being Imperator. You don't have to be sort of an entrenched politico, even though, as we all know, those tend to kind of have a lot of clout already. So they tend to make it easy. But the idea was that the sort of opening phase would be an opportunity for anybody, any citizen here could basically, put together a video where they're talking about their ideology of like how they would handle, certain issues, what their platform is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they just dump it on basically like the Spectrum, the government Spectrum page, basically. And people get to vote on it. You just need 1,000 signatures to do it, and then you're in. And so basically the first wave of election is massive. It's probably thousands of candidates that you can sift through. And then, of course, it starts to kind of wheedle down from there. But
which is why it tends to favor the existing parties when they get that recommendation, the backing of a major party like the Universalists or
Entonces, el inicio de toda la explicación básicamente nos muestra por qué todavía existe el título de Imperator, y es que no quisieron hacer un cambio demasiado abrupto luego de los meses, a pesar de que hay resistencia un poco porque hay una connotación negativa, pero era para tratar de que el cambio fuera un poquito más suave, ¿no? Y de ahí hay un detalle interesante, que es que hay una división en la categoría de los habitantes o la gente que pertenece, los miembros de la UE, y es que para poder votar necesitas ser un citizen. Tú puedes ser un civil, que es una categoría, pero ser simplemente un civil te permite votar en votaciones locales, hasta gobernador o algo por el estilo. Pero para Imperator y ese tipo de cosas, y para senadores, tienes que ser un citizen o un ciudadano que tiene requisitos. Estos son los temas calientes, lo que quizás cualquier candidato para ser Imperator tiene que tratar de tocar en su campaña.
So the postings, like the Van Duel, the big question is, okay, we're at war now. What does the end of that war look like? How are these new imperators going to pursue it? Is it the complete annihilation of the Van Duel? Is it just the retaking of those border systems? Is it finding...
Completely withdrawing?
Yeah, is it...
Sí, ahí, por ejemplo, hay ejemplos de quizás cuáles pueden ser los ángulos para el tema de los Bandul, ¿no? De cómo vas a hacer, de si vas a tratar de lidiar con ellos destruyéndolos o tratando de mantenerlos detrás de las fronteras, dando más seguridad. Tratas de financiar a las milicias, tratas de darle más recursos a las fuerzas armadas oficiales.
Or do we pull back into humanity's own self?
Oh yeah. How much Tevran are going to affect the next election cycle? That's the interesting question.
Yeah, I mean, Kasi might have a huge influence. There might be a huge surgence of Tavaran candidates who are suddenly going to take a bit. So
there's a question of decentralization, where you see systems like Stanton, where all of you are hanging out, where these are privately owned planets, but they're thriving. And the question is, does the UEE need to be doing as much as it's doing right now? Could we have smaller government and still thrive? And then, of course, where should the capital be? Shout out your answer right now.
Dara!
A lot of Terran. Wow. So these are the things that we're going to kind of hear about in debates and other things, but let's meet.
El tema de los Tevarins es mucho pues, aquello de si se permite que, o qué tan bueno es que esta nueva raza que fue asimilada se introduzca en más aspectos de la vida de la UE, ¿no? Y el tema de Terra, pues obviamente la potencial nueva capital, o por lo menos el movimiento de Terra a querer serlo.
It's about, weirdly enough, it's about kind of sustaining the status quo, but it's excelling through the values of humanity. Sort of embrace the past, be proud of where you came from. Obviously, they're sort of Earth supporters. And then there's the transitionalists who, unsurprisingly, they kind of tout themselves as sort of the People's Party. They're formed around, a very, very progressive agenda. Obviously, they're looking very much towards the future. They want to move, the capital to Terra. They want to kind of open up like even more kind of trade and relations with the Xi'an, with the Banu. uplift the Tavaran even more, probably strike a peace accord with the Vandal if they could, and don't get stabbed and eaten.
And so from this, we have a few people that we're going to be introducing. Now, this isn't the entire.
Entonces aquí más o menos están tratando de definir movimientos, ¿no? Y quizás una comparación muy básica puede ser que los universalistas son los quizás los más conservadores.
A little worried about how that could turn out. So the next one is actually Ilyana Sherrod, who's she's currently serving. You've seen her pop up in several short stories. Is the current High Secretary under Costigan.
Disculpen la desconexión, aparentemente algo sucedió con mi conexión a Twitch, pero estamos de vuelta. Así que si no logran ver.
She's very focused on the economy, but with a huge skew towards security. So she wants to heavily promote kind of defense spending and investing in that type of stuff because basically humanity can thrive if there's a really strong sense of security. If people feel safe, they'll
like how wars generate a lot of jobs and that kind of idea is that we're at war now. We should be embracing it and spending more and more of the taxes withdrawn into
welcome to the stream.
The systems and to start that war machine turning.
I was going to watch it,
but
so
also has a somewhat sort of a controversial.
I'm trying to check it out. I missed the first one,
the government has
the intro,
services and
and watched offline the first one the second one while I was having breakfast. But I'm trying to at times translate to Spanish so that anybody who comes in and doesn't understand English at least gets the general idea. How are you, my friend? What do you think about what we have seen so far? We're gonna get KP must be happy.
Next
You're
is
right.
No, who if you are big fans of Congress now,
I kind of like lore, but they are. I would like to see more about cultures, and they are really emphasizing on politics.
She's the senator of Terra.
I think basically because of the fact that apparently Costigan's term is ending in 2950. I think that's the deal, and they now have to rush and create an election system.
Standard time that incorporates all the plans.
Yeah, lots of environments, and one of the things I like is that even though it is going to be a really cold and basically icy planet, there is going to be some variation. Maybe towards the equator of the planet, where they're not, where the climate might be, the weather might be a little warmer. So there is some color, even, some green and some flowers in some areas.
And she is another big security hawk, and her big thing is that we need to beef up the advocacy roles in.
I'll roll it again, Younger. I'll roll it again. I just rolled it between species. After this one, I'm going to put it again so we can comment on it. What do people do? What did people don't like about it? I liked watching the Pisces land on the hangar.
That should be the job of law enforcement. They should be taking care of that. You shouldn't need to put your lives on the line for it. So,
and she's also a big proponent of once we retake the human systems lost to the Vandal, that should be the stop. We should not be pursuing a further aggressive agenda, that it should just be about claiming our territory and stopping there.
Yeah.
And then finally, the last one we're going to mention for today
is Calvin Derry, who is an independent local militia guy who is running on a human
because, I mean, every time a new ship comes into the engine, they release a commercial. So having a correct commercial is not... I was expecting that to happen, really. I don't know.
For Earthlings.
Yeah.
I think. There's even a... when we watch the video, we check it out, there's a link in the end. I haven't seen that. I haven't gone into that link.
What we're sort of looking
it says something like Karak,
we want
Pisces. Is it enabled? Do you know?
So to make it fun and make it feel inviting
and I think at the same time as this one, they were going to be doing the prison system speech, right, on the other venue.
More of that to come.
Yeah, and so that brings us actually to our next point, which is also another aspect of something that we have been working on.
It should be something like
continue
that.
to be working on in the
It should
near
definitely be something like that,
This is a
Junker.
complete surprise that you guys weren't
I mean,
expecting.
mole sounds as a ground vehicle, not a shuttle,
we
really.
made the Galactopedia. It's
So and it sounds kind of underground. So
yeah, I know,
maybe
it's
a
been a
vehicle
long time coming.
to
It's definitely a labor
traverse
of love.
underground
We worked on it for
mines.
years.
I doubt it is going to be something that will be able to excavate, like a drill, into the ground. Although they did say that they want to do some of that. They want to be able to affect the terrain. But I think it's too early to have a vehicle that can do that.
It's written with the idea that you are someone who lives in the universe.
A cave exploration vessel? A vehicle?
That is maintained by the ARC in the TIAC system, the library, the big like space station library that's kind of trying to preserve all the information in the universe that's known about life, about civilizations.
And I know you're wondering, do you have to be quiet when visiting it? Yes.
Very quiet.
Very quiet. Yeah, they're very
Yeah.
Hablando del arca. El arca es una especie de librería universal para como un compendio de conocimiento no solamente de la raza humana, sino de las diferentes razas en la web.
Categories. And click here, you can view all the categories that we have up so far. As we add more articles to the encyclopedia, to the Galactopedia, these categories will expand. Right now, this represents the scope of
Also,
200
Younger,
articles
they
that we have up right
released 2 documents in case you want to start learning Banu and Xi'an, so that you can trade with them.
And just to reiterate,
They
that's a big
already
thing, that
released,
this is going to be a continually growing
today
knowledge
they
base.
released 2 documents about the Banu language and the Xi'an language.
So
If you want to do slave trading in your reclaimer, you definitely need to learn
create a
Banu.
centralized place for you guys to come and kind of be able to dig into what are the various weird terms we keep throwing at you and who are the weird people that we have fighting you and stuff like that.
Right. Here's an example of kind of the standard size article that
Interesante lección mostrar la página de Crusader, ¿no? Vamos a ver qué nos trae Crusader en esta sitcom.
We made them this link so that we could get as much information out there as possible to you as quickly as possible. And in most articles, you can click on a related link to keep exploring the topic if you just want to wander around for a while. We have a lot of our spacecraft up by now, and if you prefer not to do it by related articles, you can choose to do the next article in alphabetical order. You can see what's next in the same category. You can see what's next in the same tag, and I'll get into
Leyland's
tags in just
tortoise?
Or you can see
What
what's
was that?
next you can also see what's next alphabetically.
Yeah, I noticed that was checking out Spectrum. I downloaded it, but I haven't even tried to go in.
Articles. Additionally, as we expand, we do more content drops with the paragraph link. We will be expanding existing articles so they are just as long as this.
Okay, I thought it was a ship. Pensé que era una nave. Es una tortuga, es un animalito siempre.
Depth of information about any subject that you can think of that we have put up.
And the bottom of the page is one of my favorite things about it, of just like being able to get lost in our lore a little bit, of like discovering these associated places and just keep reading and reading. So that's been really fun for me.
Yeah, you can skip around using this lovely little.
Younger, they must be trying to get ready for a live. We should be getting live maybe at the end of today's events.
Categories are kind of like a broad scope,
right? Because once the sale and the convention in-game starts, which is tomorrow, I believe, we should have live.
The Library of Congress's faceted cataloging system.
PTU doesn't work for that.
Deeper, you want to you want to tag it so you can explore something specific. Like instead of holidays, maybe you want to explore UEE holidays or Banu holidays or Xi'an holidays. It gets really deep into the nitty-gritty.
We love holidays.
Oh, love holidays.
Sherry, what do you have a master's degree in again?
I have a master's degree in library science.
That's right.
That's one of the reasons that I started working here, was so that I could design a system for you that is intuitive but also useful. So I can click here on the bangle tag if it loads. All right, here instead.
Oh, CIG tradition of live demos right there.
Yeah, indeed. So how about let's go to one of my favorite articles. I'm going to do alphabetically. We'll see what Ivar Messer is up to. Oh, there he is, from that poster that you may all be familiar with, the propaganda poster during the First Tevarin War. If you look at all the tag system here, you can click on the Messer dynasty, which is my shorthand for all the Messer family. And you can see all the articles, all the Messers that we have up so far. We have 9 of them up so far. You can click on, let's say, Livia Messer, the third. And you can see that here she is. I don't know if you've heard. Have you heard of Livia Messer before?
Any big Livia Messer fans out there?
Anyone here?
Oh yeah, we got.
Oh yeah, there we go. We got a Livia lover right
I'll be
there.
right back.
She was the third Messer, and hopefully soon, in the next couple of weeks, we will get all the Messers up, so you will know each horrible dictator who has.
Horrible person.
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's go back home here. That about covers the system. Oh, I wanted to go over the main page real quick. So we're always going to have a featured article up right here. It's going to change. We haven't talked about the scheduling, but I'm hoping we can change it once a week. Right now, our featured article is the tortoise that you all know and love. That's and we also have little trending articles, so you can tell what people are clicking on. I hope that you're exploring based on what drives you, but maybe people are clicking on links to articles based on what's happening in the lore.
So those are the most viewed articles, like at the time.
Exactly. Okay. These are the most viewed articles at the time.
I don't know. I think they cannot stay on PTU, Younger. I think they cannot stay on PTU. If they want to do the free flight, and they want people to be able to in-game go to the
if there's something going on in lore, we can refer to it without breaking your immersion. I posted
to the convention floor, right?
Oh, the sponsor.
It has to be live.
Indeed. We know.
And 3.71 doesn't have any of the coding for that. The convention Basic Center is not in 371. So they have to go to live
if you just like to explore,
with 372.
And you can see which one you recently viewed right here. It'll change based on your clicking habits. And
the new planet text is looking good, and they did say that
right now,
version 4 is now in every planet, so every planet is going to kind of benefit of it.
So we hope you all get on there and get to try it out for yourself. It's pretty amazing.
And we're going to basically be scheduling kind of new.
Apparently, they are trying to get the information that we're trying to get from other sites like Star Citizen Tools from the main website, which I think makes sense. They still have work to do. Some stuff is not working. She even got a little
and also
interesting bug there.
They're going to work on integrating it into Star Map. So if you're on the Star Map and you see
they definitely need to get Star Map to work with.
To the Galactopedia article, so it all kind of weaves together, which is super cool.
Really, full hats off to Sherry for leading this effort and Herculean.
The starting point, if you do you mean in 372? We are.
Some of the entries he contributed roughly.
I don't know if that's what you're asking, but we are spawning Arcor.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, obviously, get out there and try it out.
That way you don't have to travel to Arcor to get to the main event, which is SitCon.
I don't know if this
and or maybe also
we'll do that.
We'll put that up next week.
Could be related to whatever is going to happen to Olisar. We'll see.
What you want to see on the Galactopedia.
Yeah. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Usually it's Olisar. If nothing happens to Olisar, I think it's going to go back to going Olisar.
Thanks for everything.
That's my guess after the convention. But it is good that it is Arcor right now because that's where the convention is.
Have a little area up here. If there's a light that pops up, we'll actually.
Let's check
anybody in the crowd. You got
the Karak commercial once again.
We got 4 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, depending on when Sean is ready.
I mean, we can still do this while Sean's talking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do this right.
Just we can talk over him.
Yeah, just love
it. You also meet them in the back.
Let's see.
We'll just do running commentary on Sean.
Oh man, there's nothing sad. Mike. Oh yeah, here we go. Hi. I love your helmet so much.
A little less volume here. Let's check the Ambil Karak video once again.
My father always used to say I had wanderer's legs. We all wonder, what's out there? But for me, it was more than that. A stranger in my own world, I set out to find my path. Through all my travels, through all the trials of the unknown, I came to realize that there was really only one thing I'd been looking for. A place to call home.
It looks sweet. I mean, that's just a commercial. I know, but I'm hyped for my character.
Shoot in
Still
Chris's
hype.
living room, and basically shot all of the pictures, the
And
people pictures
there
that appeared
we
in
saw
those
the
in one
Pisces.
afternoon. And so
Ahí vimos a la
like a bunch
Pisces
of people came over to
en su
work
versión
there.
básica, la que
I
viene con la
found
Carrack. La imagen que hemos estado viendo hasta ahora es la Pisces, la versión que puedes comprar aparte, la que es la versión como con un poquito más de características, ¿no? Que tiene los colores muy parecidos, más bien como a la Mercury, ¿no? Star Runner, por ejemplo. The one we have seen so far, Junkyard, was the one that looks like the Star Runner, a little like the Mantis, whitish with the tinted red glass. The one that is shown on that video is the one that comes with the Carrack, and I think it matches with the Carrack. It has that stainless steel look, apparently.
We are trying to work out a system where we can document fan activities.
And I do like Olisar also. I think Olisar still makes sense for the general gameplay, but right now, during the convention, I think Arcor makes complete sense.
Not meant to replace any of the fan wikis. We will
Yeah, we cannot get that far in game right now. Did you see the giant trees they showed?
This ship costs,
giant
won't be
trees.
saying anything like that, so your work is still valuable.
I appreciate it all.
Yeah, he obviously, what they imply is that since he's exploring, he's also getting a hold of different, and they are still talking. Let's check those details, because I think that's interesting, what you're saying right there. Check this out. It was somewhere around here. Yeah. Okay, see, some of the plants we are seeing here are basically the same ones he found or he was touching while on the planet's surface. And see this. Do you see this here? This is the second time they have shown this same artifact in two very recent commercials. The Banu Defender commercial also had one of these. And there's a story behind this. This trinket is something special. I think it is Banu, if I recall correctly. But it looks like a Rubik cube, but it is a safe. There's something very valuable inside. The thing is that opening it is almost impossible. Esa cajita que ven ahí, para cualquiera que esté en el canal y hable español, es bien interesante porque es la segunda vez que nos las muestran recientemente. Tiene que ver con es una especie de caja fuerte pequeñita, ¿no? Parece uno de esos cubos Rubik, pero adentro se supone que debe haber algo sumamente valioso. Ahora, es sumamente valioso solamente para el dueño, así que pudiera ser un valor sentimental, pudiera ser un valor ¿verdad? Relativo o subjetivo, pero la idea es que dentro de esa caja debe haber algo sumamente valioso. Hay gente que tiene esas cajas y no las ha podido abrir, porque cada caja es diferente y tiene una fórmula distinta de abrir, ¿no? Entonces, hay una historia en el lore que habla acerca de esa caja casualmente. You so very much want a ship that you can just have tons of rare plants and creatures in LoL. A spacesuit, well, I think the Endeavor might be the closest thing to what you're describing there. But yeah, this is his own personal collection really fast. Sometimes in these videos it's good to be able to check out what's that back there. This looks like a helmet, but this seems like some kind of mineral, maybe obsidian, which they have been mentioning lately. See, he has under this light some more of that, some kind of mineral. So yeah, he's got these little plants. Oh, and the goodies pack includes a Karak plushie. Did you see that, Songyard? Para los que tengan el goodies pack de la convención 2949, ya hay un artículo, ahí lo posteé yo en Discord, que muestra qué es lo que trae. Bien, veamos. Quizás ya estamos de vuelta con los... Todavía siguen hablando un poco allá. Preguntas y respuestas. Buena pregunta. Está preguntando acerca de la longevidad de los Tevarin, porque han hablado de los Banu y de los Xian, diciendo que los Xian viven mucho y los Banus viven poco. Parece que no lo han decidido. That's an interesting question, Junkyard, because they have already stated that the Xian have really long lifespans, and the Banu have really short ones. But I think they haven't decided on the Tevarin.
How many of them are still kind of carrying around the defeats from the first two wars? That probably depends on the Tevarin that you talk to. I mean, probably 20 years ago, probably not many, that there would be very few and far between. Most of them would just be ignoring the world and, just making money and, drinking and whatnot. But now, I mean, with the sort of resurrection of the culture, it's possible that, there's a handful of them that are kind of upset with the kind of raw deal that they got. So, and that's also, as we were mentioning earlier, I mean, that's what the concern is with a lot of people with this sort of, Tyrannus 3 enclave of diaspora, like whether they're a bunch of disgruntled Tevarin who are basically going to try and arm up and launch another insurgency. Yeah. They're horrified at that. So, but yeah, I mean, with most of the stuff in Star Citizen, I mean, the beautiful thing is...
Esta es la raza que a mí más me llama la atención. Los Tevarin.
All the different types to exist in there and stuff. So yeah, there's definitely probably some Tevarin out there that are pretty pissed off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And it's interesting. They are mentioning something that they base everything on real life. Some Tevarins might be really angry right now, but some of them might be already willing to integrate. Many years have passed.
Media, so forth. And with all the Galactopedia tied to the Ark and the library,
Yes.
If things don't get reported or people destroy all the data running ships, is it possible some things won't turn up there just because they haven't, the information hasn't got out from where it happened?
Yes. Like a lot of libraries, and archives and history, you know, it depends on who reports it, who remembers it, how much information that's out there is available. So while the mission of the Ark and the mission of Galactopedia is to document all known knowledge in the universe, there will necessarily be some gaps based on just how information works and how things are remembered and how things are documented. So if, for example, there's a massacre on a planet and everyone dies and the only person who's around to report it is on a ship that gets destroyed on the way to reporting it, it's unlikely that people are going to know exactly what happened because
Until
the information
else,
is just gone.
Yeah. I think a big part of Star Citizen's lore is the idea of imperfect information. Like right now in gameplay, you can kind of see it with turning off the comm relays in order to create a blackout zone where crimes aren't reported until it's reactivated, or we're in talks about recovering black boxes and all this kind of stuff. And with hopefully future careers with people running in the media ships, the news vans, and the data runners.
And the notion of time decay as information has to travel between system to system.
Yeah, and one of the things in archives specifically is a notability standard. So like, if today you had a receipt, like a receipt from a cup of coffee that you got, that wouldn't be notable enough to put in an archive, even though it's something that happened today.
It was a really good cup of coffee.
It was a great cup of coffee.
Yeah.
But so stuff like that wouldn't necessarily make it to the Galactopedia, but maybe an article about the type of coffee, if it's popular enough, would be in the Galactopedia. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
One other thing.
Sure.
How big are the late return fines if you...
They're so big.
Yeah. They send bounty hunters after you.
Yeah.
That's our new game plan.
They're not afraid to kill.
Oh man, library
Thank
bounty
you.
hunters.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Dave, Will, Sherry, thank you so much for taking the time
Thank you,
to
Jerry.
be here.
Yeah, thank you,
Stay tuned. Theaters of War, Shoot 'em Up, Sean Tracy.
Bueno, yo creo que
starting in just a few
la última
minutes. Take
pregunta
care.
no estuvieron tan claros cómo hacerla, pero creo que la idea era como hablaron acerca de la librería, del ARC. Quizás quería que hablaran y presionaran un poquito cómo iba a contribuir las naves de data running como la Herald o la Mercury, ¿no? Star Runner. Okay, this is the new shoot 'em up version. Let's see if it is Battle Royale, if it is Vehicle Warfare. Let's see. Veamos de qué tipo de nuevo modo de juego de batalla nos están hablando. ¿Será Battle Royale? ¿Será guerra entre vehículos? ¿Qué?
So, yeah, something to get out of the way real quick. I've been taking pictures with a lot of people today, and it's awesome. Had a lot of fun, but do me a solid. I've got to you guys take a picture with me this time, okay? All right, everybody say fun. Fun. Okay, cool. Thank you. I look forward to reviewing all the very, very kind gestures, I'm sure, that were in that picture. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So welcome to CitizenCon 2949. I know it's been going all day already, but I hope you guys had a lot of fun so far. And definitely stick around, of course, for the keynote at the end. So super excited to be with you guys today and have some exciting and interesting stuff to talk about. So over the years, I've been involved in a lot of things at CIG, and usually when you've seen me here at CitizenCon, I've come to talk about, new technology, some tools, maybe pipelines, methods to make all this kind of stuff. But today it's going to be a little bit different. So today I want to talk about a new game mode for Star Marine that we're calling Theaters of War. So up on stage with me, and at the end, is lead FPS designer, Richard Tyre. And he's been instrumental in helping me build this game mode for Star Marine. And he's going to stick around to answer some questions during the Q&A at the end. Whoa, there's a laser pointer.
What time is it over there?
So let's go over the agenda a little bit. So first what we're going to talk about is sort of the electronic access and lore and what that really is all about. How ACNSM fits.
I believe this started 8 a.m. my time.
Then we're going to talk about what Theaters of War actually is. So we're going to explain what Theaters is and kind of what the whole intent of the mode is and pretty much why we made it. Next, we're actually going to talk about the map that we're playing here at CitizenCon today.
What do you think the mall is going to be?
It's basically a map.
Battle Royale.
But it's called Crossroads of Crime, and I'll
Is
explain
battle?
why it's called that.
Oh, this mode, Battle Royale.
Then we'll go into the lore a little bit.
I hope
Great
not.
lore team within the Star Citizen community. It's incredible the amount of lore that we have to actually pull from. Then we'll go into the actual game mode itself, Theaters of War. We'll do an overview, really just walk through each of the sort of phases, and this will make a lot of sense in a little bit. We'll talk about some of the new mechanics we brought online to make this a lot more fun. We'll talk about the vehicles, the character loadouts, and basically how you play the
Okay,
game.
that's the name.
Then
Theaters of
finally,
War,
we'll
apparently.
get into some future plans, when you guys are going to get your hands on it, and some of the features that we're still really wanting to work on before we roll out that game mode. Okay, so in Star Citizen, we have the concept of electronic access. And electronic access is like this simulator for all these different events that can go on within the universe. Basically,
Interestingly, EA.
it's like an entertainment for the denizens of Star Citizen, for citizens.
Hope
And
not.
it's really an important distinction because Arena Commander, Star Marine kind of exist under this umbrella. And because it's a simulation, we can kind of get away with some stuff that is a little more, quote unquote, gamey than it is in the persistent universe. In the persistent universe, things are a little more permanent, obviously with persistence. So Star Marine and Arena Commander were the first two to exist under this umbrella. And they made a lot of sense in their own regards. Arena Commander came out, test our flight. That is our core gameplay. So let's get the flight happening. Then we had the FPS, which was Star Marine. And now what we have is Theaters of War that kind of groups the two together. So I also contend that these simulations are a really
I
good
think
spot
maybe we are
for
going
us
to
be
see
able to tell
something
some lore
similar to
in a really meaningful
what we see
way,
in Battlefield,
in an
right?
interactive way, so that you guys get to experience that lore
The kind
in a
of
way
battle
that's super memorable.
Streamers
so you
have
can
been
imagine
doing.
it's kind of like a reenactment, like the Gettysburg battles or anything like that. That basically these guys go in, simulate, and play through. So now let's talk about the scenario or the theater that we built for CitizenCon.
Watch each other's back and come home in one piece.
Railguns at work. I like that it kind of looks like the Battlefield games, which I'm a fan of. So I love to see how they are going to spawn vehicles, how will you interact with that. But
Controlling it from that radar tower. I need all agents to focus on that.
balancing this is a nightmare, but I think it's cool. Roads, finally, some level design.
All teams, all teams. Redirecting you to take out that mining laser. Use ships or take it on foot. Whatever it takes. It's gotta go.
I was watching Star Trek, the first of the newer movies, and that mining laser does remind me of that.
Can I say this does look fun?
Yeah. Yeah, the potential is there, definitely there. Because you can combine both types of gameplay, right? Vehicle and ship with FPS. Now, you have to populate those game modes. If enough people are interested in it and it works, it can be fun. If they're empty,
all right,
they
so
won't.
that gives you a quick preview of what's going on back in the war room here. So Theaters of War. This is the new
Aquí los teatros de guerra están interesantes. Es una opción para jugar una especie de juego de Battlefield como los de EA y DICE en
this mode really
Star
combines all the
Citizen.
work we put into Star Marine, Arena Commander, Squadron, PU into one cohesive battle on foot, in vehicles, in the air, all working together to accomplish some common objective.
Interesante que mencionan Squadron porque creo que ahí nos está mostrando un poco quizás de lo que vayamos a ver en las áreas de First Person Shooter en Squadron 42, ¿no? Estamos viendo carreteras y estructuras que no hemos visto antes en lo que hasta ahora tenemos en el PU. They mentioned Squadron, Junkyard, so we may start seeing some assets that they have only been using in Squadron
At some
42.
point in the PU, we are going to get to that level of combat going on. Now, you know, that the combat in the PU happens a little more sparsely, and it has to do a little bit with the player counts. But the minute that we put all this stuff together, this better be fun. We can't make it fun after the fact. It's got to be fun before. So it really gives us a really, really solid analytical environment to really hone the gameplay, balance things against each other. So again, how many shots does it take?
Ahí por lo menos estaba hablando acerca de que tienen que hacerlo divertido desde el principio y van a tener que empezar a hablar de balanceo definitivamente porque van a poner muchos diferentes aspectos de juego al mismo tiempo. They'll have to take into consideration time to kill, balance, weapon choice.
You know, Theaters of War is another game mode like Elimination or Last Stand in Star Marine. So, and again, combined arms, everything's in play. So what do we want to achieve with this? Well, we want to be able to balance all this. We also want to give you a solid 30-minute experience where you can come in, have some fun, and get out. In the times when we're all so busy, you can't always play for 3 hours. You can't always play for 4 hours. We need actually a real quick, arcadey kind of combat, but not different than Star Citizen. It's got to be the same. And that's a really key point here. We didn't develop really anything drastically new for this.
They are having, I changed scenes to see chat just to make sure that it wasn't my side, but yeah, the stream is having trouble. Eso pasó también en la mañana en el de la tecnología planetaria. Se les fue desconectando poco a poco y después volvieron.
Well, that was actually, how does Crossroads of Crime fit into Okay, so what's Crossroads of Crime? That's actually the name of the map. That's the name of the scenario. So I want to kind of a little bit of a brief of that scenario. Now, I'm not nearly as good at telling these stories, but I'm going to give you a little bit of what they fed me. So we went through our lore and we went, you know, where's some sort of combat happening within the history of Star Citizen in the last 100 years, 200 years, 300 years before the present day PU. And we found this great story. And the story takes place in the Nexus system. So in the Nexus system, there's a notorious outlaw gang, and there's a lot of outlaw gangs within the Nexus system, but this particular one is specifically aggressive. So the Supreme is the name of the outlaw gang in this particular one, and they're facing off against an elite advocacy squad that has come to retake one of the planets. So to give you some backstory on the Nexus system was totally unclaimed. The Hathor group, which was a mining group, came in, but all they really cared about was mining. So as long as profits were being made, they totally looked the other way. And what that
this
sort of
not being Battle Royale, I think is good news. I think Battle Royale would not have been a good news.
And in the end,
trying to do a gameplay, a game system that starts creating interaction between the different, like what we have seen with streaming. We have done it in Skynet, and we would see Rexila doing that on
pretty much anybody that's
on
doing
the Night Crew, for example.
Is going to have some time
I think
through the Nexus system, and that's where
someone's doing something like that. I think it is Spasi is doing it on Wednesdays. This kind of gameplay, is, the community is attracted to this kind of gameplay, but you need to be able to get people into it for it to be fun. If just 2 or 3 people go in, you cannot play this kind of mode, and that's going to be the challenge. El reto para este modo va a ser casualmente tener suficiente gente jugándolo.
As the Supreme took over the base from the Hathor group, they actually use like pictograms and signs because not all their guys can read. It's kind of an interesting backstory to these guys, but
donde le veo mucho valor es casualmente en los grupos de gente que quieren hacer eventos. Creo que hacerlos a través de este modo puede ser interesante, y las organizaciones para entrenar también les va a ser muy útil. I think the orgs are going to benefit a lot from that mode, Younger, to practice, for tactical operations, to create teams, attack, defend.
One of the great ones that has come from Theaters of War that you guys are going to see in 3.8, it sounds simple, but it was really obvious that the animations need to be sped up. I mean, when we were mantling over things, the guy is just not much of a sense of urgency. It was kind of, climbing over things. He was just taking his time. Reloads, much faster. Getting into ships. When you're under fire, getting into a ship can't take 15 seconds. You're going to die on your way into the ship. The other stuff was, all our FPS weapons, they were really balanced with, kind of the I don't want to call them legacy, they're still around, but our Starmer are really, really tight interiors. So you really have like 20, 50 meters. Attachments didn't really matter. What's really the difference between a shotgun and an assault rifle at, 20 or 50 meters? Putting the environment so that you, in a compound, that started to be 100 meters is much, much better. You scroll my notes up, sorry.
Hey, Peter.
Thank you.
Good morning, my friend.
Okay, so again, the idea,
this one,
that was
I think half an hour,
right in your
11:30 maybe, but the show began
this game mode into
4 hours ago.
It's basically
it's been going for about 4 hours.
Combat environments that are going to happen.
This one is, if you have just arrived, at least in this,
in this, we've got phase 1
in this hall,
now.
It was the intro by Chris Roberts and the team, Planetary Tech, Microtech, and Lore. Those are the ones that have already gone. This one is the new game mode, which is, I would compare it to what Battlefield is. They're trying to combine some kind of multiplayer game with missions. Someone defends, someone attacks, vehicles, ships, and FPS at the same time. But they are having trouble with that also happened with the Planetary Tech transmission.
And then finally,
Twitch is lagging.
I'll talk about some of the vehicles in this one. We've got a lot, it's a huge area. So we've the 200, 300 meter combat.
Did you watch the
kilometer traverse where the defenders have a lot more ships
commercial?
And the attackers have a lot more ground vehicles. So we get vehicles. And things like, say, the ballista, which is,
it is not Battle Royale. I'm happy. I was talking about that with Younger, who is in voice chat. I expected this not to be Battle Royale, and it is not. That is good.
The ballista is the king. That will keep those ships away real quick. And then finally, we transition
Tragante, buenos días. Espero que estés viendo la convención, para enterarte por lo menos de lo que tienen, lo que quieren mostrarnos. I'm sorry?
One of the things I want to mention before I get too deep into that is that it's all seamless, right? Like, I mean, we've got this technology to be able to do this, so why not use it to our massive advantage and not put any loading screens in between or anything? That combat is completely seamless as you go through this entire thing. So from ground to space. And this can go even further. The templates that we've built for this,
de las 8. De las 8 de mi mañana por lo menos, sí. Allá creo que ustedes están como 5 horas adelante, ¿no? Pero comenzó a las 8 acá. Yo no vi al principio porque no me desperté a tiempo. Anoche me dormí muy tarde, Tragante.
It's a crazy amount of technology that we have access to here, and all it needs is a little bit of a structure. Game, this is what you're seeing. This is our new spawning interface for this particular.
Oh, it went down. Let's refresh and see if it comes back.
Weapon, change the secondary weapon, and these kind of things.
It's back.
But we've got
Ahí está de
4
vuelta.
in this mode. So let's talk about that. So here's all the characters that we're actually using within the Crossroads of Crime right now. The white, and they're meant to have a little gold on them, is the advocacy. So you guys will see that once it releases. And then the red are the supreme. So again, there's 4 different presets to choose from. And each of them kind of aim to provide this variety of combat and really roles, just fulfilling certain roles within the mode. One of the more interesting things is the teams have asymmetrical loadouts, meaning there's not the same weapon. So assault on one team is not the same as assault on the other team. This makes a lot of sense within the lore because, again, advocacy is coming from the UEE. They're going to have their weapons manufactured by Bearing. They're going to use more ballistic type weapons, whereas the Supreme are going to have a little crazier type weapons. They're going to have, some KSAR weapons. They're going to have energy level weapons. The other thing to mention is that, between the foot soldier and assault, you might say, what's really the difference between a foot soldier and assault? In this mode, there is a very real difference between somebody that's got a shotgun and close range weapons. They're going to be able to take out the interiors of these buildings really, really quickly. Whereas a foot soldier is much more all-rounder. He's like a rifleman within the infantry. Then you got snipers, which is pretty self-explanatory, I hope. And then we've got an anti-vehicle. And again, a little bit of asymmetry between the two teams. On the advocacy side, these use the Animus rocket launcher. And then on the Supreme, these ones use the railgun. So what vehicles do we got? We're all excited about the vehicles. So they range from fighting vehicles to transport vehicles.
Sí, está interesante, Tragante. Me gustó mucho ver lo que están haciendo con Microtech. Me parece que Meta tiene bastante buena... Hay buenas esperanzas de que Microtech va a ser un ambiente bien interesante.
So you got the Cyclone, you've got the Ursa Rover, and just to note, and I'll talk about it a little bit, the Ursa Rover acts as a mobile spawn point within our Crossroads of Crime or Theaters of War. Then finally, like I talked about, the ballista.
Interesante punto. En este modo de juego vas a poder hacer spawn, vas a poder aparecer dentro de del Ursa Rover. El Ursa va a servir para spawnear.
In this particular mode. Again, it's a great vehicle, and in the PU it will be very, very meaningful. But right now, it's
sorry, my internet's cutting in and out.
So we've got some great ships as well. The Buccaneer. This one is really cleaning up right
I think
now
it was interesting to see that you will be able to spawn inside the rover. The Ursa rover is going to be a spawn point.
And just to give you an idea, the thing with the most kills right now are the Buccaneers and the Ursas. So then we have some arrows, the Hornet, and then finally we even have a dropship. So we replaced the Valkyrie with the Vanguard Hoplite. So all of these you'd use to take the fight to the enemy. So what goes on in Phase 1? So you saw a little bit of that on the video, but Phase 1 is disable the AA turrets. So in this phase, the advocacy come to take over the laptops, and you'll recognize the laptops from Star Marine. We didn't just make anything new. We didn't have to. You take over the laptops to take over the AA guns from the base. Excuse me. And as soon as that's achieved, the AA guns are shut down, and you can now bring ships in for what is phase 2. I want to talk a little bit about the gameplay, and I keep kind of mentioning sort of the compound-like gameplay. So in this compound, you've got some interiors, but a lot of the combat happens in the exteriors. Once you've got one of the control points, you're going to end up having to transition over a whole yard that's got a lot of destroyed ships and things like this to go over it. So there's great sniping spots. There's a lot of defensive spots for the defenders because the attackers in this particular mode have 2 Ursa rovers and 1 Cyclone. So they can actually motor right in, and the defenders have to keep an eye on basically those Ursas because they can be used to spawn a lot of infantry. And on the Supreme side,
Los que están atacando van a tener 2 Ursas y un Ciclón. Los 2 Ursas sirven para que puedas exponear dentro de ellos, ¿no? Y lo importante ahí es que como son 2 áreas que hay que hackear 2 computadoras, las 2 computadoras están en ubicaciones distintas, así que luego de que terminas con la primera, tienes que moverte a través de un patio que está lleno de cosas y que puede tener snipers o lo que tú quieras para ir a la segunda, ¿no? Entonces, tiene fases.
First, you can just shoot it. That's easy. You use missiles, you can lock onto it. You use your guns, you can ram into it. I mean, whatever you can do some damage to that tower. But there's a way for infantry to help as well. It's on top of a compound. And within that compound is a laptop that's actually hooked up to the control tower. And in that control, if you take over that laptop, you can overcharge it, which basically does like a 20-25% damage to the given objective. So infantry can help. But it's hard to get in that outpost. So the Supreme at this moment are given ships, and this is a great, great traversal that happens. As you can see sort of on the image there. Here, let's try this. Whoa. We've got a huge traversal where this is the end of phase 1. Drive here, right to the outpost. It's about 3 kilometers. So the defenders, they have, I think, 8 Buccaneers. It could be, we change the numbers all the time according to balance, but it's between 8 and 10 Buccaneers. And again, as a defending force, that's pretty powerful, but the attacking force has 2 ballistas, 3 Hornets, 4 rovers, and 2 Cyclones. So there's a lot of vehicle combat happening now. And don't forget, you can spawn in these Ursa rovers as they transition this phase. And then additionally, because of the ballistas,
interesante en esta fase, la superioridad aérea la va a tener los piratas que están defendiendo, porque van a tener casi 10 Buccaneers. Pero van a haber balistas del otro lado. Así que hay que empezar a practicar con las balistas.
And basically, it's the same way as achieving, well, mechanically anyways, the objective within phase 2.
Junkyard, did you practice with those ballistas? I had one for a while. But I didn't practice much shutting down
we changed it up a little bit because we put 3 of these all throughout the station. So this lets you actually move around a little bit because there's going to be a cooldown on these given laptops. So as soon as you get to that laptop, you can overcharge it.
I just melt my Mantis and make sure that I will be able to, at least on buyback, have a Pirate Gladius. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I have one right now, but I will melt it again tomorrow.
The defenders, all they have to do is stop them from destroying this illegally appropriated stronghold, or not. Okay, so I can hear the live streams now. I can hear them. They're going, go, you got to finish the game, though. You got to finish that game and that game. So I want to explain that we really didn't have to put much into this. Now, in terms of work, it was over about 6 to 8 months, but we really only added a couple new mechanics and put some light structure around this. So some of the new mechanics we added, lock spawn points. So I didn't mention it on the phase breakdown, but in each phase we have this little locked spawn point. And all this is it's a spawn point for the infantry because it's a little bit further up. But all you have to do is walk into the volume and you take it. So if the defenders are really smart, they're going to try to defend that even more than the objective, because as soon as that's lost, it's the beginning and the end in that phase usually. So these also coexist with what I talked about before, mobile spawn points. So that's the Ursa. You can take the Ursa up, you can go hide it, you can try to drive it right into the outpost. You know, it's really up to you how you want to play that, but even on the spawn screen, you will see that that Ursa is in a good location and you're going to want to spawn there. So all the players really need to do is find the right spawn point and take care of their objective. So, back in that war room anyways, it's just out the back. We've been playing for the last, I think about 6 hours here. We've had a bunch of sessions come through, and the feedback has been great. They've been having a lot of fun within it. People are understanding the game right away. There's a lot of readability that's already been built into this so that people understand what to do and where to go. So we took a quick video of sort of the reactions of some of the guys in there. And I believe that the video will trigger when I do.
Me too. But I think they showed a little more on the first event, the intro. Right, I'm not sure. I couldn't watch it, but they were mentioning something about the Karak. So maybe that's just the commercial, but maybe they showed a little more on the first one. So I'll have to watch that on demand later.
Now, what's been really fun about this is people are talking.
I think it is up. If it's not up today, they will definitely upload it.
We've got them on comms so they can talk to each other. And it's actually been really, really fun. The energy is fantastic. You can see that people are really enjoying being able to get that sort of 30-minute adrenaline-packed, high-octane kind of experience right in your face. There was a great moment where somebody was yelling out, Demo 55, you got to get better. And the guy was like, well, raise your landing gear and learn to lock on. You know, you can really tell the good pilots from the bad pilots, by the way. So if you want to look really good, make sure you raise your landing gear. We thought about making it automatic, but I'm like, no, I like to be able to tell if somebody's really good in the ships or not, because as they're flying around, they'll either lift it up, and if it's not, I'm like, I'm going to get him. He's easy, you know. So it's been a lot of fun, and the feedback's great. And the whole reason we made this thing at this time was I wanted to bring it to CitizenCon. I wanted to bring it to CitizenCon because I wanted to talk to you guys about it. I wanted to talk to you guys about it because I want to find out from you what's fun. I wanted that feedback. And the feedback's been fantastic. Everybody's got something to say about it, and it's usually very positive. But there was one grumpy guy on the way out one time. He was like, well, I still die lots, and he walked out. So, I mean, can't please everybody. All right. So we've sort of gone over all this, but now I want to tell you when it's going to be in your hands, because this is, you know, a lot of talk. Now, you can play it right now at CitizenCon, and it's in a good state right now. I'm pretty happy with it. Now, one of the things that I tried really, really hard to do here was to take fun first. And CIG, I mean, as you guys know, we love our visuals. We can make beautiful things. And you've seen Planetech V4. You've seen some of the technology that we've got. We can make stuff beautiful, but not first. Let's make it fun first, and then make it beautiful, right? Because that's fun. But we don't want to make it beautiful, keep changing it, make it beautiful again, make it beautiful again. Let's just use some boxes. Thanks. So, just to give you an idea, I mean, I was talking to one of our the senior lead environment artists, and he was like, "Man, I didn't know if you were going to get it here. I saw that map 2 months ago or 3 months ago. I don't know. So it's not, you know, the culture definitely at CIG is our visuals, but we have to be sure that we're fun too. And that map was really just white boxes. That was most of the time it was the same wall piece copied thousands of times all over the map just to get the placement of everything right. And we would switch it, we would move spawn points. So we iterated massively.
Not yet. That one is coming on, I don't know if it's the next one after this, maybe. The one with the ship shape. But I don't think it is going to be on this venue, so we'll see. But yeah, they haven't shown it.
A month and a half, 2 months of real solid art time on it now. I need a little bit more. Just to make that to the level that you guys have come to expect of us, but we got to keep the performance up because, again, the gameplay has to come first with this particular mode. So enough of that. Anyways, having the mode playable for CitizenCon, I wanted to get a bunch of feedback from you guys. And pending the CitizenCon feedback, you know, there was a lot of different things that people came up with. There were some great ideas, actually, that I think we should be implementing. It's going to be in an upcoming release. I said it different, they updated it. So it's going to be early next year. I want to go to Evocati, and early next year I want to get it out. There's no reason to hold this back. right? We want to play this really, really quick. So I want to get you guys into it early next year. So what else are we going to do? Well, we got work on the netcode. Obviously, everybody's going to go, oh, well, we got this 250 millisecond delay or whatever it is. Luckily, part of my pillar, part of my job anyways, as I've got the technical content side and we've got the combat pillar side, along with Rich, we run the combat pillar, which has the network engineers that, sorry, not just the network engineer, gameplay kind of network engineer that will work on this. So he works on the upstream refactor, the downstream refactor, and the netcode rework for hit registration on the server. So this will make everything much, much better. In terms of itself, though, because it's so tight in terms, like against the PU, it's actually not, we haven't really had any major problems with it. And because it's vehicle-oriented, in a lot of cases, we haven't really seen much issues. So the other thing we're going to do is some lobby system updates. Lobby system updates really mean matchmaking. That's the big thing for me.
Sí, Tragante. Recuerda que yo no estoy muy activo. Yo hago streams como una vez a la semana o una vez cada 2 semanas. Así que eso no... Aparte, yo no hago normalmente sorteos, ese tipo de cosas. O sea, he hecho un par, por ahí haré un par más, pero no te preocupes, que eso es con calma. Yo no tengo tanto apuro, tú sabes. Yo lo hago por divertirme y la gente que llega a echar cuentos con la gente, ¿no? The mall isn't going to be on the main menu. It's on a side panel. Yeah. I think I remember that.
It's going to make it much easier to play with your friends
and we might not see it live.
Game right away. Because again, I thought to myself, okay, you know, my son is 4 years old and he's starting to play some of these Switch games. He's playing a lot of these Lego games with me. I really want to play Star Citizen with him, and I can sit and play Star Citizen with him. But I wanted to put him in front of it and just leave him alone. And you know, at 4, probably not. But maybe 6, I don't know. It should be pretty soon. So it's really important to me. Also, squads. That's something else I want to bring into this. Is a really important component of it. Like, though we're going to have VoIP within it, and I'll talk about that in a second, I do want people to be able to play together in a really, really meaningful way. So form up in a squad, hell, on Spectrum, and just end up in the game within that same squad. Bring people in and out, whatever it is. So the next thing is kind of some VoIP stuff. I'm pretty sure you guys noticed, but in Arena Commander and Star Marine, and now Theaters of War, there's no chat. There's no chat. You can't talk shit to the. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't talk badly to the enemy team, right? You can't say anything to them. Actually, you can kind of use the emotes and everything, which is fine. But we need some basic chat, oh my goodness. So we're gonna get that integrated, we've been working on that. But it's also gonna bring the group and VoIP support. And what's really cool about it is something that always frustrates me in any kind of combined arms game or any game that has a cooperative kind of vehicle, is I'll get in the gunner seat and I can't tell the driver how bad he's driving, right? So with the PU, you guys have had this experience already. There's the concept of, you know, the ship channels. And we have the exact same concept for Theaters of War. When you jump in an Ursa, you're going to be able to talk to that driver because you're within that channel with him. So you can say, driver, whatever, right? Or you're doing a great job, I'm sure. The other thing, we'll have global proximity. So basically, you should be able to hear them talking to each other at distance, because this isn't the only scenario we'll make. There'll be scenarios that make a lot more sense so that the global proximity stuff will make a meaningful difference. We'll have the team groups and the vehicle groups, as I mentioned. So I want to make a couple updates to this. One of the things you might have noticed, even in the video, in the pull-out especially, now that you guys have seen Planet V4 tech, you look at the V3 stuff and you're like, ooh. So I looked at it and I went, ooh. So I want to get Planet V4 onto this before it gets out to you guys. I think that's a really good thing to do. It allows us to vary the terrain a lot more. And if anything, that's really my only complaint artistically, is that the terrain is really, really quite flat anyways. So we're going to do that. We want to update some of the vehicles on there, just pending the analytics sort of reviews. And, oh, the other thing I want to get in there is basically we have a briefing video that's running. I want to get that all in-game. And then in the end, I'd like a real climactic ending to that station coming down. I think we'll do something pretty exciting if you win that round, or if you defend it. So I'd like to have something pretty exciting happening at the end. So we'll make some art updates, but this is kind of the fun, polished stuff that I like to keep to the end. We do this because we know it's fun already. Yeah, on top of trying new vehicles and potentially even shifting locations around just based on the feedback. Whoa, that's too big in my notes. All right, so lots of people helped. Now, this was really easy and fun thing to actually work on. It's a lot easier for the developer to be able to spin up a thing in that's a 30-minute round. We've got 40 people playing. You can play test every day in a really, really meaningful way, but it's very analytical, like we're doing the same round over and over. So we know exactly what's happening, but we're having the right conversations now. And that's
La descripción de todo el modo tragante es bien interesante, porque la verdad es que me recuerda un montón a Battlefield, definitivamente. Esto es rondas de aproximadamente 30 minutos, combinación de guerra entre FPS y vehículos y naves. Sí, me suena a Battlefield. Ahora, los diferentes canales de comunicación que ellos han empezado a tratar de implementar, me parece que le van a dar una dimensión distinta al juego, ¿no? Y de repente poderle decir cosas como él está diciendo, incluso al enemigo puede ser divertido.
Rather than it just working. So, some big special thanks have to go out to Richard Tyre, who you'll see in a second here, Milan Paycheck, who I wouldn't have been
Peter, do you see yourself playing this?
Incredible. Tom,
Have you
Forrest,
played
Johnny, Yen,
Star Marine?
Clive. I'm sorry the stream is so far behind, okay? Rob Johnson, Thorsten, Stephen, Michael, Nick Piers, Lee Wood, the actor feature team, lead programmers around here somewhere. Jens Lind.
Sí, ¿no? Y lo comparaba más temprano con casualmente cosas que ya hemos visto hacer a gente en Twitch y en YouTube, ¿no? La verdad es que mucha gente sí se interesa por meterse en ambientes en donde hay bastante interacción, porque al final el juego realmente yo siempre lo estoy diciendo hace mucho tiempo, brilla cuando no estás solo, brilla cuando, por ejemplo, tú tienes tu organización. Creo que este modo de juego también es una buena oportunidad para las organizaciones tener ese espacio para, una vez lo hacen muchas veces, probablemente se puede volver repetitivo, pero bueno, es una forma de decir, ok, ustedes van a defender esta vez, sin tener que tú armar todo, tienes un modo de juego que te permite hacer ese tipo de operaciones tácticas, ¿no? Donde un equipo defiende, el otro ataca, se prueba la capacidad de la gente, como ustedes que lo tienen divisiones, ¿no? Con la gente que está en la parte de FPS, la gente que está con las naves. Así que creo que es muy bueno para eso, para streamers, youtubers, ¿verdad? Que quieren agarrar a la comunidad y ponerla a jugar juntas, y para organizaciones, de hecho. Me parece que el modo de juego es muy bueno. Creo que las organizaciones son las que probablemente se van a beneficiar más de esto, porque el modo de juego no tiene sentido con 5 personas o 6 personas jugando. Esto es para llenarlo con, creo que hablaron de 40 personas, o sea, esa es la manera de jugarlo. Yeah, Lido, when I come from Fallout 76, I'm recently training FPS.
What's going on?
You come from, but Fallout 76 doesn't play similar to Fallout 4, that kind of thing, where you have this kind of auto-aim, or can you really aim directly?
Who just played the new game mode, Mad Rambo. Hey, man, how did you like the new mode?
I loved it. I think it is...
It's nice to see a couple of known names from Twitter, from Twitch.
The most important question first, did you win?
Yes.
All right.
Quite easily.
Oh, did you know? Okay. And what was your favorite part about the new mode?
I think it's more to do
He
with
streams.
the ships.
Él hace streams de Twitch de vez en cuando, pero siempre se le ve activo mucho en Twitter y en los chats de otros canales.
Did you enjoy the ground combat, the ground vehicle combat, or the air combat the most?
Surprisingly, being a pilot, and I don't normally go on the ground, I was on the ground all the time, and I find it really satisfactory.
Okay, very good. And do you think it is...
What I don't like much about Star Citizen's FPS is that to me it still feels like you're on the water.
Just straight through the Star Marine, it's exactly the same way as normal ones.
Right, very good. And what was was it
We should
easier to defend, or was it easier
Sean
to
do more hosting. He's really good at it, huh?
Probably easier to defend, especially
Yeah.
Right. And how was
Indeed,
the,
people were
team
commenting that in chat.
Communication was really good. Apart from we had to keep a couple of people quiet.
All right. And like every team, the defenders and the attackers, they do have specific spawn points. They do have specific loadouts. They do have specific vehicles they can use.
Yeah, so there is certain vehicles you can use. I mean, there's a ballista in there which using it in this game mode is going to be really, really good. Specific loadouts, I'm sure we might be able to change that at some point. And yeah, it was.
I'm really hoping the keynote's going to be good. So far, it's been kind of hit and miss.
I heard that you had a.
I'm sorry, keep notes about what?
SMG.
Yes.
So I'm hoping the keynote speech at the end is going to be really good, because so far it's been sort of hit and miss. We get a little good, then we get a little.
I agree with you. I think many after what? It's 12:30 after 4 hours and a half of show. A lot of hanging, a lot of weight right now is depending on what Chris Roberts does on the ending session.
Oh, wow. And I wouldn't worry too much about Twitch chat either. I've dealt with them for a while, and they don't know what they're talking about ever, so it's fine. I had a chance to play the new game mode earlier, and first of all, congratulations. It was absolutely brilliant. I loved it, and it was maybe one of the single most impressive games.
Do you see? This one is almost empty, I believe. I think that the ship shape for the mole is the other one happening right now, isn't it? Tragante, en donde iban a mostrar la nueva nave bueno, no nave, yo creo que va a ser un vehículo, el mole ese de Argo. A mí me da la impresión de que estaba sucediendo al mismo tiempo que esta, y me da la impresión de que esa estaba más llena que esta, porque la gente estaba más interesada en ese lado. Me da la impresión de que eran a la vez. I think it's because of that. I think the second half of this show happened at the same time as the start of the ship shape, where the mole was going to be shown, and maybe some other ship. We'll see. But I think, I think they were at the same time. I cannot find the schedule on the site. I was looking for it, but there's no link anymore on the main page.
For us to get it in, because we're not spending a ton of resources on it, and it helps the PU, it helps Squadron, it helps that whole gameplay scenario. So let me get back to actually the content on Arena Commander and Star Marine. Because we've got some resources on it, and they've really been trained up, and they all fully understand what's going on within each one. We want to make all these updates and apply them to this. So things like the lobby rework and all of these are going to benefit Star Marine and Arena Commander. And I've got some I've got some plans for Arena Commander that I think you guys will really like. I'm not ready to talk about them today. I'm still pitching them to Chris and going, come on. And I think at some point you'll be quite happy. But yes, we are keeping some focus on that. But the really, really, really important part, and it's really important to understand, I'm not saying the PU isn't fun at all. There is different types of gameplay. Star Citizen's a big game. You've got mining, you've got exploration, we've got a lot of non-combat kind of activities, which is fun. It's just hard to coexist that, balance that, work on it, really hone it to the state that it needs to be when it's not the primary focus of the given mode, if that makes any sense. So now that it is the primary focus for this given team anyways, this given pillar, I think you'll see some big improvements, and I hope you've felt those over the last 6 months to 9 months as long as we've been working on it.
Thank you, and well done again.
Richard, why is this relevant to the PU?
Well, first off, it's all of the systems that are in the PU in terms of the animations, in terms of getting into and out of ships, weapon swapping, interacting, player interaction system. All of that stuff underpins this game mode. So the game mode is the wrapper that sits on top, and everything that goes into below it, all the foundation, it comes from the PU. So when we get that in there, and anything we improve on it in terms of the animation speed-ups, getting in and out of ships in combat, it's too slow, or weapon swapping in terms of interacting, just opening doors and things. So all of that's stuff we want to improve, and that's the foundation of everything across all gameplay, all Squadron, PU, Star Marine, Arena Commander. When you're flying ships, all of that we want to make better, and this gives us, to use Sean's term, the petri dish.
Right.
It gives us that focus that we can really hone down and absolutely improve it.
It gives us that
Sorry.
quickly repeatable access.
Lo siento, gracias, Tragante, sí, lo tenía en mute. Pero hablaba acerca de básicamente de lo que estamos esperando, ¿no? Lo había puesto en mute porque está lloviendo acá, entonces hay un ruido de fondo, por eso lo pongo en mute. Pensé que estábamos al mismo tiempo que la presentación de las nuevas naves, pero no. Estamos al mismo tiempo que la de la interfaz gráfica. Y lo que vamos a ver después de esto, que era un espacio abierto, es que vamos a ver el evento grabado acerca del sistema de prisiones que había sido en el otro lado. Esto es lo que viene después de esto. Sistema de prisiones.
The long-term plan for aim assist. You've introduced it. I'm curious what you guys think of it and what's your plan for it for the future.
We've got our opinions on it.
Yeah.
I can share our opinions. I can't share the plans.
Okay.
I think one thing to talk about in terms of aim assist is, the reasoning behind why we require it. And Sean touched on it in terms of the networking. We've got some guys working on the upstreaming and downstreaming and actually making that, the combat over the network. It's got to go.
Junkyard, yeah, that voice sounded familiar. That's a little bit of Madness, apparently, who asked that.
We want to make sure that the networking is.
And he's a lot into PvP and the flight system.
That's when we can start talking.
Then we have that debate proper.
Ese era un streamer que se llama Little Bit of Madness. Esa voz me parecía familiar, el que hizo la pregunta.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
So, will the theatres of war have a day-night cycle or an environment weather cycle?
I wanted it in.
Yes,
I
we
wanted
really wanted it.
We have a bug. So and it's a pretty big one, and it's actually already fixed, and it got fixed for the keynote, but I didn't get it fixed for theater.
Maybe they haven't. Maybe they haven't simply stated the full list. The reason I was implying that there were going to be more than one new ship was because of the wording, right? Maybe
because again, it only happens over 30 minutes.
it's just expectations, and it's not what was going to happen. But if you see how they described it, it says.
It's a real thing in Star Citizen. Like it still blows my mind that it's actually there in the.
It says learn about the new ships. So more than one. Now maybe new ships means
and in phase 2,
the Pisces and the Karak also. So we'll see.
Everybody's seen the screenshots, but it's sunset, right?
Alequitos 23.
And then I wanted that sunset.
Welcome o bienvenido al directo. Bienvenido al canal. Gracias por ese follow.
It's not like a, I guess, a real day-night cycle. It is, as soon as I move the sun, it looks like night.
Well, the one thing to note as well is that we've not faked anything. Even you look at the Good Doctor, there's a whole planet there with, you've got that tiny little map, that arena that's have everything, but it's all real. It's all like the PU. It's all there. So, day and night cycle, everything that's in the PU is totally possible in Theatres of War.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my question.
Cool. Thank you.
Interesante. Aparentemente, este nuevo modo de teatros de guerra va a suceder así como el Good Doctor dentro de una especie de planeta. Así que inclusive van a haber ciclos de día y noche durante el juego. Me parece que eso le da realismo, ¿no? No va a ser un ambiente estático. ¿Cómo no, Tragante? Por supuesto. Gracias por estar por acá.
Like where you've added new smaller zones to fight in, will we be getting more close combat weapons?
Oh, yeah, Richard wanted to talk about
this. Boarding axes, entrenching tools.
Let's talk
even
about some damage types and stuff. It'd be fun.
Well, we've got a lot of weapons that when you look at the breakdown of FPS weapons across the whole of the PU, we've got that standard foundation in terms of the classes, you say SMGs, snipers, the different loadouts. And then we've got the more exotic
I'll be right back. I need to go get some water and a bio break, so I'll leave you with the questions and answers while the prison systems come back. Vuelvo en unos 5 minutos, voy a buscar algo de agua y un pequeño bio. Mientras están las preguntas y respuestas para regresar a tiempo para ver el sistema de prisiones. Be right back.
To answer your question, yes, we've got some really cool.
Thank you very much.
We were in terms of 3.8, we've got the Lightning Bolt company that's already on the roadmap, and that's going to bring some really interesting gameplay that ties into the melee system and stun, and it's good.
Yeah, not to beat too much on it, but you really do need that environment to be able to bring those kind of weapon types online. Again, if you have these really exotic kind of ammo types and you don't rigorously play them, you're going to get some wackiness happening. So now that we've got these environments to be able to do this, I think, yeah, you'll see some fun stuff.
All right, thank you. We got time for one more question.
Really? Have I just got like...
Okay.
You talk.
My question is, can you use these concepts to create events in the PU?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's interesting you say that. It's one of the great conversations I've had a couple times with Paul Reindel. And when he first heard about these, he goes, "Oh, this is cool, but just put it in the PU." Right? Yeah, that's what he said. He's put it in the PU. And I'm kind of with him on that. Here's the key. And actually, there's a Reddit thread that I saw that was perfect. And you know, I can't remember exactly what it says, but it's basically like within the PU, it's like, wake up, go to thing, spawn your ship, get to the thing, get to the place, do the thing, get the thing, then shoot. In the war room, it's click, click, click. Oh, that's so stupid. And you're playing. It's basically 3 clicks and you're in, and playing and having that combat. Now, if we could integrate this into the world of the PU like it's happening on the planet and everything, I would do absolutely that. But right now, it's a standalone within matchmaking for leaderboards and everything like that. It's a little easier of an experience to give to you, rather than putting a bunch of, basically putting a lot of stuff in front of you and the game mode itself.
I think the one thing to note as well is that obviously PU with the 50-player cap, and you know, we're pulling all those 40 players into that kind of one location. And when we start to, you know, push out further, you know, in terms of the players online, you'll be able to experience that on a more regular basis. So it's absolutely a learning experience for us in terms of pulling everyone in straight out the gate, and it's only going to give us more information and more analytics to basically create those in the PU, absolutely.
Right, so, and like I said in the talk, right, the eventualities that the PU, you know, gets like that, right, with server meshing, with server object container streaming, we're going to get there.
Absolutely.
And it has to be fun when we get there.
All right, thank you so much, guys. One final question. How did the Ursa have more kills than anything else?
It's the Buccaneer wins now. After a couple of rounds.
But
Ursa's a really stable firing platform. That's one thing. The weapons that are on top are infantry shredders, right? They will just cream infantry. If you're using the remote turret in the Ursa, and you keep an eye on your back and front, you'll be fine. It's a very powerful spawn point, but the ships and the Animus and the railgun destroy it. So.
All right. Well, Sean, Richard, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll do another follow-up on Star System Live or something sometime before the end of the year or after the new year. Up next, we are actually taking a break in this theater. For folks who are watching on the stream, you may notice the theater is emptying out. This theater has no programming for the next hour as we do some maintenance tasks. We are actually going to be broadcasting for those watching the stream at home one of the panels that aired earlier today from the other theater, the Xenolinguistics panel with Sherry Heiberg and Britton Watkins. So stay tuned for that. And then for everybody else here, you can come on back about 6:30. We got the cosplay contest, and then Tony Zurovec on the stage. He's got something you are not going to want to miss.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, cool.
Well, sounds interesting.
So welcome to the Xenolinguistics panel, 2949. We're going to get into the meat of what we've been doing for the past year, but first we have a couple of updates, and even before that, we'd like to introduce ourselves. So I'm Sherry Heiberg. I'm the archivist at CIG. I work on planet stuff. I work with Britain on alien languages, and I organize Confluence. Got all kinds of projects. And Britain?
And I'm the Britain. I'm the xenolinguist here at Star Citizen, and have been involved for actually several years now.
Yeah.
in working somewhat in the background on all the alien languages. So let's meet Chris. Chris has been working more recently on some exciting stuff, and he will introduce himself.
Okay, I'm Chris Harrow. I'm a font designer. I started
learning Xi'an 2 years ago at the CitizenCon in Frankfurt. And I think right after it, I started creating a font that can be used easily or more easily or more natively. So I was working like 6 months on the font, and then I'm already also a Xi'an expert at the UEE Xenolinguistic Institute. It's a Discord server where we provide learning materials for interested people and everything you need for Xi'an and alien languages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've all been very impressed with Chris's hard work. Very happy to have him on as a font contractor. Without his work, we would not have the languages that we have. We depended on him very much to get the fonts ready for all the documents that we've put out. We very much appreciate him. And he has a couple of updates he'd like to tell you about.
Okay, I think the last year, more on and off, I was working on the Xi'an language document, and I've completely worked through the document and found every Xi'an word that was not in the dictionary.
Every word.
Yeah.
So many
Every
words.
word.
I added more than 500 words to the dictionary. So currently, I think we are at 1944 words in the dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I've completely reworked the document to include the new font and the native writing. So it's more, and I found I completely reformatted the letter of Master Professor Tai. So everything is shiny and new.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Britain also put out, what can you tell them what you put out with the international pronunciation?
Yeah, so on the screen up here, we had almost from the very beginning out the gate, people wanting to know precisely what the sounds of Xi'an were in IPA, in the International Phonetic Alphabet. So it helps for the people who are super picky about the way things are going to sound. So we've added a few new sections to the document with Chris's help. I hope that everybody will find that information useful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should be published right about now. So if you go to the dictionary, the Robert Space Industries website, you should see a new update from the overview of the Xi'an language for diplomats. Oh, Chris, you should tell them about how the Xi'an font that you made works.
Yeah, the font is an open-type font, and it uses contextual substitution. So basically, it's a rule set. When you just type, in this example, Shaysulan, you just type X, E, the second E for the long E. Then you type
good question, Peter. I'm back. Sorry.
Letters, they will be converted into
made a little break there.
The falling pitch in this example is a 2.
Yeah, that's
then
not
you
what
type SUE for swear. And
they
then
said
you have to type
they were going to
0 as
do.
divider, because the rule set allows, for example, the L of len to fit into the second syllable, like swell.
I see.
But I just want to type swear, so you have to add the divider after swear, and then type
Yeah,
and
that was the first show on the Cross-Show
no special characters,
auditorium.
no code tables or anything. It's very
And
easy to type.
according
I
to
wanna
this,
comment on this because
they
as
were
the
going to show
primary
laptop,
user of
but
Chris's font,
yeah,
it changed
they are
everything. I mean, it
simply
makes
showing
dealing with
us
Xi'an and typing
xenolinguistics, which
thousands
basically
of
is
times easier than it was 2 years
yes.
ago. So
they
Sherry's also a
introduced
primary
Yes, I
2
use
new
it all the
documents
time
for those who
various
want to learn
things that we
Xi'an
haven't
and
published
Banu,
yet, but
maybe the same people who
trust me when
talk
I say
Klingon,
it's
who speak
been extremely useful
Klingon.
for people, not only in
And
marketing, but in design.
I think we didn't have much Banu information. We already had Xi'an information, but yeah, that's the only thing they are transmitting right now.
Your own Xi'an text.
Yeah, so enjoy.
So
enjoy
time to learn Xi'an, Peter.
Additionally,
This is
let's
your
get into
chance.
the meat of the presentation.
And as I have been saying,
For the
if you
past
are
year,
interested
we have been working
in
on the Banu language. The Banu
doing
language is ready.
slave trading, you should learn
It should
Banu.
be published on the site.
And this
also
is
right
new.
about now.
The Banu language is new. They had already
It
published
is a
something about the
200-page
Xi'an.
document in the voice of people who are working for the Rus Society. Here's what it looks like.
And let me tell
Seems
you
like we
about
get an
this.
exciting panel,
This, in
and
a
then a
very
not that
snarky kind of
exciting
way,
panel, and then an exciting
you
panel,
can't
and then
read
not so
this.
exciting.
Yeah.
So, it's like we had
But
combat,
you will be able
now
to
we're talking
after
languages.
today if
Before
you
that, we
study really
had
hard.
lore,
So we're going to
and
tell you
before
all
that, we
about
had the
this
cool
new language
video, and it's just like,
Yeah, we had we had microtech, then we had lore, and then we had the new FPS mode, and now we have sinolinguistics. I don't know why CIE does this kind of thing, because the thing that I'm talking with Peter is they updated. I just showed they updated the TVD as the prison system lecture, and what we have here is the sinolinguistic one. Many people are not interested in this.
Tell us about your character.
I can tell you that I find it kind of interesting because, you know, trying to give depth to the game. Well, this shows they want to give depth to the game, but I am not going to learn this. I won't go that deep. Not me. And most people won't. So the scope that something like this has, as opposed to the prison system, for example, it kind of doesn't make sense. You have to choose, and they made the right choice
just after getting her
on the site, but something happened here. Not sure what it was.
She got pretty familiar with Banu culture.
Well, I can tell you, the prisons in this game are going to be quite full.
At Song University.
Yeah, statistics show that the prison system is going to be have a lot of traffic.
Sunda is the Banu mentor for Reggie.
That'd be a good thing to invest in, buy some stock in prison.
And yeah, Sunda is about right here because
the mysterious presence.
And there are references to super high security prisons in the verse. Structures made just as prisons that are orbiting planets, for example.
Yeah. So the same with Xi'an.
Something
on the Banu language.
in that direction we're going to get
Will and Dave and
pretty
Adam,
soon,
the narrative
I suppose.
team and Britt and I, we all got together and we talked.
Pero sí, Ratael o Tragantes y cualquiera de los está ahí, me parece interesante que tristemente vi que habían actualizado en el espacio que tenían para poner algo que fuera en diferido, ¿verdad? De los eventos, porque esta hora es para eso, para poner uno de las charlas que habían dado anteriormente. Habían dicho que actualizaron el sitio y pusieron que iba a ser el sistema de prisiones. Pero de alguna manera quedaron poniendo parte de xenolingüística que me parece que esté bien que exista, pero que creo que tiene una audiencia mucho más pequeña, ¿no? Ella es del equipo de lore full y él es el lingüista que contrataron hace un par de años para casualmente desarrollar los lenguajes alienígenas, pero este es un tipo de ángulo que no le llama la atención a muchos. Yo diría que no le llama la atención a las mayorías. En el sentido que no le llama la atención es de que no van a aprenderlo, no se van a meter en eso. Para la comunidad de roleplayers, de repente, para esa gente como los que, como dije antes, ¿no? Son fans de Star Trek y han aprendido a hablar Klingon, pues bueno, entonces esta es otra cosa más, no de películas, pero de videojuegos. Pero para la mayoría esto está fuera de su ángulo de interés, ¿no?
Dealings they might be having, but they're also very polite because one of the key
well,
things
Peter,
in getting a good
what
is to be as polite as possible.
I don't know where I saw it. I haven't found the article, but I watched a video on YouTube about some rumors about maybe changes in the CCU. What I know, apparently, that CIE has stated, maybe on Reddit, but they do participate on Reddit discussions from time to time. They said they added to a list of ships that you will not be able to CCU towards to, that are only going to be available during limited sales, and that includes not necessarily being available during the anniversary sale. They enhanced, they expanded that list to include more ships. Like for example, Junkyard, I think the Orion is one of the ships that is now very limited. And I think you will not be able to CCU to an Orion anymore, apparently.
Think about
But CCUs, as far as I understand, are still there for most chips.
And I'll talk about that.
Are going to be there at least during the anniversary
so
sale.
Quick overview of the Banu for those who don't know what a Suli is, because I talk about Sulis quite often in the future of this presentation. A Suli is more or less a combination guild and family that Banu are raised in.
This is a side panel.
They're not blood related. They all gathered together around a specific skill set. So, like, if you're in a Suli, say for linguists, or say if Britain was a Banu.
But are they streaming it somewhere?
Skilled children
Not that I know of, no.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In linguistics. Britain would have been raised by the Banu who bought
I'm not gonna lie, this is making me sleepy.
Not be his parents though. They would be kind of like
This is a good time to go look for lunch or
them,
something junkyard.
And when Britain finally,
which maybe
understand why this is
purchase, like what
a main channel situation, and the prison stuff is a side panel. I mean, this should have been a side
you
panel.
have to pay it off through your labor to the Suli that purchased you.
You know.
So,
this should have been a YouTube video.
Well, this was a side panel. This is not live. This was a side panel. This was the first. Let me show you. I think we're not. You don't need to see every image over here, but I have it here.
So that's a.
This is the
this is something that comes up
schedule.
over and over again in Banu culture.
See?
Is the idea of
and
Sulis
we have been watching, and we will keep watching the Anvil stage.
And the cool thing
Which you can watch from Star Citizen.
About the guide,
the panels on the Croshaw Auditorium are going to be uploaded to YouTube after CitizenCon. So Xenolinguistics and You was the first panel on the Croshaw Auditorium. So this is early in the morning, 9 a.m. my time apparently. But they said that they were going to show us locked up here in the TVD. This is where we are right now, 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. TVD event attendees. Live stream viewers can catch a broadcast of Croshaw presentation locked up at this time. During the week, this didn't exactly or explicitly say which event they were going to show up. But now it says locked up. Something happened, and instead of locked up, they are transmitting Xenolinguistics and You. I don't know if maybe this order changed and maybe locked up is right now live. I don't know, maybe that's the case. But in fact, we should be watching locked up.
For your not understanding, even if it's really
what can I say?
At all. So that's those play out with the kind of normal conversational bridge phrases that you have in the language too.
Yeah, and similarly, a direct "I'm sorry" doesn't
what
exist.
we should expect to happen after this,
they will probably say something like "I'm sorry you're offended," or
definitely the plan. Apparently, we should get cause and effect.
I acknowledge
which would
that
be
you are unhappy about something.
So they're saying.
The cosplay
I didn't
event,
do anything wrong, but you're unhappy,
and then building a dynamic universe, which should be interesting. Sadly, we will not get Ship Talk because that is on the other venue.
It looks very pretty. It looks like something you might see on a shelf, but it's a tool that Banu used to help them make decisions.
Or attract attention.
It's 7 p.m. in Italy, therefore 6 p.m. in England.
Like beautiful or pretty just means
they're in the middle of that show right here. The TVD event attendees, they are right in the middle of that event, 6 p.m.
People pay attention to it. They look at it.
So scavenging and adapting or some
what
other
would be
key
7:30 your time, the cosplay event starts, and then we get building a dynamic universe, which I think is going to be very interesting because they talk about balance and the systems and star systems, which is the core of the Star Citizen universe. And then what I believe, like Junkyard said, might be the highlight is the future hype, and maybe some extra images or videos of what we have been shown the whole day. Maybe there we will be able to see something about the mole because we will not be able to watch Ship Talk
It doesn't stand for any
live.
corporation because, like I said
But maybe
earlier,
we
they don't
will
have
be showing some of it
corporations, they don't have
on the Adventure
inheritance, they don't have
Continues,
any, like,
and
big business or anything. They have
of
a bunch of
course
small guilds.
the vision
But they all agree
towards
that they are Banu. and
2050,
Banu made this.
I believe,
Yeah.
and beyond.
I mean, it's Embe Banu. It just means
I'm going to mute myself and take the camera off
and
to
they
go
want you to think
look
that
for
because it was by
some
Banu, it's way
food.
better
I'm
than anything
gonna I'm gonna bring it here, but I will keep watching with you
also have
guys
a different
while
time
eating
scale.
because I think this is the
That played
perfect
pretty hard
time
into
to do
the
that.
creation of the
I want to be able to
there's
again
no central
resume
clock
a little
because they're
more
not really a
formally
very,
with cause and
they're
effect, for
not a
example, and
centrally
building a
organized
dynamic universe.
socio-political system. So they all have personal clocks that
I will
count
be
down to their
reading
divestment.
chat anyway,
Their divestment
and Junkyard,
is
if you're
kind of
there
a
and want to say
combination of
something, I will
blowout,
unmute and
retirement,
talk, but I'm
party,
gonna
and
look
living
for my
wage.
lunch, which
Once
is
they get old
right on the
enough,
kitchen.
They
Be
will
right
give away
back.
the wealth that they accrued during their lifetime to the members of their Suli, and then they'll take a share for themselves and kind of go away and leave their Suli behind. And this is another way for Banu to avoid debt, because as a Banu gets older, they might start slowing down, they might start bringing the productivity of the Suli down. So they get rid of stuff that they can get rid of, they take their stuff and they leave, and no one owes each other anything, and no one is beholden to anyone, and the Banu that divested can go spend the rest of their days betting on races if they so choose, or whatever.
Whatever they want to do.
Yeah. So some Banu will set contracts by their divestment clock, so you need to be aware if you're entering into a really long-term contract with a Banu, when's your divestment clock running out? Because maybe they might not tell you, just depending on what's beneficial to them at the time.
They're calculating.
They're calculating, yeah. But yeah, so this will be something that you run into, and it can be a little bit confusing for humans, but again, because they're Banu, they're happy to help you out if you ask them questions. But you do have to remember to ask them questions. So Banu physiology also played a big role in the creation of the language because they don't have any gender. They don't know he or she. They will happily adopt words if you want to be called he or she. They don't really care. It's no big deal to them. But in the core of the language, they use a singular they to refer to one another. They have very short sleep cycles, so they see that humans sleep for around 8 hours at a time. They think that's a little weird.
They think that's ganga, excessive.
Excessive, like
Drambazo ganga.
Yeah.
It's sleeping for too long.
Exactly. They can sleep sitting up, they can sleep lying down. They usually catnap for about 8 minutes at a time throughout the day. If they sleep for a long time, they might sleep for up to an hour. It's a really long time. And if a bunch of them are tired at once, they'll just kind of cuddle on this big sleeping platform in a big Banu pile. But it's not necessarily going to be horizontal. Maybe they'll lean against a wall. Maybe they'll just sit in a chair. It just depends on how they're feeling at the time and what the Suli is like. They can also eat or drink almost anything, and this is very important for humans to know because their idea of what's poisonous and breathable is very different from ours. So if you go into a Banu-only area or a Banu-majority area, you need to be sure what the atmosphere is made of, and you need to be sure that you can eat the food. Because they can eat or drink almost anything. Xi'an food, no problem.
But they like catering to humans. So in any kind of environment that the Banu would be welcoming of humans, they understand that, you need a human toilet, and you need beds that are flat that people can lie on, and you need food that humans can eat. So they are rather aware of the fact that their needs are quite different than human needs. So
absolutely.
That plays out in a lot of the example sentences, too, that we have in the document.
Haggling is embedded into the culture. We have a big haggling section in the document to teach you how to haggle with a Banu in the language that they prefer. They're always done to negotiate with a smile. They love smiling. They won't generally haggle in human majority areas because they've found, based on the rules of the marketplace, that most humans aren't going to know to haggle or will have trouble haggling. So if you, in Area 18, for example, you're probably not going to find a Banu who's going to haggle with you. But if you're in the Protectorate or on one of the flotillas, they're all going to want to haggle. And they will rip you off if you don't.
Yeah, to them, it's not ripping you off.
No, to them, it's just like getting what they wanted. It's like, you were an idiot for not asking, so I guess you deserve this.
Yeah, you didn't take the time to negotiate. You weren't willing to wail, so you don't deserve a different price because you didn't put in the effort.
Exactly. I've touched on debt and indenture as a big central concept in Banu culture. I think I covered most of what indenture is in the first slide with the apprenticeship, but you can also indenture yourself as an adult. So if, say, you take on a huge amount of debt to a Banu, or in the Banu Protectorate, or even in human or Xi'an space, if you're desperate enough, you can sell yourself to a Banu Suli or to an SO Suli, or you can go directly to an indenture Suli who will place you into, something that suits your skills.
Yeah, it's like a indenture agency.
Yeah, an indenture agency, more or less. This to the Banu is the most humane way to pay off debt, because to them, chaining someone to a debt that they can't pay for the rest of their life and having to live like, oh, if only I could pay off this debt, that to them, that's monstrous. But to us, the idea of indenture is monstrous because we're different.
No, there's an example sentence in the document about indenture being a pathway to financial freedom.
Yeah.
Famille, to be free of.
See, Young York, you have to indenture yourself to the Banu to be able to go into slave trading.
And now that we've covered a bunch of bits of Banu culture, there's a lot more in the Rust Society document, so do read it as soon as you can. Let's pass the clicker over to Britain.
Is it over yet?
Talk about the language.
We'll talk about the language.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that's where we are. Okay.
It's making me so sleepy I can't stay awake.
In figuring out what
Take a break. Take a 15 minutes
I
nap.
appreciate the lore and the language and all that other stuff. I do, but I don't need to sit here and be told about it, because it's not that interesting to me. I like the lore on the Banu, but
how everything sounds.
It's not that exciting. We need a hype train. This is not a hype train. This is a roller coaster where we go really high in the sky and then we hit like a bunch of mud, go back up into the sky, and then we hit a bunch of mud. And right now we're in the mud.
He's more of it than anybody.
I agree.
What was it like seeing the language?
Maybe we will find out at some point in time why we got caught in xenolinguistics instead of prison system, but yeah, this is not prime time sitcom.
It's kind of similar.
This is optional sitcom, right? Those panels where people who are really interested in that then go and watch it, but not the majority.
Right.
Nice to have. These are nice to haves.
And we'll touch on
but not mainstream.
There is a lot of grammar
and not
maybe a little bit less grammar
like you said, they are not
there's a lot more context about indenture and aging and
exciting or anything. They are too.
But there is a grammar section in there as well. But let's start
academic.
Talking about the sounds. So Banu is.
We could have had locked up. That would have been okay.
I think very easy.
Yeah, and they announced it. They posted it on the site. Something happened. Something happened there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
There's 6 vowels.
And then armor archetypes would have been okay.
Even that one. Yeah, that would have been better. I wasn't that interested in that one, but I think it would have been better than this one.
Yeah, I mean, either. Same with the UI. I mean, I don't know much about the UI design process. It's not that interesting.
So what you're saying is that they chose the worst one, the worst option.
He gave us
but
like
what's a little bit different
history.
About it, certainly very
yes, history is important. It's important to remember history so you don't repeat it. But we don't. This is not what we're
not on sitcom.
Is a normal to them.
Not during sitcom.
Is not any different.
Yeah.
I'm feeling very tired, very sleepy.
Maybe a Banu will come in, or a Bandul will come in at the end of the presentation and eat sherry or something. So we'll see.
It's just all
we need something. This is putting me to sleep. I mean, we've already lost.
If there were a word,
we've already lost almost 5,000 views.
It would be stressed on the first syllable, and I know that.
No wonder there.
The language
I'll be back.
What is referred to as a vowel sonority hierarchy. This means that in context, some vowels are always treated as stronger and more important than the other ones. And the vowels go in order. That's technically a diphthong if you know about language, but I, a, u, e, o. And an I is always going to be the strongest sound in a word. If a word has an I sound in it, that's going to be the strongest, whether it comes at the beginning or the end or in the middle. If it has an a, then A is going to be stressed less than I would be. And way down at the other end is O. And O is the weakest sound in the Banu language. So certain languages tend to have weak sounds. For example, an E sound in French, just an E, what we normally see as E, like in the word je for I, for me, that drops out a lot. So in Banu, the O drops out a lot, like all the time. And let me show you an example of that. Again, it's way down at the end of the hierarchy, so it's always going to be weak. So who's seen this word spelled before? Suli.
Yeah, Sulis.
Okay. So the way Sherry just pronounced this is very close to the way the Banu pronounce it. And if we think about the hierarchy, then we know that O is going to be very, very weak. So to the Banu, this is 3 syllables, so, u, and li. But O is super weak. It's the weakest it could possibly be. So when they pronounce it in everyday speech, it just comes out as suli. So the O is so quiet that you basically don't hear it. It sounds kind of like just suli. But it's technically 3 syllables in the Banu language. So
just one quiet syllable.
Yes, one of them's just really quiet. So let's do a test here. So based on the sonority hierarchy of the vowels, who has a guess how you would pronounce this word? Okay, here in the front. Kida, exactly.
Perfect.
And that's because an A is always going to be stronger than an I, unless they've marked it with like the equivalent of an accent mark or something like that. And that happens when they borrow foreign words, human words or Xi'an words. Sometimes they put irregular stress, but that's because they don't see it as a native Banu word yet. Eventually, everything turns into a native Banu word.
Everything is Banu eventually.
Yeah. But the writing can be quite exotic. You might see these and think, oh, that's 6 different languages, but it's not. It's just different fonts. So in the same way that we write things in different typefaces for various reasons, they do too. Normally to get attention, for better marketing, to make more money. So they care about it for kind of maybe different reasons than we do. But everything is still a standard syllable, no matter how exotic it looks. And I'm going to step you through pretty quickly how the basics of the system work. So here we have all the syllables using B as a consonant, as an example. So we get bai, ba, bu, bi, be, bo. And I don't mean to say in the pronunciation rules that, that an E sound is never strong. If you had a word, there isn't one that I know of, but if you had a word, bebo, it would be pronounced bebo, because be is stronger than O. It doesn't mean that you're going to say be. You know, you pronounce both of them. You just have to give the stress where the stress is due, and that's on the stronger syllable. But in the writing, everything is based on a capsule. So a capsule can be any kind of shape. It can be a perfect circle or oval or square, but it's going to come in these variations: closed, open on the top, open on the bottom, and open on the top and the bottom. And then they stick something in the middle to make the sound. So an S is closed on the top and bottom, a K is open on the top, a J is closed on the bottom, open on the bottom and closed on the top. An F is open on the top and the bottom. So once you get used to the basic forms of the consonants, we then add vowel diacritics to the top and bottom, or top or bottom, to get the sounds fi, fa, fi, fu, bi, fe, fo. I sound like Jolly Green Giant or something, but
You gonna go after my blood?
La expo está a Ratael. Lo que pasa es que están en un break en la sala principal, y aunque debieron mostrarnos lo que era el sistema de prisiones, estamos viendo en diferido la charla de xenolingüística, que es básicamente los lenguajes Banu y Xi'an. Xi'an ya lo habían desarrollado algo, lo han seguido desarrollando, y ahora nos están mostrando Banu. ¿Qué te puedo decir? Así que de aquí esperar lo que viene después de esto es la competencia de disfraces, y luego entonces viene una parte interesante acerca, o debe estar interesante, acerca del tema de cómo desarrollan las mecánicas del universo, ¿no? Y la forma en la que todo funciona en el fondo, ¿no? Y luego entonces, obviamente, Chris Roberts por 1 hora y media hablando acerca de Star City.
But the Banu simply go for dasi go ipama or futu go ipama. And they don't, that word go in there,
And yes,
something we'll explain
it
later,
is apparently based on Latin, Peter. You're right. At least pronunciation.
like it is in many human languages. So unjo bubu osara is unjo messed up the food. Maybe they didn't do a great job of cooking it. But they do have stomachs of iron.
Oh, yeah.
So with osara ye bubu unjo, the food did not mess up unjo. That's very unlikely to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the food won't mess up Joe. He's fine.
Yes.
He's probably fine. Joe's a human, right?
No, unjo is banu. So they.
So then they.
Yes. So the banu don't use gendered pronouns, so everything is going to be they. And there's some tricky stuff about that when it happens in the plural in the language, but go read the document about that. We don't have time for that today. When you say unjo sara, it just means unjo eat, basically. And then based on what's going on in the context, it's either past tense, it's ate or did eat. It's eats, as a general rule. It's will eat. So they don't distinguish tense the way we do. They can if they need to. There's a way to do it in the language, and that's all in the document, but they don't do it on a regular basis.
Yeah, I didn't touch on this too much during the culture section, but they really don't care about what happened in the past. To them, it just doesn't matter. And so that's partially why they don't have a past tense. So they don't really have much of a future tense either. What matters is now.
Yeah. They'll talk about that happened already or that's going to happen soon, but they don't really talk about the distant future either.
Yeah,
so
neither are useful to them. So
they just have their clocks. Yeah, if it's not on one of their clocks where it's going to happen at some point, they just don't even think about it. The language has classification, which is basically assigning some kind of category to every noun in the language. So the Banu are very focused on value of things.
Oh my, yes.
Yeah, so zo is something of valuable that's never been alive. Kto is something that is probably valuable in some way, but it was alive. So kto could be food, for example. That's a common slang word for talking about food. But kto could also be the classifier for a bowl made out of wood because the wood used to be a tree and the tree was alive. So they count things, the qualities of things and how valuable they are very differently. Kso is something that's completely worthless, probably not even recyclable. Go is just for average, everyday, normal stuff that's just sitting around that you don't even think about very much. Afa, though, is for very fancy stuff, like expensive things or somehow prestigious or desirable things, or fancy people. So if somebody is deserving of respect or you're trying to flatter them, for example, you might use afa to talk about them. Isi is for places, utu is for people or animals, and this is like animals down to tiny little bugs and stuff. Once you get into bacteria, they don't necessarily call that utu. But anything that like you could have some kind of relationship with, like even have a bug on your finger, they think of that as being utu.
That's utu.
Enge is for abstract things like actions or concepts or ideas, and zo is for everything else. So anything that's particularly odd or strange would get categorized as nzo. So their classification is very important. And as an example, we talked about the word ipuma earlier, which means wing, like a wing on something. Futugo ipuma would mean 5 wings, but on a vehicle.
Specifically a vehicle.
Yeah, so a vehicle is a thing probably made out of metal, right? So that's never been alive. But if you have an insect or an insect-like bug, and they have ipuma on them, that's going to be counted with kto. So selo kto ipuma, 2 wings on some kind of insect or some kind of weird biomechanical thing that I've never seen before that is alive.
An arthropod.
Yes, something. They do a lot of borrowing. We mentioned this. They borrow stuff, but they also borrow words. So they borrowed the word tech, for example, the idea of just generic tech from humans as teko.
They loved the way it sounded.
Yeah, and they put an extra K on the front because they could, and because the word for 1,000 in Banu is teko. So tech is teko, and teko means 1,000. With the word sano, it comes from Xi'an, san. So that means san is basically, flight or travel, and they were really into the Gravlev technology.
Oh, yeah. The Xi'an are pioneers in Gravlev technology.
So when the Banu stole that or borrowed it, it's a more polite word, they borrowed the word for talking about it too. So sano actually it's a verb that means to travel via Gravlev technology. And even mvaso for the verse got borrowed. But again, funneled into Banu phonology, the
Right.
way they would tend to pronounce it. There's actually, without the M in front of it, there's no V in the language. There's an F, but there's no V. So to get a V sound, they had to stick an M on it. So that's what they did. And again, they're very casual about everything. As long as it's practical and it works, they love it. So let's give you an example.
Would you like to hear Banu?
Would you like to hear what Banu sounds like?
All right.
Okay. Affatseri ubanu sainu ke ea sazotai.
Yu. Utonja tseli tsilai zokatafikida.
Ndi chingo.
Yosho engenge salai indi satokeke.
Oh, ndai elana satokeke. Ifo Cristo. Inombe uchua fiu fufubanu ke ea faina zotutai.
Mbesoma o cefaba soyela ektulo enga wakto fochoa ria suganga fainatsutai. Sao etombe uefesizi fabatai sotsai and due gongotsutai.
And do it gongo tsutai and do it gongo.
And do it gongo tsutai.
Ganga kida may be too long. Okay. Nza yajai zonzofo nyuto funvaso yondain dai. So there you go. There's your example of what
Your
Banu
first
sounds
Banu.
like. And next, we're going to talk about the tremendous technical undertaking that it took for all of us to be able to just type.
That's written is with the diacritics that form that add the vowels, but these forms can be typed or can be used for teaching, for example. So you can show this is the essence of the consonant, and then you have on the right or the 6 vowels. For the I, for the A, and the other to the O, and it's just like a matrix in a table. So on the bottom right, you have zwo, for example, and you can see there are elements that define these diacritics, and elements that define the pure consonant form, and my next step was to import this from the PDF I got, to import this raw forms and find a finite set of elements that I was talking about earlier in Banu, where you define a set of elements that you don't have to do everything manually, but you can combine them like a Lego set. You can combine them to build all the characters in the alphabet from these components.
Kind of similar to cursive, right?
Well, it's like, I mean, he had to do a complex visual analysis, like ignore all the mechanics of it and visually analyze what were all the core element components and how he could break them out and make the smallest set possible.
Yeah.
To have all the parts that he needed to combine them.
Yeah. So when I identified this set of components, then I imported all the elements into my font design application, and then the next task was to redo all the vector data. You see on the left with the blue anchor points, and in this little magnification area, you see this was the raw source data. There you have many anchor points in the vector data, and if you would use this directly as a font, you would because in the text you can have hundreds and thousands of characters. Yeah, this would be overkill and would be make the fonts unnecessarily big and slow. So you have to redo all on the right side, and with the green anchor points, you see the redone, cleaned up version, and where all the roundings are in. You see even in the left side where the red dot is in the sharp corner, there I've added a little very small rounded corner. So even if you have characters that got blown for big signage or something, you don't have sharp corners. You have everything rounded and organic.
Oh yeah, that smooth look.
Yes.
Love it.
So basically, he had to do a bunch of cleanup because I wasn't careful about it. But
that's normal, no problem. And then after recreating the vector data for all these components, I started to import all the glyphs.
Look at all those glyphs.
All the raw data glyphs into the font application. And then I just rebuilt them out of this component set. And you see in the next image, you see these are the components assembled to one of the characters we saw earlier. And in the highlight areas are the areas where the components they just overlap. They are not correct.
No, having watched this,
but the overlap is
it definitely is interesting that there is definitely a very close relationship between almost maybe everything the Banu do, although they do borrow from other cultures, but the organic feel, like what we see in the Banu Defender, is something that is prevalent in everything Banu, right?
They're going to appear like
rounded corners, bug-like
because after this
imagery and writing.
Assembled all the
now that this is out, maybe the Banu Defender, those glyphs we see on the outside might say something.
So this is a little extra.
Someone's going to come up with that information. I'm not going to try to decipher it, but yeah, it seems like a trend.
Where the ligatures lookup is defined. Basically, it goes over all the letters, and if in the line 126, for example, there's substitute NDZA. So when you type NDZA, this rule set fits. And it replaces all 4 letters by the NDZA ligature. So you get the NZA letter when you type it.
Yeah, the syllable. I call it a syllable.
Or syllable, yeah.
Yeah,
it's a syllabary, yeah.
In Banu, they're called ochoa. Ochoa means a letter or a specific glyph or a syllable of writing. Yeah.
So, yeah, and there's some special cases where I created additional glyphs in the font, and this is, for example, this. You have 2 syllables, and on the left side you see in red there's the vertical element. It connects to the diacritics. It's an E diacritic on this letter, and it's a round shape without any edges. But then when you type further, you see that the next E diacritic comes very near to the lower end of the vertical, it's called irregular stress mark. And when this is the case, there's in the OpenType feature code, there's a special rule set and a special glyph that will be used that automatically connects these diacritics with the irregular stress mark to form a connection between them. And this is for, I think it's about 9 different cases where this can happen with all the different forms of diacritics and all combinations that are possible.
So he went to a lot of work.
He did.
So that it would look really pretty effortlessly for everybody out there and for us.
Oh, for us, yes.
Yeah. We've had a lot of typing to do recently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And with all the special glyphs I had to create to be able to combine these together, the Banu font has around a little bit over 900 glyphs in the font.
It's not as hard as it sounds, though. It really isn't.
Yeah, I've invested a lot of effort to make it easy to write. Yeah. And after this step, when you have the completed feature code with all special exceptions, and there are some things that Britton and me talked about and found out by working with the language. And for example, one day Britton sent me an email that, oh, we need a complete new consonant. Is this possible? Okay, yes, it's possible. And I think 2 hours later, I sent him the new set with all new consonants and vowel combinations, because I had the completed components. It was just assembling them and form new syllables.
I think it was more like 20 minutes instead of 2 hours.
Okay.
He's very good. He's very, very good with fonts.
That's right. Didn't you? When did you guys introduce the currency symbols?
Kind of late
Yeah.
on, yeah.
Oh, yeah, really. We added them later in the.
Yeah, but that, like, I sent it to you, and I mean, an hour later, or maybe it was the next morning, but it's really, he's really fast. He's really good.
And by doing this, we realized that all this currency and number situation had to be added to the Xi'an font too. So we directly expanded the Xi'an font with this functionality too.
Oh yeah, that's right. The creation of the Banu font helped us identify areas that we needed to patch in the Xi'an font.
It takes a village.
Yeah, it does. It does. It takes a village. It takes a lot of real use cases.
Yeah.
And it helps. Like, as always, it's just like a real language. It keeps developing. And it keeps changing. It keeps adapting to new situations as they arise.
Sorry,
like
once again. Original Games Online, thank you for stopping by. Good to see you, my friend. What do you think about sitcom so far?
We probably have some time. We probably have a little bit of time.
I think they'll come.
Let me check that, Peter. Let me check that.
But we'd be happy to take any questions that someone has.
Skip to the next
if we
slide.
have that. What do you have? I'm going to repeat the question for the sake of the rest of the audience. Which human languages were helpful in inspiring the sounds of the Banu language?
So, no one or two languages specifically, but I would say the vowels are just kind of pan-European. You know, I like the Italian word die, so the I sound and the
Hey, Parca.
that came from
Bienvenido,
that.
bienvenido. ¿Cómo
But
andas? ¿Qué te parece la sitcom hasta ahora?
Like the M and the N coming before,
Esta presentación
common in African languages.
no es como para estar en primera línea, ¿eh? Pensé que iban a pasar la parte de las prisiones y nos dejaron con esto.
Is that pure Britain?
I don't know. I mean, I would
Sí,
love
claro.
if somebody knows a
Hablé
human
con Tech,
language
que él
that
también viene en la
has
tarde, nos ponemos de acuerdo y lo que hacemos es que me paso para allá y hacemos la conversación. Así mismo es en el canal de Skynet.
So that might be the only thing
Osaipita,
that's uniquely alien
welcome to the
about
stream.
the way
Good to see you, my friend. How are you? What do you think about sitcom?
Yeah, they came from kind of all over the place. I mean, the vowels are
Sí.
pretty generic.
Right now, we are waiting for sitcom to
Consonants at the end.
spruce up and give us a little more excitement. Xenolinguistics are fine, but maybe for the role-playing community, Osaipita, I know that you like that a lot. This can be very, very interesting. I find it interesting. Give me a minute.
Lots of different cultures, human cultures.
Right, yeah.
So-
One of the challenges of making a truly alien language is that you do have to consider human limitations in speaking it, because we want human actors to be able to say it, for example, not only the fans, but like we do have to use our mouth parts to make the language happen.
Yeah. I mean, when I fantasize about other languages in the verse,
Oh yes.
I think about some really kind of exotic stuff, but you know, this needs to be very approachable, and it also works with the Banu culture because they just adapt to everything. So it makes you think that it could very easily happen that anything that's not convenient for them as rampant traders, you know, having to interact with other people, it would just drop off. And their lifespan is very short compared to ours. So a generation is very short, so the language can change very rapidly, actually.
Peter, I just saw the mole you sent me. I'm gonna show it on stream so that people can see it.
Helpful microphone friend.
I love all this stuff. I'm RPer, but I think I'm going to have to hire my own linguistics officer. Yeah, I'm guessing that you already downloaded the 2 documents they have on the website right now, right? You already have some Xi'an language. They have kept working on it, and they updated the document they already had for Xi'an language, and it is available on the website. And now they uploaded a Banu document. So yeah, get a hold of that. But I would have preferred watching the prison system presentation, to be honest.
The AFA thing is correct. That's a good observation.
Yeah, once anything gets to this level of just being especially important, again,
Good find, Peter. Good find.
value, but it could also be for a role in society or something like that. Actually, when I addressed Sherry in the dialogue, I called her Afatseri, and that means that I'm being respectful to her because because I do respect her, but also it's just a nice way to show that you're showing normal respect to somebody.
All right, and like if a Banu is trying to sell you something, they might call everything that they have Afa in a way to like subtly imply.
Yeah,
that
they
it's
might
super
call their
great.
own stuff Afa too to try to trick you into haggling less, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, that can change. In the same example with wing, ipuma, being either this kind of wing or that kind of wing, things can shift too, and they can, to be really disrespectful, they wouldn't do it to your face, I wouldn't think, but behind somebody's back, they might call something so, which means, oh, that worthless piece of blank, talking about a thing that normally doesn't have so on it. So that can happen too, again, in playing with the language. And about the written language, it's written left to right, and a kind of normal, as we would think about it in English or European language order, but it's always centered. And the punctuation is a little bit different and funky. They have...
Oh, right. You can see an example of the punctuation here in this slide. It's punctuated at both the beginning and the end.
Yeah, so that circle, the half circle and the circle says we're starting a sentence here, and then the one at the end is that we're ending it here. And you'll get unusual things like what we would think of as an entire question in English, for example, will be a statement with a little tiny part in it that's a question. So they put the question marks just around the little tiny part that's a question.
Right.
So you'll find, you do have to learn some, not typical Englishy, European-y, Asian-y kinds of things to get the punctuation right in typing Banu.
Right. Was that a challenge to code, the punctuation at the beginning and end?
Yes, partly, because we use like in Spanish, we use at the beginning for the exclamation mark the upside down exclamation mark, and at the end the normal exclamation mark, and the same for the question mark. But I think the biggest challenge was to have the dot at the beginning and the dot at the end.
That is true. We do have
the same
an exclamation and interrogation mark at the start.
Differentiate directly, but I had to do this via rule sets. So there are special cases when you have start one sentence and stop it and start a new sentence, so that everything gets formatted right.
Yeah, and then the decimal point is different again. The decimal point is not the same as these periods for sentences.
Yeah.
And the numerals for numbers are very fun for people who like math.
Do we have any other questions? Hi. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the Banu language has any contractions or slang.
Oh, so many.
So it's almost nothing but contractions.
Yeah, it's almost all contractions.
And there are two different ways to speak Banu. There's Zopamba, which is like really carefully enunciating everything and saying every word separately. And then there's Zoyilo. And Zoyilo means just contracted, like everything runs together. So earlier, we were speaking primarily Zoyilo, meaning just the way Banu would to each other.
So that was all contractions.
Yeah, it's not really an idea of formality. The question was, is it a difference between being formal and informal?
Oh,
it's not really that. It's just that a contract, for example, would probably be written Zopamba, but that's because they're just thinking about it very, very carefully, and it would get more attention. But
Te la pongo. ¿Tú piensas que es una estatua? Puede ser. De 2013 esperando ya vendí todas tus naves. ¿Cuántas tenías? ¿Qué había, ¿En qué te habías metido? A ver.
There's ceremonial things that they do that are about, propriety and being careful. But Yeah, their default speech is all Zoyilo, which means just run
Me imagino Inner Games Online. Eso sucede durante este tipo de fechas. Gracias por tener una pestaña para nosotros ahí.
All the words are individual words, but those O's and those E's drop out all the time. And
Ok, tenías ¿cómo es que se llamaba eso? Eso tiene un nombrecito. Los books, creo que se llaman. Los books de la Vanguard.
That F at the beginning is really a different word that got glued onto Ilo.
Y la Cotlas Blue, que todavía no existe, ¿no? Que es la versión policial de la Cotlas. Sí, y los books todavía tampoco funcionan, de hecho, o sea, están las Vanguard con sus especializaciones, pero todavía los books como tal no le funcionan a quien los tenga para poder hacer modular la Vanguard, ¿no? El tema de modularidad todavía está verde. Pero sí, esto es un juego de paciencia y casualmente yo hablaba con uno de los amigos aquí que llega siempre, que se interesó en el juego hace bastante poco, recientemente, y ha invertido bastante dinero en su flota, porque es fácil, tú sabes, dejarse llevar por un juego que es prometedor, o sea, el potencial que hay es bueno. El tema es que ha pasado bastante tiempo y yo por lo menos tengo las naves que tengo y yo tengo ya hace un par de años que no compro nada. No compro nada. Yo no estoy comprando naves en este momento. Yo lo que hago es que juego con el jueguito este de la tienda, ¿no? De darle una nave nueva, lo que hago es que derrito algo y compro algo. Ese tipo de cosas. Lo manejo de esa manera. Pero entiendo tu punto y digo, es válido. La verdad es que el juego lo han tenido que rehacer tantas veces que está en un ciclo que me parece que les es difícil salir de él, ¿no?
They might put a really fancy font on it just so you would pay attention to their advertising.
Sí. Y no es la única. Ahora mismo están, este es el foro de xenolingüística, por ejemplo. Y si te pones a ver, bueno, están hablando de las Banu. La primera nave Banu salió en 3.7, que es la versión que está ahora mismo en vivo, que es la Banu Defender. Y la Banu Merchantman, que fue prometida hace mucho tiempo, todavía no está en el roadmap, ¿no? Así que sí, o sea, ese caso se repite. Yo lo que le recomiendo a la gente es, si se interesan en el juego, que compren, si quieren, el juego. Si quieren comprar más naves y tienen el dinero extra para hacerlo, son libres de hacerlo, pero que no se dejen llevar por el hype, ¿no? Por la propaganda.
Thanks. Hello. Chris, can you help me? My English is not so good. I ask it in German, okay?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Haben Sie die körperlichen Gegebenheiten der Aliens mit berücksichtigt, als Sie die entwickelt haben, die Sprachen?
Okay. Did you think of the physiology of the Banu by developing the language? So, is there any specialties?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Very much.
Not in the sounds of the language, but in the vocabulary.
Hacen clipping con la puerta. Sí. Yo he visto ese tipo de cosas. Pero el tema es que, en ese sentido, esas cosas las veo, tienes razón, pero esas no me molestan tanto a mí personalmente si vamos a hablar de las cosas que no me gustan, ¿no? Porque ahí yo sí entro en la mentalidad que es como que se ha convertido lastimosamente en una excusa, entonces se complica el comentario. Pero ahí yo entro en la modalidad pero es un alfa, porque de hecho en un alfa yo espero que las esquinitas esas que tú tienes que pulir, ¿verdad? Esas que están como, ¿no? Como que les falta ásperas, ¿verdad? Que las tienes que limar. Yo espero que hayan un montón que no estén limadas en alfa, hasta en beta incluso. Mi principal preocupación con el proyecto, para serte franco, es la forma en la que se lleva el manejo de las metas, el roadmap, que por cierto, bueno, sí es cierto, nos muestran un roadmap público, pero yo siento que ellos ni siquiera, aunque tengan una versión interna del roadmap, siento que tienen serios problemas que pasan en todos los proyectos, pero siento que el retrabajo, casualmente el enfocarse en detalles que no es que no le den vida al juego, yo creo que sí, pero que si de alguna forma le están quitando recursos, que pueden ser de todo tipo, dinero, tiempo, personal, equipo, poder de computación, no importa. no permiten que esa parte core del juego avance para que finalmente consigan crear un producto final. Hay cosas que yo siento que se le pueden atribuir a que estamos en alfa, pero hay cosas que yo creo que son patrones, ¿no? Que uno ve, que son los que te comento ahora mismo, que son los que realmente no me gustan mucho. Yo siento que yo soy de las personas que piensan que Chris Roberts tiende a microadministrar. Y que eso es peligroso cuando tú en la misma compañía, ¿verdad? O en la misma corporación no tienes alguna figura que haga contrapeso a esa persona de visión, de querer estar metido en cada detalle. Cuando tú tienes a alguien así, tú también necesitas tener una segunda figura, que a veces en las empresas tradicionales es el publisher, ¿verdad? Que te dice, los accionistas que dicen, señores, yo no sé, pero en el 2020 el juego tiene que salir, no sé qué van a hacer, ¿me explico? Entonces, creo que esa es la figura que falta de alguna manera. A veces culpamos a que esas figuras tienen efectos negativos, pero yo creo que el balance es lo que no hay ahora mismo, ¿no? La 300 y la van a tener de nuevo por ese tema. No sé. Yo te lo digo porque, por ejemplo, yo he jugado mucho tiempo Battlefield y en Battlefield ha pasado eso, que cuando están todavía a punto de llegar pasa mucho eso. Había mucho clipping y después lo resolvían de alguna manera, buscaban la manera de resolverlo de alguna manera, ¿no? Pero sí, entiendo tu punto, porque ya las 300 las retrabajaron y yo espero que no lo hagan de nuevo.
Quite complex. Is there a sort of shorthand?
Don't worry, Junkyard. You can. This is the perfect chance to go and do whatever you want to do because they're not giving new information. They are answering questions. So they are even showing us the. They are not showing us the.
It is considerably harder to read than what you see
I
up
think,
there because of what they do to get
the cosplay
out of that. So
contest
for the time being, the closest
should be running right now, and they haven't got the questions and answers for the xenolinguistics. I don't know. I think there is a subgroup of people who really enjoy this. I enjoy it as a way to enrich the game, but I do not.
And just to
I'm not going to learn Banu much or Cian, not me. But for example, Osaipita, who was here, this is more her angle. She loves RPing. She's an RPer. And to that community, this is very interesting. So,
you don't need to worry about getting this.
But that is a subgroup, right?
The writing is based on these rules about the capsule. And
Tienes que quitarle el baño a las 300. No, hombre, no. Si no digas eso, te la pongo. Sí. Eso es lo que. Todo lo que teníamos. Ya yo no tengo una Cutlass, pero todos los que teníamos una Cutlass nos quejábamos de que no teníamos baño. No hagas que la pobre gente que tiene algo de la serie 300, que por cierto yo tengo una. Yo tengo una 325A que podría o no quedarme con ella. Déjale los baños, aunque las rodillas se salgan. Déjalo ahí. You feel like you're back in school? Yeah, it feels academic. It is a heavy subject.
We were told we had 5 minutes a little while
ago. Okay. So maybe one more question if anybody else has another.
Yeah, does anybody have? Yeah.
Okay, right in the middle.
Los baños de la Cutlass son las puertas laterales, tristemente.
No, someone.
Perfect.
Colorful, yes.
Interestingly enough, they didn't give any microphones to the public in this one. No le dieron micrófonos a la pobre gente que está en el público en esta, ¿eh?
Well, they like colorful, they like shiny things, but that doesn't necessarily mean everything is going to be like that. It's like human culture is very many and varied. We tend to like fashionable things. We tend to like nice things, but not all of us do, basically.
Yeah, and they I mean, again, this is my assumption, so I invite you, to correct me if I'm wrong. But they want their customer to be happy too, right?
They do, yes.
So it would not be unusual for them to adapt something, not necessarily to their own personal cultural taste, in the hopes that it would make, non-Banu happy about something.
Right. All right.
Okay.
So thank you so much for all the time that you took today to attend our panel. We loved your questions. We love being able to tell you about the Banu language that we worked so hard on for the past year. And we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it now that it's out in the world.
Sorry, one thing
Peter, I believe they are creating an infrastructure that at least makes the game seem believable. I don't think you're going to have to go into college, primary school and all that. Yeah, I don't think that is. I think that's part of what she was explaining in the previous panel where they were talking about lore. I think they are simply trying to populate the universe with structures, even if there might be some of them shallower than others. But yeah, I don't think it's going to go all the way there. Dices que tienes un amigo, no, tuviste un amigo que se compró una reclame y una Idris, pero perdiste el contacto. Te la pongo, te puedo decir una cosa. Inclusive en este chat hay personas que tienen flotas más grandes que esa. Y este chat que no tiene mucha gente. Aquí nada más, con poca gente, hay flotas más grandes que la que tú acabas de describir. Así que,
Hello everyone,
para que te
and
imagines.
welcome to the very first annual CitizenCon cosplay contest. My name is Molly. I will be
La
your
punta
host.
del iceberg,
I'm on the
nada
community
más.
team here at CIG.
Okay, this
I
is the
have three incredible judges with me. Two from the character team,
event.
Jeremiah
Vamos a ver la
Lee,
competencia
who's
de
our
cosplay,
lead
a ver cuál
concept
gana.
artist, and Gage Hallman, who is our lead character technical artist. There was a last-minute substitution, so our third judge is not from the character team. Who are you?
No, he's not. The third judge is none other than Disco Lando. Hi, everybody. Shout out to Shane Hessler, wherever you are. Get better.
You're going to give me the sunglasses back, right?
No, they fit really well.
Oh, my God.
Do I not look good? They're mine.
Sorry, Molly. All right, carry on.
It's your show, Molly.
We have incredible cosplayers from around the world who have come to compete for some fantastic prizes. Our first place will receive a Mustang Omega, as well as a Corsair K68 RGB mechanical keyboard with Cherry MX red switches. Our second place will also receive a Mustang Omega, as well as a Corsair Void RGB Elite Gaming headset. And our third place will receive a Mustang Omega and an M55 RGB Pro Corsair Gaming mouse. Thank you to our sponsors for providing those prizes. So let's go ahead and
Corsair
get into it.
Let's do it.
Sponsored something.
Our
First time I see Corsair involved with
cosplay by
Star
Slippaneo
Citizen.
and two other incredible cosplayers. They are the UEE naval officers.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's fantastic, but I think it was what the Omega is the racing variant, the red one. And it looks pretty. Let's see, what are these? Navy, Marines, or Army? I would say Navy.
Hi, we are UEE Navy officers. There is some captain and I'm a lieutenant. And we made our costume thanks to a teasing from Squadron 42.
All right, judges, do you have any questions for this group?
And you can see that this is a game with a high age average. Te la pongo, esta es otra de las cosas que pasa con este juego y por lo que a veces tiene clientes como los que tú comentabas, ¿no? Que tienen estas naves como la Idris y ese tipo de cosas. El averaje de edad de los jugadores de este juego es bastante alto. Es bastante alto. Hay mucha gente de una cierta edad, principalmente porque mucha gente conocía a Chris Roberts de juegos hace un par de décadas y porque mucho del enfoque del juego te hace remembranzas de tu afición a ciertas películas y ciertas propiedades intelectuales de ciencia ficción, ¿no? Que creo que tienen más que ver con cierta generación para atrás, ¿no?
Wait, Molly, am I allowed to look?
Let's bring him back.
I think he's German and peace, Peter. I agree with you. But she smiled in the end. She's nervous, I think.
Look at how good that is right there.
That's the old version. It's so good.
There's no logo anymore.
Even the stitching. Oh, that is so cool.
The Navy is the biggest of the branches of the UE, the military branches. The Army is the smallest.
You should have said gold.
Even smaller than the Marines.
Plastic kind of cheapens it a little bit.
According to lore. De acuerdo al lore, la naval de la UE es el grupo militar más grande. Y de hecho el más pequeño aparentemente es la Armada. Inclusive más pequeño que los Marines. En números. Ahora, a los Marines no se les ve nunca, a menos que realmente algo fuerte suceda y están metidos en sus estaciones, ¿no? Pero la naval es la mayor parte de la fuerza de... Este es un ciudadano de Lorville, de Hurston.
Nobody wants that disco.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little bit about your cosplay?
Well, first off, it was Disco Lando who said not to.
Interesting that you mentioned Kobayashi Maru. I was coincidentally last night watching Star Trek, the movie, from the new series, but the first one.
Judges, do you have any questions?
It's not like that was the first time that was mentioned, but at least I think it gave us the most graphic angle towards it.
You guys don't want to know, like,
they need to do this fast. I think that guy might be choking in there. Look at it. It is already.
Steam.
Wow, that looks uncomfortable.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he cannot breathe. They have to do it fast.
Our next group consists of Admiral Hawk and Captain Partak as a Navy Admiral and an Admiral's aide. Can you tell me a little bit about your cosplay?
Yeah, we're members of the United Emperor of Naval Reserves. And this is the away attire from going down to planet, so it's a bit more practical than uniforms you've seen previously from the naval officers. Yeah.
Perfect. Judges?
You guys are just chilling, right? It's kind of, yeah. Okay.
I want to call out, and this might be a little hypocritical for me, but the beard really makes it. This is recognizing your strengths and going, I'm going to build a costume around your personal strengths. The beard sells it. Good job, man.
I guess a beard is part of your cosplay, right? I guess that
is that cosplay? Yes.
Right.
Imagine him without a beard.
On. It's not natural.
Pointing at you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's really cool. Actually, can you stop by here?
Yeah, let me see the patches.
Ignore my creepy face. Just...
Okay. Let me see this. Oh, you got on the other shoulder.
Do a little spin for me. That was so creepy.
These aren't the ones we sold. These aren't the ones. Now,
you put the reserves
yes,
on it. That is so...
they have taken the patches that we made available on the RSI store like years ago and modified them.
Is that legal?
My roommate is legal. Sorry, Josh, we'll talk again.
Jeremiah Lee, he's a graphic artist, but he's got lots of personality. I like Jay Lee.
Our next cosplayer is Captain Bosch, cosplaying.
That's what you were when you were on shore leave. Although that beard and hat, that's very fisherman. Yeah, the xenolinguistics one is over, Junkyard. We're watching the cosplay competition.
It's so crazy. Can you tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
Not without taking off the helmet.
It's really hot. I've tried to, it's my imagining of the outlaw armor.
Any questions, judges?
So I gotta know, what are these pads made of? Because like they just look great. Like all your armor and padding and everything. Yeah.
Well, I'm not great at making things from scratch, so I've tried to repurpose things where I can. I've used a lot of sort of airsoft gear, tried to just add my own touches, like an old Origin patch I had from back in the day and my concierge citizen card.
What's the dog tags on your belt?
Well, dog tags.
Oh, okay. I thought it was super special. I'm sorry.
Sometimes dog tags are just dog tags.
They're just dog tags.
Let me see your helmet.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this.
I asked that first.
This one is a good one. It looks cool. It looks very similar to the Outlaw helmet.
Yeah, it does look. It's an airsoft helmet, but
strikingly similar.
Is that a critique? Whose work is that a critique of?
I was using real life references when I was concepting this. Thank you so much for the cosplay.
Toast, Jeremiah will be talking to you after the show.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, this one is pretty good.
Our
He looks like a character from the game.
Our next cosplayer is Solar Mute, cosplaying as a Ninetales outlaw in full Inquisitor armor with a Morning Star helmet.
Nice.
That just sounds impressive. I haven't even looked at it yet. That just sounds impressive.
My God! Yes!
That's the helmet I used to use last year a lot.
This is incredible.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
Yeah, so I'm here representing the Ninetales, which you guys have us all wrong. We make your economy work, and if you want to talk about villains, have you guys seen Hurston Security? Like, I saw a guy just looking at an M50, and they shot him for literally 7 minutes. So, Ninetales good. Ninetales good.
Este disfraz está muy bueno, ¿eh? Y este sí está hecho a la medida. El anterior se ve muy bien, pero usó mucho de armadura de airsoft, por ejemplo, ¿no? Hizo un casco que encontró que se parece mucho. Pero este exactamente. Acá hizo las piezas como últimamente se está haciendo mucho, ¿no? Con impresiones en 3D.
I just gotta get a closer look. This is so good, man.
Wait, can you check his rigging on this?
Oh yeah. Let's see how accurate. I set this one up myself, so.
Oh, no kidding.
This is.
Gage is the technical artist. One of his jobs is to actually take the armor and actually make it work and function and move.
Good, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really good.
Our next cosplayer, Astrojack, is cosplaying as a bounty hunter.
Wait, does he have a Playboy logo on his shoulder pad?
This is like a combination from Kylo Ren and Doctor Doom.
Well, not really. It's...
For the purposes of the conversation I'm going to have with Toast after this, no, it does not.
Okay. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
My stuff.
Yeah, it looks similar.
Boots and the helmets, all EVA foam, platform foam for kids. And it's my first time doing cosplay and working with EVA foam.
First time? No way.
Thanks. It's very hot in here.
So I can see that your team capes like myself. I get criticized all the time, and they all the fans always send me pictures of Edna with no cape memes. But I appreciate your cape.
It's all just fun.
That is amazing.
Yeah, but the no cape thing is not only from The Incredibles. It is also mentioned in, I believe, Watchmen.
Oh, that's really cool. This all foam?
Yeah, all foam.
Are you taking pictures of me touching people? Oh no! Oh, thank you so much. That's great. That's great.
We're done.
Thank you so much.
That was Astrojack?
That was Astrojack, yes. Our next cosplayer, Blood Beach, is cosplaying an AAWA security fleet
I would like to know when they finish, before the judges call it, to tell me your favorite. I will say in the end mine. Let's wait for it.
That is amazing.
Gotta appreciate the swagger.
Oh,
and he's a gentleman.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
About my cosplay. Okay, it's my first time cosplaying. Something I bought, other stuff I found under my couch. I don't know where it came from, but it was there. This is a 3D print of my character, of my help me God. It is a
Kraken.
It is a ask the jury. This is a Kraken. Yeah, thank you so much. This is a Kraken, of course. How dare you!
I swear, if it had been a Carrick, I was gonna throttle him.
Well, yeah. That's me.
Any questions, judges?
So that is a contact lens, right?
I'm sorry?
That is a contact lens, right?
Again? This is a contact lens, yeah.
I love the commitment.
For God's sake, yeah.
Yeah.
God, what if it hadn't been? How awesome would that have been for you? It just went right out there like a child.
Está preguntando que si era un lente de contacto, le preguntan de vuelta que y si no hubiera sido.
It burns like hell, man.
I love it. I love it.
I have questions.
Sean Tracy can ignore the notes in his thing and go off and say when theaters of war comes out. He can do whatever. But
so like, I'm sorry, I'm delaying your pain, but like your on your legs, did you stitch those together on top of your pants?
This thing?
No, on your right leg.
That thing?
Yeah.
Well, this is from the, where you buy stuff when you get hurt somewhere, and this is actually, you can get this everywhere.
I'm thinking things.
I got this from an army store, and I think if I put the Geiger counter on it, maybe it does something bad.
What if that had been an actual bandage and actually hurt him? What is with you
Why are they
people?
so honest? Why can't they be like, oh, I killed a man and I put this on?
Because he's a decent person.
Oh, that's right.
Guys, the eye.
I'm sorry,
All
you were
right,
great.
you're done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
His name was
You
Blood
gotta
Beach.
love somebody that suffers for their art.
Oh yeah.
Our next cosplayer is Director Gernot.
I'm worried
who is
about the guy with the
ISTA uniform
plastic
from
bag.
his org.
Almost everybody else has taken the helmet off, but he refuses.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay and your org?
Thank you. This uniform is the style from our corporation, the Imperial Starfleet of Austria. And for me, it was very important to bring our colors from our flag, Austria flag, on my uniform. So the white and the red
I think they had a
our
booth
eagle in Austria is black, and so also
on
I
Sitcon.
want to combine it with the black style too.
Any questions, judges?
Are the shoelaces red? As,
Yeah.
Like as part of the uniform.
It was also important that the red one, yeah.
Okay, wow. How do you? I don't necessarily have to answer this question for video games. How do you put it on?
Pardon?
How do you put it on? The jacket.
Okay.
Don't take it on.
Let me ask the questions. I'm curious.
It's no problem. It's like this from the Star Trek style, from Captain Kirk. So you can open it.
That's cool. Yeah.
And bring it in a style.
So did you sew this together yourself?
It is a combination of 3 styles of uniforms, and a tailor made it for me.
Can I be creepy just for 1 second? Can you lift your neck first? Your head first?
Can you be creepy for 1 second?
Yes, also from our corporation.
Well, we're doing this live, right?
Very cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's really cool. I love
Okay. You thought he was a medic for a minute?
You get
Yeah.
this guy, what was this? Gernot?
But they
Gernot? You get 10 points.
they give a lot of detail to an outfit if they take it to someone to get it made, to get it tailor made. So there are some do-it-yourself ones. Okay, I thought that was the last one. I'm not gonna say my favorite yet.
Captain now freelancing around the verse with his compatriots in Eagle's Nest.
Wow.
Broadsword.
Oh, wow.
Good classic Wing Commander name, which I only know because of Ben Lesnick.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your cosplay?
Yeah, it's a leather jacket my wife won't let me wear anymore, so I put some badges on it, and here I am.
Any questions, judges?
Your wife wouldn't let you wear the jacket anymore, so you turned it into a costume?
Why not?
10 points.
A true rebel.
So you were like, my wife doesn't like it, so I'll just wear it to CitizenCon.
10 more points.
10 more points. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And that's part of these kind of events, you know, having fun.
Our next cosplayer is Jail, who is a very well-traveled citizen with an outfit from various sources in the lore.
Yeah, maybe.
See, his bag lights up.
Would you like to tell us a little bit more about your cosplay?
Sure. I made a T-shirt based off a single paragraph of lore in the Xi'an Guide. It is like a reference to a punk rebellious company, and that's this. So I made the logo and the text. It says, "Everyone be crazy like humans." So it's like a call to rebellion. And then I made a hat with lights.
Can you actually read the Xi'an? I'll give you 10 points if you can read.
Oh, that says "Etue mama."
I know what it means, but how does it sound?
Etue mama. Oh, mama.
Louder.
Etue mama.
You know,
Britain,
I
are
don't
you in
speak
here?
Xi'an. I'll believe you. That's
They made my name the word for amazing in Xi'an because I learned it. So I've been giving people these stickers all day which say, "Hi, my name is Jay." There you go.
Don't roll off the stage. You're at the edge of the stage.
That's right. So, how are you breathing in that?
Carefully, and for about 20 minutes at a time.
Oh, okay. So this panel lasts for 30 minutes, you know that, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Okay. That's really cool.
All right. Thank you so much.
He better have some oxypens.
Our last but definitely not least cosplayer is Sigelian, who is cosplaying as the CEO of Ultima Energy, the CEO of the future.
For those who don't know, he's part of the night crew. He's one of the representatives of the night crew at SitCon. And he's also got a booth over there for Altama.
I love Jamali. Yeah. Well, the future is bright. Much like the white coat here, it's so bright, so sparkly. That's how I look at the future. Anyways, yeah, my outfit, you're asking about the outfit, right?
Yes.
All right, yeah, actually, I used to be a cargo pilot before I was CEO. I used to go around Crusader all the time, in the Crusader system. Anyways, you can get this stuff at the ArtCorp. Shoes are at Area 18, I think. I can't, Area 17 or 18, I always mix those two up, but yeah, you can get it all Kasaba. Hey, Kasaba people out here, anybody? No? Okay, well, you can get this all at Kasaba, right? Available now. Jacket, HURL1, I believe, one of the Lagrange R&Rs. Anyways, that's it. Sorry, a little bit of a throat.
Good. Judges, any questions?
I love your suit, but I just can't stop looking at your Crocs.
Yeah, actually, the shoes of the future, my friend. The shoes of the future. Yeah, like
He said Crocs.
Not crotch, Crocs.
No,
I said Crocs.
But then you said it afterwards.
No. You can actually get these at Area 18, Mr. Lando, if you like. I could show you sometime. I'd be happy to.
No,
very fashionable.
All I can think looking at you is those glasses aren't as ridiculous as the ones we just put in the game for
Ask me
subscribers.
about the glasses. Ask me about the glasses. You can get these glasses. I had to, everything else you can get in Stanton. I had to import these all the way from Earth. Can you believe that? That distance just for a pair of glasses.
Well, subscribers can get even crazier glasses available now in the subscriber exclusive store. Some of them go this high on your head.
Well, thank you so much.
All right.
So while we give our judges time to deliberate and decide our winners, we're going to go ahead and give a warm round of applause to everyone who entered. Thank you so much. Your cosplays are amazing.
Wait, they're all out of order.
But you have the description. You just bring that. This card gave you the descriptions.
Oh,
you brought the wrong card.
Thank you, Molly.
Actually, I gotta get my mic too.
All right, I know mine.
I gotta say.
So you're gonna pass out.
I like the 3D printed one, the one right in the middle. That one. This one. That's the one I like the most. Maybe because that is an armor that I have really always liked. And I think there was a lot of work going into creating every piece with a 3D printer and trying to make it work while moving. Because if you create a statue, there's not that much problem. But when you have to wear it, the rigging, which they mentioned, is key. When they showed even a close-up of the back of the armor, it shows that there's a piece that has already broken off. And that is because of movement. Or maybe a wardrobe accident while putting it on or something. But yeah, I like that one the most. Yeah, Peter, he should have taken the bag away. Many of them did. Most of them did. And then put it on back for the photos and the final decision, right? Pero sí, señores, para los que están en el canal y en español, el que más me gustó fue el de la armadura, creo que es pirata, este que está ahí en el medio, que usó sus piezas impresas en 3D. Me parece que requiere bastante trabajo hacer que esas piezas trabajen sin romperse en un disfraz, porque el movimiento te las rompe fácilmente. De hecho, hay una pieza rota en la parte trasera de la armadura. Detalle, ¿no? Cuando lo pusieron en el acercamiento, no se nota, pero sí, no es lo mismo hacer una estatuita pequeña con la forma que hacer algo que tienes que ponerte, porque el movimiento te cambia todo, ¿no?
Mic back on?
Our judges have a decision.
All right. Who wants to do number 3? Who wants to do third place?
El tercer lugar se lo daría al primer grupo, los oficiales.
I can't read this. Point it out to me.
Okay.
The third place I would give to the officials, the Navy officials.
Third place is Dennis Parker, the Hurston Lorville Baghead pilot.
Se lo dieron después del sufrimiento. Sí, Peter, apparently not taking off the helmet paid off.
Okay. Number 2. You want to do this one? Or am I going to do them all?
You know, you're doing so
Okay.
great. Why don't you do them all?
Second place, Silkenell and Group, the UE Naval Officers.
Oh, they got second. I was saying they were going to get third. Okay. Yeah, I feel bad for him. But at least he got third place.
But I'm talking Solar Mute, the Ninetales Outlaw in full Inquisitor armor with Morning Star helmet.
There you go. I agree. I think that was the best.
Thank you all so much. Congratulations, guys, and thank you to everyone who entered. Your cosplays were amazing.
That looks like something that CIE could have done to during the show to have people check it out.
And thank you to everyone.
Well done. I really liked it. Okay, let's
set the stage and make room for Tony. We got Ulf somewhere in the building. Ulf, where are you?
I'm right here in the marketplace, Jared. Hey, I'm right here in the marketplace, Jared.
Let's see who they interview. If this is not going to be that
unfortunately, I don't. So I'm here interviewing people, and I'm here with Chris.
Maybe.
One of the projects that have a community booth. And Chris, why don't you tell us a bit about the booth that you're having right here?
Yeah,
I'll have to report that one. Maybe we can see. Let me lower the volume. Let's check what Jungyard sent us. A couple of minutes, just a couple of minutes of the prison presentation apparently. Let's check it out real quick. I have it right here. Let's do this. There you go. Let's pause. Someone recorded at least a small part of the prison system presentation. Let's see what we have here.
Assets that are obviously work in progress.
Let's go back.
And assets that are obviously work in progress. Go without saying.
It looks like a hub. Is this a prison? It's just like Grimhex. We are already prisoners. I think the next presentation is going to be about universe mechanics and or something like that. But this is just an excerpt from someone who posted part of the prison system presentation. It's just like 3 minutes. This is not from the official website or stream. This is something that Jungyard found in the wild. Escape plan. The Governator. Bueno, esto es parte de lo que es el sistema de prisiones. Aparentemente la presentación del sistema de prisiones. No está toda la presentación ahora mismo disponible, pero alguien filmó por lo menos un poco, ¿no? Y eso es lo que estamos viendo. Is he escaping? And obviously it had to be a cutlass during the escape. Yeah, exactly. Where is that prison located? Nice. Okay, let's go back to the presentation over here. Here we
And
are.
we're going to be showing you something pretty interesting tonight, and I want to make sure to call out our guitar and bass players back in Montreal, Martin and Robert Lizy.
Yeah, that's right.
They spent a lot of time working with us over the last, 4, 5, 6 months, very, very intensely on what we're going to be revealing tonight.
Good question, Peter. Not sure.
We've actually shown it to very few people within
Seems
because we wanted to get it to a level of maturity to
like
where
sound?
it's very easy for people to understand what the benefits of this new technology were going to be. And I'm going to give you a glimpse of it tonight, but you're going to need some background information to truly appreciate it. So bear with me for a bit, and you'll see why we consider it quantum leap. So, as everybody here obviously knows, Star Citizen is a very ambitious project. Our goal is to deliver a variety of incredibly detailed solar systems that behave in logical fashion and to then give you ample freedom to follow your interests, whatever they may be. Thus far, we've been focused entirely on a single system, Stanton, which includes 4 planets, 12 moons,
Yeah, this is the
225
one.
economic nodes, 44 trading outposts, 13 rest stops, and 50 asteroid fields. So yeah, it's really big. The point of this presentation then is to give you a better understanding of how, when the first one's taken so long, we're aiming to kick things into overdrive so that we can deliver new systems much more quickly. This involves, obviously, a lot of different areas: procedural generation of terrain, modular art sets, algorithmic detailing of buildings and interiors, and a lot of other stuff. For the purposes of this talk, though, I'm going to focus on what I call the dynamic content. So, what is dynamic content?
This is building a dynamic universe. That's the name of this one. Learn how Star Citizen will create and balance systemic content for entire star systems with a live demonstration of the universe simulator.
Most missions should, of course,
That's the
be
one.
dynamic in nature. They should only be offered when there's an actual need for something. This might take the form of a factory that needs some aluminum to create a retail product, a criminal that needs to be brought to justice, or someone that needs to lift from one location to another. At their core, missions are services provided by one party for the benefit of another, and they are therefore one of the fundamental ways by which imbalances in the economy can be addressed. Likewise, economic nodes, which include things like refineries, factories, and retail shops, need to be dynamic since they must continually take into account the various market forces and adjust accordingly. When demand for something outstrips supply, whether it's iron ore, bullets, or ship repairs, you expect prices to rise. And conversely, when there's an excess of something, you expect that prices will fall. There's more to it, of course. Concepts like marginal demand and price discovery require a fair bit of math. But in the end, it's all about the constant search for equilibrium as production and consumption levels vary. I'll get around to explaining probability volumes in more detail in a bit, but suffice to say for now that they dictate what you encounter as you travel through a given area. As such, they should definitely be dynamic. So, for example, if a new field of asteroids rich in valuable commodities is discovered, you'd expect to find a lot of NPC miners in the area, but as the resources are gradually depleted, their numbers should start to fall off. Pirates should gravitate toward areas with a lot of value to plunder and recoil as the amount of security ticks up.
Jugo en Visión, gracias por este follow. Bienvenido al canal. Ya estamos casi en la recta final de las presentaciones de Cisco, ¿no? Porque esta es la penúltima. Ya esta es la que tiene que ver con el universo y de aquí viene la hora y media de Chris Roberts.
A Star Citizen mission is fundamentally just a container for code and data, similar in concept to a class.
He's reading. Yeah, he's reading. Definitely reading. This is a classic PowerPoint or presentation delivery with not much like spontaneity, not very spontaneous, really
a generic transport scenario so that we can reuse the
scripted.
framework for a lot of different situations. Missions can have content tags embedded within themselves to denote their composition, whether they
pirate,
contain
and security.
pirates, freighters, miners, asteroids, or some kind of a combination. Missions can also have thematic tags applied. These don't specify physical content, but rather detail the headline story behind the scenario that the designer created.
Yeah, he's sweating a
Designers
lot.
can differentiate between a
Many of these guys are not used to speaking in public, especially the real public, which are the customers. It's different to have a business reunion with your peers.
This, however,
Doesn't matter if they are
major problems.
higher or lower ranked than you, but inside your the company, than to give public presentations. And some of them are more. You see, for example, Jeremiah Lee on the previous panel. He's very extroverted, and he finds no difficulty in doing that. But many of these types of guys, especially the ones who are very technical, many times they are not. They're not used to doing this.
Is fixed to specific NPCs and locations, so there's no evolution. The universe is completely static. Another major problem is that we don't have sufficient context to properly.
You have been there? Yeah, I know.
At a macro level,
Scrawny.
doesn't really understand the concept of a
Hugon, qué bueno verlos por acá, ¿eh? Pueden saludar en español con confianza, señores. Y qué envidia de la buena con ustedes que están por allá por Sitcom, ¿eh? Oigan, aprovechen esa experiencia y absórbanla, aprovechen, disfruten de lo bueno de la convención y de la compañía, porque creo que mucho, digo, es cierto, el contenido es importante, pero yo creo que esta vez la experiencia que han tenido personalmente es algo totalmente distinto. Estoy esperando que Parca y Tech se manifiesten para entrar a discutir. Creo que ya va a ser el último panel, porque este es el penúltimo. Pero gracias por pasar por acá a decir hola. And guys, there are a couple of people showing up from the Spanish community who are they are chatting, but they are chatting from Sitcom, so it's cool. From the two streaming teams, I mean, there are 5 people over there, 3 from Skynet and 2 from Night Crew. One of those was Sigillion, who was the last one in the contest. That just ended.
Within the game, which might be represented via an actual storefront, a kiosk, a UI interface, or an NPC.
Scron is over there with Arianeo, Bissell, and Snake Eyes or Orbita Prohibida, depending on where you find him.
Refineries that process ore, factories that produce goods, and retail stores where you buy finished products.
Muchas gracias. Igual. Un placer siempre tenerlos y ver los updates. Yo estaba más o menos mirándolos acá. Entro y miro por el teléfono lo que ponen por lo menos en Twitter cuando postean algo. Excelente. Saludos a todos. Este es el penúltimo. De aquí viene Chris. Y este tema le interesa bastante a Citizen, nada más para los que conocen a Citizen Tech. Aquí le están pegando directo a muchas de las conversaciones, bueno, de Citizen y de Parca, al hablar acerca de la importancia de cómo la economía debe ir variando de acuerdo a la actividad en el universo, ¿no? Pero bueno, Citizen quisiera que ya hubiera por lo menos una partecita de esto activo. Yo también, pero sé que es uno de los caballitos de batalla de Slug.
Where does the shop get the goods that it's selling? Right now, the answer to all these questions is the same. We fake it. Economic nodes conjure up their own supply and demand out of thin air. If a node is designated as wanting to purchase a particular item, for example, designers dictate a formula that describes how that inventory will be gradually burned off so that they want more.
Oye, le mandan un saludo de mi parte a Sherry Heilberg, por favor.
This is impossible to balance because while production and consumption are fixed, the player count isn't. Sometimes 100 players are interacting with an economic node, and sometimes none. And I mention this because behind the scenes, at the economic level, all of the players, despite being on different servers, really are connected to one single system. A real economy is a tangled web of dependencies, and you can't expect logical results when its gears can completely seize up due to the action or inaction of players. What we really need then is NPC regulation of the system. For NPCs to purchase items when they need them, thus keeping the demand side logical, while stepping in to help with the supply when players don't and the risk reward warrants it. This has ripple effects into other areas. If the demand for missiles spiked because there was a lot of combat, you'd expect that the commodities used to construct those missiles would start to rise in price. And you'd also expect to see more miners and freighters working to alleviate that shortage. If the price got high enough that those transports would be carrying a lot of value, so you'd expect piracy to increase, at which point you should start to see a lot more security patrols and requests for combat escorts. A simple change in demand then should be able to alter not only what you see as you travel throughout the system, but also the available missions. These kinds of knock-on effects, in fact, should happen regardless of whether any player is in an area, and that's a separate problem I'll talk about more when we get to probability volumes. So let's take a quick look at what it means to set up an economic node. As I mentioned, there are about 225 economic nodes within the Stanton system, and many of them deal with a lot of different items. Each of these items can specify its own production or consumption formula, along with a lot of other information, storage space, optimal inventory level, price offsets, and much more. This information can be archetyped, but of course the world's a lot more interesting if every economic node is a bit different, so there's still a lot of customization that winds up happening. So now let's take a look at the economic nodes around a typical planetary system. And finally, let's take a look at the economic nodes around the entire Stanton solar system.
Oh, guys, just as an update, I just read a tweet that says that the Karak is now confirmed to have 456 SEU of cargo, so a little under half of what was advertised on the website, but most of us were expecting that. It is not 1,000 SEU, but 456 SEU for the Karak.
Maybe more security is added to the area, and the nodes are updated to reflect that fact. It's a ton of work.
I would expect it should be able to beat many ships. Yes, because the Freelancer Max is a smaller ship. The Freelancer, I think, is considered medium, I believe. Yeah, I expected good cargo capacity, but not 1,000. 1,000 was too much. So this is my new cargo ship from February on, 456 SEU.
A certain number of pirates in an area or a particular likelihood of encountering a freighter filled with iron ore without having to burn a lot of computational horsepower simulating things when there are no players around to see it. This is accomplished via linking mission content tags to probability curves that span all or part of the expanse of the volume. So, for example, you can denote that security ships are commonplace near Port Olisar and gradually fall off over a couple hundred kilometers, whereas it's very rare to see pirates who would prefer to avoid security close to Port Olisar, but more likely to see them as you get farther away. There are quite a few different types of curves denoting
how much cargo does the Freelancer Max is able to hold?
Because until a player actually accepts one of these missions and heads to that location, there are a variety of probabilities. Anyway, so one of the more interesting types of curves is the spoofing curve, which allows missions to skirt the normal rules, requiring that they can only be created in the proximity of a player. And this is done so that an NPC
and definitely the Pisces is ready. So
something they desire, in which case, obviously,
tomorrow, anybody interested in the Pisces should be able to acquire it and maybe even fly it, because like we were talking at the start of the stream, we should be getting live after SitCon tonight, maybe.
Spoofing is because we only keep a small stub active on the back end, which is way more efficient. We've got other types of curves. There are reinforcement curves that allow designers to dictate how quickly backup tends to arrive when you've been identified as a felon. And we also have the ability to modulate that time according to how far away you are from the place you were last spotted and how long ago that was. There are bounty hunter curves, which allow us to link to a probability, which allow us to link a probability to your wanted level so that we can increase the encounter frequency when they'd actually be hunting you and otherwise keep them very rare. Let's continue on, though, and get a better understanding of how exactly probability volumes works. Here we have an area of space that's marked up as having a certain probability of pirates and freighters, security, asteroids, and derelict ships. Now let's go ahead and activate all of that content. That's a lot of content to simulate when no one is around to see it. A lot of pathfinding NPCs, animations, vehicle
120?
physics, collision detection. Now let's go ahead and introduce a player.
They're making really a variant
Those pirates and freighters and
that comes from the ship event, right? Interesting. Yeah, I think all this information is coming from that one, basically. The 456 SCU cargo for the Karak, and the Pisces confirmed for tomorrow, definitely. And now we are getting a Kraken variant. The privateer, yeah, they are using all the previous games' names in some way or another, right? Freelancer, privateer. It makes sense to use the names. I'm not sure if it makes sense to have Kraken variants, but if we have Iris variants, well, maybe. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to buy one. So here waiting for someone I know to buy one, so I will be able to get into it.
The problem is that the likelihood of multiple events happening simultaneously is a product of their probabilities, meaning that it's very unlikely you'd ever see two or more at the same time. So let's go ahead and see what this means in practice. Here's a player traversing a probability volume. He makes it through a good part of it before the freighter's probability curve determines that an encounter has occurred, at which point the probability volume queries the mission database with the freighter tag and instantiates a compatible mission. The player continues on, and shortly thereafter, the pirate's probability curve indicates a hit, which triggers another lookup into the mission database. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with this. In fact, it's a pretty accurate representation of what you'd realistically expect to see. Two rare events happening on their own schedule. The systemic behavior of the freighter and the pirate, even if spawned separately, would allow them to logically react to one another. So if they were spawned in close enough proximity, the pirate might even attack the freighter. The problem is that this approach lets the algorithms dictate too much of the experience, and if you're not careful, this can lead to the gameplay starting to feel very formulaic. What we really want is the ability for designers to craft more custom content and to then have a mechanism by which we can trigger it such that it all feels logical, if a bit lucky in the timing.
You posted in my Discord, it comes with shops, so it would be... Okay, so it is going to maybe compete with the Merchantman. Kind of, right? Because that's part of the Merchantman's description, having shops inside. Interesante. Entonces, si hay una nueva versión de la Kraken, que es lo que me comenta Junkyard, señores, los que estén en el canal escuchando en español, parece que la nueva variante de la Kraken se llama Privateer, que es uno de los nombres de los juegos ancestrales de Chris Roberts. Y aparentemente viene como con tiendas internamente, ¿no? Que es una característica que hasta ahora solamente habíamos escuchado acerca de la Badu Merchantman. It is a lawful mobile space station.
CitizenCon, am I right?
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
The mole is a mid-level miner with 3 separate mining lasers. But is it a ship or a vehicle?
We could still jump, but I'm sure.
And it's a mid-level miner. So what? And in that respect, Junkyard is what my friend Arianio was expecting to happen. He was insisting that he thought it was important to get a medium-sized mining ship. Okay, you confirm it's a ship. Okay, we can hear these guys in the background. Junkyard apparently has been doing his research. I think I am going to begin showing a couple of this info, which I think might be of interest.
Okay, so we're back in line.
Real quick here. Let's first check.
So what we do instead of basically
the
allowing algorithms
the two
to
variants
entirely control what you see after is
or let's see if I can do that. There you go. Let's do this.
So that we're more likely to get
These are the two Pisces variants, apparently.
So
the one that comes with the Karak, and the one that comes, which is the C8 Pisces, and the one that comes that you can buy on your own which is the expedition, which is the image we had already been shown. I think there's no difference in size, right?
Anything else being able to be attached. In this case,
Does this one look smaller? Or is it just
So why does this matter? Think about
a mismatch of perspective?
It's going to take a good while.
I would think they are the same size.
Freighter, disable it, park next to it, and board it. This means that you'd never come upon a situation where the freighter's already been disabled.
The one that comes with the Karak, Peter, should be the first one, the C8. Because remember that we had already been shown images of the upgraded one, and it is this library here, the one with the white accents and red, white and red accents. So this is the one you buy, upgraded, and this is the one, the C8 is the one that comes with the
The
Karak.
problem with probability volumes then all comes down to their construction. Each one, and there are lots of them, contains
It still have weapons, but as far as I understand, this one is going to have better weapons, a different paint job, and I'm not yet sure what the other differences are. Let's keep checking out what they have given us.
More security in an area should, of
This
course,
is all
impact
courtesy
the
of
number
Mr.
pirates, but because they're all
Junkyard in
handled
space.
independently, designers have to be very
Let's
careful when
check it a little closer.
Mistakes are inevitably made, which results in a lot of sleuthing around to figure out what broke or is now poorly balanced.
New Shield manufacturer beyond Alpoa.
Though, is that they're static.
This is a concept, I suppose. Multi-crew, fill out the world with more cargo holder options. Around 300 SCU. Okay, this ship seems like a concept they are showing, no name, just vehicle 2.
A new commodity discovery.
And it would be a competitor to the Hull B or the Freelancer Max. Peter, you might want to, at some point in time, consider maybe going the alien way here. It is that in that league. Okay, but a little more cargo capacity apparently.
Or rather should be happening.
What else do we have here?
To resolve all these problems
Copy
I'm pointing out across the solar system.
and go.
So I've called out a lot of very serious problems.
I am guessing this is the
require
mole.
Enormous amounts of bandwidth to set up and maintain, and that still fail to deliver the experience we want. What we actually want is a
Okay,
dynamic, logical
I missed that.
We want
There's another
the
one
demand for
here.
goods and services to be the result of a legitimate
Let's see if I can do it
and we must have sufficient runtime
with more
context
info.
so that we can customize
There we go.
these modular mission
This one gives us
NPCs must be
a
able
little
to
more
contribute and help turn the
information.
gears of the economy from buying and selling
Argo Mole,
goods to
multi-operator laser extractor, 4-person crew, 3 independent mining turrets, double the storage of the Prospector, and uses the same saddlebags as the Prospectors, so detach, expand, and refill. Okay. If it has double the storage, then what? Instead of 12 saddlebags, you're going to have 24? Is that the idea? Esta es la nueva Argo Mole, señores, para los que están en español, ¿eh? Aparentemente es la, y creo que vamos a verla, ya que vimos los detalles de que un extractor múltiples operadores, una tripulación de 4 personas con 3 torretas de minería independientes y el doble de capacidad de carga que la Prospector. Pero esta es la imagen más clara de la imagen, ¿no? Esta es la Argo Mole.
There we go. So
Ahí.
this is quantum. And I know what
Y
you're
de hecho aquí
thinking.
vemos, esto es un láser y supongo que los otros dos láseres están laterales, a menos que este es el otro y en el otro lado está la demás.
But
Y
this
aquí el
really is a
piloto.
totally different beast. The original star map referenced static data. There was nothing
I thought it was going to be smaller. Yo pensé que iba a ser más pequeña, ¿eh?
For starters, it has access to all of the backend services and can pull whatever data it needs from them. Everything you see on the screen then, that's real-time data pulled from the game. So let's go ahead and take a quick
Otro
tour of the
concepto.
system. Let's jump on over to
Esto es para el futuro. Estas naves no parecieran tener siquiera nombre. Una nave de refinería, que esta es la diferencia entre una nave como la Prospector y una nave como la Orion. This would be similar to the Orion then, if it can refine, but really smaller. One-man crew, tractor beam to grab pots dropped by other ships. Ah, here we go. Refines materials and stores on board.
Okay, let's go ahead and jump on
Esta
over
es
to
la
everyone's
nave
favorite
que
captain.
va a hacer interfase intermediaria o de alguna manera va a ser química, ¿verdad? Con naves como la Prospector o como la Mole ahora de Argo, porque es esta la nave que se va a encargar de ir a buscar las bolsas estas que la Prospector y la Mole van a soltar luego de minar. La Prospector tiene 4 bolsas, ¿verdad? 2 en cada lado, y siempre se ha esperado que llegue el momento en que ella las llene y las suelte. Esta es la nave que va a tomar esas bolsas de mineral y las va a refinar entonces. This ship was a missing link. Now we know what the plan for moving that is. Interesting. This one is very interesting to me. This was a question I had in my mind for a couple of years already.
So let's go ahead and continue the tour of the solar system and jump on over to Daymar. And you can see a number of people affixed to the planet. Some of those.
This one is an industrial manufacturer, holds 1 to 2 players. You fit in as many ships as possible.
Over there on the right,
Extends your inventory, aids detection, and allows mining.
A couple players up to. Just go ahead and highlight them so we can see where they're at. And let's
Parece como una nave modular, ¿no?
Circo worm and see where he's at.
Pero no estoy seguro qué es lo que hace. Dice que es una manufacturera industrial. Necesito más información para saber cuál es el uso de esta nave. Pero es una nave industrial definitivamente. Tiene algo de minería, pero pareciera que no es solamente eso. Ya veremos. No me queda claro. Escort fighter for the Prowler. Shield tech. 2 S4 mounts and nothing else. Okay, this is the next Tevarin ship, Tevarin base ship. And it would be a fighter, maybe a light fighter. Pareciera que este es un caza ligero, pensaría yo, porque es una escolta para el Prowler, aunque tiene dos anclajes de armas tamaño 4, so two S4 mounts. Maybe it is not a light fighter. Maybe this could be at least a medium fighter with 2 S4 mounts. If it is a light fighter, it's gonna pack a punch with 2 S4s.
What it's doing is, as I mentioned, it's basically representing things in probabilistic state because it's too expensive for us to fully simulate them. Now let's go ahead.
Let me read. I haven't been reading.
Let's check out the Higgs research station that's on Cellen. Yeah.
Well, all right. Although I already own a Terrapin, so the C8X is kind of redundant to me. Shame the Terrapin can't fit inside the Karak though. Yeah. That turtle is a little bigger than a snob. Alien ships are really not for me, but I see there's more on Discord.
Yep.
Yeah.
Outpost Korea, and you can see that there's a lot of death around there.
It's 300 number wise.
And over on the right at the Higgs
ground
research
vehicle for
station,
mining.
you can see
Yeah.
all the things that it buys and sells and what those prices have been doing over time.
I like alien ships. I do like alien ships, and to know that they are already thinking about the next.
I suspect I know what you're thinking.
Tevarin ship.
This is all very cool.
It's cool, but this is really early on.
The fundamental problems that I mentioned earlier, and that's totally true.
Let's check the next one.
Let's clear
real
the
quick.
board and get to that.
No, not here. It would be here. Okay, I think that was the last one. Perfect.
The primary reason for
Very nice. Thank you, John Jerk.
is to enable us
Lots of info there.
have one unified world.
Since we couldn't see we couldn't watch the ship event. Let's check Star Citizen. Let's go back to the presentation.
So there's really no difference. There are some optimized areas, the probability volumes that exist in between these two realities, but really this is the full-blown simulation. It takes into account all the player actions. So let's go ahead and start by bringing 1,000 quanta to life.
Tenemos una nave de Spiria por ahí en movimiento, señores, así que veamos qué va a hacer. Yo no estoy seguro que va a poder ser un cazaligero por las dos montas, los dos puntos de anclaje tamaño 4, ¿no? Pero pudiera ser.
These are simulated entities. And as I mentioned, the real significance of this is when you're talking about working out the vast multitude of details that we really need to allow this universe to evolve and feel dynamic, we don't actually need all of the incredibly high fidelity, super computationally expensive stuff that we would get if we were actually simulating these NPCs the traditional way on the server so that they look exactly like they would when you see them. These NPCs don't need to do animations. They don't need to do physics. They don't need to do collision detection. They don't need to do a whole slew of things that we couldn't afford to do. It'd be incredibly expensive to try. And in the end, even if we did it, it wouldn't make the end results any more accurate. So,
they also have personality traits too. Like each one has a little bit of something going on.
Yeah, there are a number of different traits that we're modeling. We're still working out the exact configuration.
So they won't physicalize every trading or ship or NPC or activity.
Another one is intelligence. And
they will simulate it, and
how well they can do something.
The outcome of their activities is what will be important for the verse, because that's what they're showing there apparently. Pareciera que entonces están diciendo que no necesariamente cada una de las interacciones que van a tener los NPCs con la, por ejemplo, la economía o el movimiento en el universo va a tener que ser fiscalizado, ¿no? De alguna manera va a estar sucediendo en el fondo, pero no cada nave que lleva carga o trae, por ejemplo, que sea manejada por NPC va a ser físicamente, va a existir físicamente, sino que más bien son los efectos lo importante, ¿no? En la simulación.
Having a very little means that they might be willing to commit some minor crimes like smuggling or illegal mining, and a lot means that they're open to piracy and murder. They can have possessions, store up money, own a ship or property, have a home. Now, all of these quanta have basically come to rest within the system, and the reason for that is because there's nothing for them to do. There's no reason for them to get up off of the couch. So, let's jump to the next slide. We're going to add a little bit of interest to the system by adding an aluminum mine to Delamar. So we've now injected a mine onto Delamar, and yet you see the quanta still refuse to do anything, and that's because there's no economic reason for them to do it. There's nothing to do with the ore that they could go and extract. Let's go ahead and open up that card, though. So that card represents the mine on Delamar, and you can see a couple of stats towards the top, quantity and purity. And what these are is basically telling you how much of that material is in that mine, and purity is to some degree a measure of concentration. It effectively details how easy it is to extract it. There are a couple of parameters at the bottom that are temporary. Those will eventually be derived from those top two parameters, but for right now we can override it for some of the testing that we've been doing. So let's go ahead and jump to the next. So now we're going to go ahead and add an aluminum refinery to Crusader. And immediately you will see the quanta start springing to life. And what's happening is they've all figured out that refinery, it wants to build up a stockpile of aluminum. In order to do that, it needs some raw aluminum ore, and thus it's willing to pay for it. And so the quanta are seizing upon that economic opportunity, heading out to Delamar, doing the work, extracting that ore, and taking it back to the refinery. And this will continue.
Entonces están armando un sistema que definitivamente pues se basa o se activa de acuerdo a la oferta y la demanda, ¿no?
Refined aluminum ore gradually build up.
De manera interactiva, lo que hicieron fue que crearon una mina de aluminio en Delamar y no pasó nada. Que existiera aluminio en Delamar no causó ningún movimiento. Pero en el momento en el que crearon una refinería en Crusader para refinar aluminio, empezó el movimiento de estos elementos de inteligencia artificial o NPC que empiezan entonces a tratar de ir a minar aluminio, porque ya no solamente hay un lugar en donde puedes conseguir el material, sino que también hay un lugar que lo va a comprar, ¿no? So that would be the way to what they're trying to simulate is that offer and demand situation where the moment you have some resource and there is some kind of demand for it, the economy activates.
The one refinery we've
For the
added
resource to
has
just
no
exist
more
is not enough.
buy more.
There must be demand.
Its storage houses are already full, and therefore it's not willing to buy. Since it's not willing to buy, the quanta have nothing to do. So what we're going to do now is add a factory. But before we do that, let's head on over to the power plant formula. And you can see here that building a power plant, just like refining ore, requires something. It requires 10 workers working for a duration of 60 ticks. And it also notably requires 2 units of refined aluminum ore in order to produce 1 power plant.
It's got to be more complicated than that, I promise.
So. Yeah. Again, we're building up. So let's go ahead and add the factory to Hurston. You got to slow down.
Oh, going too fast there. Slow on down.
And so once again, you see the economy spring to life. And so now you've actually got 2 different tiers going. The factory, let's go ahead and open up the factory. The factory, just like the refinery, needs workers in order to build these power plants. It also needs refined aluminum. So now you've got multiple things going on. The factory is willing to buy refined aluminum. Someone has to transport that aluminum from Crusader to Hurston. So some of the quanta are basically working, they're basically working as freighters to move that, to move that product from one location to another. Some of them were working at the factory on Hurston. Some of them were working at the refinery on Crusader. Some of them are heading back to Delamar to actually do more mining. So you've got an entire little, economic cycle going here. However, it's going to wind up coming to a dead end here. Let's go ahead and accelerate it again, just like what we saw before, because eventually the factory fills up all of its warehouses. It can't take any more. It therefore has no more, it has no more need for refined aluminum. That will eventually shut down the refinery, which will in turn eventually kill off the miners. And you can see there that the inventory is still building on the aluminum, which is why there's still some activity.
There's a lot, yeah. But as soon as it's done, it starts flatlining, so you see that the inventory is capped out.
Yep, and now they're almost done. The factory is basically got, it's got all it can handle. The refinery has all of all it can handle. Therefore, the entire loop, draws to close again. So let's add one more node. Let's add a shop that sells power plants to ArcCorp. Slow it down again. And so now the loop is a bit more complicated. The shop is it's a retail shop. It's looking to sell power plants. In order to do that, it needs to be able to buy them for one price, sell them for another. So it adds its markup on, and it, just like the factory that requires transport of the refined aluminum from Crusader to Hurston, it needs the power plants transported from the factory to it. And so if you notice, if the individual quanta, they'll actually have a little translucent circle around them if they're carrying goods. And so you can easily differentiate whether or not the ones that are moving, for example, from Hurston back to the mine are empty. They're going to load up on ore. And then when they're heading back to Delamar, and then from Delamar back to Crusader, they've actually all got ore. And so this loop will actually continue indefinitely. And the reason is because we've cheated something for tonight, and it sounds very similar to what I was basically saying was a bad idea earlier, which is the shop right now is a simple consumer. It's burning off that inventory. The difference here is that the solution to that is very simple in the context of quantum. And the reason is these quanta, the next step of what we'll be working on is they'll actually require ships. Ships require engines. And so all of a sudden there's a real demand for how many power plants do you need? How many ships do you need? It all follows those same logical equations. So let's go ahead and add a bit more economic complexity.
Actually, a slide.
So thus far we've shown a very basic economic loop. One commodity, one refinery, one factory, and one retail shop. The real world, of course, is far more complicated. You'll have lots of different commodities, refining and production nodes, retail shops, and of course players in quanta competing against one another for a limited supply of goods and services. It's this competition, this economic natural selection that ensures that things remain in balance, that a logical equilibrium is reached. Should we go into it?
Y las cosas se complican aquí, ¿no? Entonces, ya no solamente es un elemento que probablemente esto es la explicación más lógica y básica, pero no va a ser así de simple.
And then we've got services behind the scenes that can feed information to these servers and receive information back in return. And so you can see here, we've got shop services and probability volume services and all of this sort of thing. The basic problem with this arrangement is that services don't have any knowledge of what NPCs are doing, or rather what they should be doing. So that shop service that controls the prices, it's got algorithms, but it has no real understanding. It doesn't understand that there are 10,000 NPCs that do or don't need this, or what pirates are doing, or any of that. We don't simulate at that high level anywhere within the game right now. You have servers that basically instantiate the stuff near you, and you have the services that can run these formula, and that's basically it. Now, they can implement these services, these algorithmic price calculations, but supply and demand only comes from players and hard-coded formulae. And it's the same for missions and PVs. The data is completely static and can't evolve. The number of servers, of course, as we've seen here, it varies depending upon how many players are in the game. So let's go ahead and add quantum. Quantum changes this in dramatic fashion. It gives us a place where we can efficiently simulate NPC behavior and then feeds that behavior to the game server so that players can experience it. Further, it allows player actions to be fed back into the simulation so that there's no meaningful difference between the real and simulated worlds. Quantum creates a complete loop. NPCs can be simulated in efficient fashion. And I actually meant to say that quantum feeds the services, which in turn feed the game servers. So let's go ahead and get back to the simulation. And what we're going to do now is alter the power plant formula. So let's add a bit of complexity by changing the production formula for power plants to require laranite.
Add some.
We need to change. No, we need to change the production formula.
No, we gotta change we're gonna add laranite first.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we do want to add the new mine first. So we're going to add a laranite mine to Walla. And then we want to go ahead and add a refinery for this laranite. We'll add that to the Hurston L3. And now let's go ahead and adjust that power plant formula. And we're going to change the power plant formula. Right now it requires 0 laranite. We're going to change that to 2. And what we're going to very quickly see here is that we're going to start getting some laranite flowing to the Hurston factory so that the power plants can continue to be created. Yep, and that's that loop of guys right there. That's what they're taking. Now, one of the important things here is that let's go ahead and look at the Hurston aluminum. Bring Hurston factory aluminum. Now, what wound up happening there is it was very low for a period of time, and that's because they were actually burning off that aluminum inventory as fast as they could get it. And the reason why you see that spike there in the aluminum inventory is because as soon as we altered the formula so that power plants now require laranite, they were still receiving from all these freighter transports. They still had aluminum coming in, but they could no longer produce power plants. So it stalled, and then all of a sudden they started stockpiling. And then when you see that the aluminum started falling, that's because finally they started receiving supplies of laranite, and they were able to resume the production process. And so all of a sudden, their aluminum started getting burned off at a natural rate. Yep. So now we're going to add a bit more laranite out in the asteroid fields, and Jake's going to handle that via macro. And now let's go ahead and increase the supply of aluminum and see what happens. So we're going to add a few new mines. So let's add an aluminum mine to Selin first.
It is interesting to see how they are definitely avoiding to simply be changing spreadsheets or something for inventory and materials and economy. The idea is for the system to be able to adapt
And lastly, we're going to do Lyria.
according to parameters and automatically
We already have
start creating an economy that reacts on itself depending on the needs, the demand, and the offer
we need to hurry up.
changes because of a new refinery, a new
you guys want us to hurry up or keep going?
newly discovered or mine
so it's like 400 to 1.
facility.
Let's add a couple more aluminum refineries as well to the Crusader L4 and ArcCorp L1. Yep, and ArcCorp L1.
It would be interesting to know how they are going
So
to
now
do
let's
this.
go ahead.
Right now they are
We just added all of this new aluminum. So let's
creating
head back to that
a new
factory
mine
and see
on
what
a
aluminum
moon.
prices are doing there.
Now there is a new laranite mine on selling, for example. But since it looks like from the moment they create it,
And
the
there you see that the
quanta, like they call them, will already know it is there. Will there not be any discovery from our side to do that?
Up a little bit. Let's let you
Like
see what it does.
when you discover a jump point, but in this case discovering a new
And if you see, it
mining
continues to plummet.
cave or
So those prices
es interesante ver si realmente al final ese tipo de cosas de minería, por ejemplo, de materiales, podrán ser descubiertas por los jugadores también, ¿no? Así como nos tocará en un momento dado descubrir un nuevo punto de salto a otro sistema, por lo que han mostrado hasta ahora en el momento en que ellos crearon una estructura o un depósito de mineral, los cuantas, que son como la inteligencia artificial, de una vez sabe que existe y van a empezar a minarlo. La pregunta será si nosotros podremos encontrar eso y en ese momento afectar la economía, ¿no? O vender la información de que encontramos una mina nueva.
And so you see, there now you see a few guys are actually willing to put in the amount of work necessary to extract it. Not all of them, it's still a lot of effort. And this comes back to every one of these guys having their own individual set of traits. So some of them were willing to endure, more risk, more, more effort, that sort of thing. So let's go ahead now and increase the laranite consumption.
Hurry up a little bit. You can jump ahead to the...
Let's just go with normal pace.
All right. There you go.
So let's make the laranite more difficult to work with and more rare and see what happens there. So we're going to adjust the global laranite refining time from 60 to 120.
We're adjusting the time on Walla to be...
We're going to do both. The global refining time, we want to take it to 60 to 120. And Walla's extraction time goes from 60 to 180.
That's right.
60 to 120. Laranite. So what we've just done is basically make it more time consuming, more difficult to refine it, and we've basically made it more difficult to pull it out of the ground. So let's go ahead and apply a macro also to reduce the default purity of laranite from 50 to 16%, which means that refineries are going to need more ore to produce the same amount of refined product. We active? And now let's go ahead and take a look at the laranite prices on the Hurston factory. So we just did 3 different things to make it considerably, more expensive for Laranite to be utilized.
Speed up that time.
And you speed it up, and you can see that Laranite prices are going up. It looks like they're starting to skyrocket. This could be a complete economic disaster. If you notice, they're just going up. So what we're going to do now to bring that back into control is let's go adjust the power plant formula to compensate a bit. So let's adjust it from, instead of 2 Laranite, let's change it to 0.1. So we just reduced the amount of Laranite needed in the economy by 95%. And let's head back and check out the prices again. And what we should see here in a minute is Laranite should start to drop off pretty significantly. And there you go.
Crisis averted.
And this will continue to drop if we watch it. You always get a little bit of turbulence because you've already got contracts set up and stuff.
Right.
Go ahead and leave it in. I want to see it drop a little bit more.
We all want to see it, Tony.
So it's already down 40–50%, and it'll keep falling. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add some additional factories. Delamar looks pretty dead. There isn't a lot of economic activity happening over there. So let's add a bit of life by adding a new power plant factory.
Yeah, one over here too.
And yeah, let's add a Hurston L4 factory for power plants as well to create a little bit of competition for aluminum. And then let's head on over to Hurston factory, and let's check out their workers. You notice that their workers are falling off a cliff. What is happening? Well, we just opened up a new power plant factory, and they're getting offered better wages from another place. And so, and what are the wages on Hurston?
I'm gonna grab this guy.
Let's see what the wages that they were offering. I can't see it. So they were up at, is that 0.25?
Yeah, Delamar's offering like almost 3 times the wages of...
Yep, so there you see the differential, which is that factory is more desperate for workers, and so you see, let's look at basically the workers skyrocketed on Delamar and plummeted on Hurston. And eventually those wages, of course, stabilize as they find a point of equilibrium, which is a big point of all of this. So let's go ahead now and make some major changes. We're going to do this with a macro, and you can see where we currently stand on the slide.
There's like a bunch of stuff that we were supposed to be showing here. Absorb it quickly, everyone.
There we go. So we've added lots of aluminum, titanium, and degreasium. In the entries that you see on the screen marked system, all of the moons now have deposits. We've added a bit more Laranite, but it's still pretty rare. We've also added a lot of new refineries. We've added cooler and quantum drive recipes to most factories, and they require aluminum, Laranite, titanium, and degreasium. The demand for coolers and quantum drives...
I'm sorry, but I am muting myself basically because of background noise. I have a dog barking and the rain comes and goes. What I was saying is that I think we are going to have, we're going to need these kind of tools to work, especially for them, for the developers. I think we are not going to have access to most of this. It is important for the developers to have these tools so that they can generate activity inside the game, because out of activities or inactivities from players, like they said, maybe we are not going to be enough for the economy to move enough to see the changes we need. Needing prime materials for creating even a small item like a weapon, hand weapon to a ship at some point in time might cost you more or less, or might take more or less time for your ship to arrive, for example. So I see this mainly as backend systems for them to control economy after some indexes or statistics show them that they need to create more or less activity in some place in the universe, because that's the other thing. This is, in the end, this is going to be a big universe, and not everybody is going to be instanton.
You can see that those are missions being created by the NPCs.
Those AIs or NPCs, even if they are not physicalized, need to be creating this kind of activity.
And go ahead and hover over some of those contracts.
Yeah, I started talking and didn't watch the chat.
By the NPCs on that route. What's happening is the NPCs are basically being, some of the freighters.
Listo, Parca. Vamos a hacer el break en unos minutitos. Creo que ya esta debe estar ya acabando para ver la presentación final. Vamos para allá, vamos para allá.
Missions that would be fed back into the game that you'd see, and you could wind up accepting these.
I'm going to watch, guys. I'm going to watch this one up until the end. And then I'm going to
Let's go ahead and take a look at Hurston.
To go and join La Parca Gaming and Mr. Citizen Tech on the Skynet channel. Because they did ask a couple of days ago to join them for the end of the
cooler and quantum drives.
Of the sitcom.
So since we've now got a lot of pirate activity on
thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. I just wasn't reading while elaborating over here about how I saw these tools specifically. I do think these tools are going to be specifically for them. I don't think that we will even have this kind of anything close to this. We might have some on the website, for example, or even in-game maybe. We might have some access to statistics, right? About pricing, about what is on demand. But these tools are definitely for them. I don't think we're going to have to be really checking this out all the time. We might even have some kind of interface in game to see at least indexes and prices.
And now they just absolutely skyrocketed in price because so many of the freighters moving, whether it's
Yeah. I did make a promise to them that I was going to join them so we could discuss. So yeah, I think I will not be watching the last panel because I was waiting for them to. Well, I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to do that. As you can hear, rain started again, and that's why I have been muting myself time and time again. It's raining a lot over here.
Where there's a lot of piracy, and there you can see them go ahead and risk, and security is then drawn to them. And as soon as you get enough pushback from the system in terms of security, then the pirates look for more opportunistic pastures. And again, this is very much like what you would expect to see in any logical functional system.
A ver ahora.
Hola. Se te escucha un ruido.
So let's go ahead and turn on the grid. And what you're looking at here is one of the big problems I referred to earlier is how we wind up getting samplings of this, of how we generate probability volumes. And so what this is showing you is we can look at one of these high conflict areas, and it's basically tabulating exactly what's in that area. So you can see that there are 10 total quanta, 1 freighter, 11
¿Quién traduce?
It also shows you the total value being transferred, exactly what's going down that route. Let's take a look at a few other locations. Here you see the security and pirates are fairly even. 6 pirates, 7 security. A decent amount of value, 6 freighters. So there's actually an almost equivalent number of freighters, pirates, and security. This is the information that quantum, and it's a small piece of the whole, this is what it would wind up feeding periodically to the probability volume services, so that designers no longer need to go in and say, oh, well, we're going to hard code a certain amount of security, a certain amount of freighters, and it can never change. We ship it, that's all it's ever going to be. In this case, the simulation is running, it's constantly ebbing and flowing. And your actions over on the game side get factored into this result, just like the quanta in the simulation.
estoy copiando las claves, esto de copiar clave, pegar, todo.
So for years we've had just the back-end services and the game servers, and the fundamental problem was that we didn't have a single area where the entire game could be simulated, where NPCs could request goods and services because they had a legitimate
yeah. The kind of roof that we have here in this house, at least, Peter, it is sync. It is sync. So the noise from the rain is really, really heavy. Not much I can do about that.
Like how much risk there is in taking an item from point A to point B can now be easily calculated. Information like this is vitally important to the price discovery machinery, and as I spoke about earlier,
but it is raining hard.
Such things can and will generate a lot of ripples. We also get the information necessary to properly customize mission content, meaning we can deliver a lot more environmental and mission diversity without having to do any more work. I've covered a few of the large areas that quantum will impact, but the effects will be felt far
And of course, I know that we're going to be mainly speaking in Spanish, but you are welcome to tune in to Skynet channel and keep watching us. Or if you prefer, you can. There are many channels. There are many channels that are transmitting it. The main. I always suggest going into someone else's channel, not the main channel, because chat is almost impossible on the official Star Citizen channel. Just too many people and many trolls, a lot of trolls. What would you like me to send? A link to where I'm going to be? Yeah, at least that channel is the Skynet channel. It should create a link there. Just go and join.
Sí, pero para porque recién acabo de entrar a la casa. Estoy acomodando el tema del audio.
I did. It was great. It actually didn't seem as, it seemed kind of long, but compared to some of the backers that we met this weekend who traveled from Australia.
There you go. That's the one. Just join the first link, which is Twitch TV Skynet ESP. It is not online yet, I believe, but it will be online in a couple of minutes.
Glad you could make it. And Molly, what was your favorite moment of CitizenCon 2949?
Oh, and check out his shirt. That shirt is the Karak print.
I'm really excited for that. But overall, so far,
I don't think it is available right now. It is out of stock. But you can see that shirt, at least a mock-up of that shirt. This is the real one. And that's the Karak shirt right there, the guy in the middle.
Gone through process of review, and for it finally to work out fantastically. That was awesome. And every booth had a ton of people checking it out today. So that was really great to see.
Yeah, and we went from 4 community booths last year to 14.
14 this year. And maybe next year even more. We don't know.
What do you think? Yeah? Okay, cool. Chris, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment was Theaters of War, and I'm sure this is my new favorite game mode. Actually, guys, I can't wait to play it with my friends. And it was so amazing just to see all the backers getting their hands on it first time. And I think they really like it.
Yeah? You talked to a lot of backers?
Yeah, actually, after they played, I asked them, hey, did you like it? Didn't you like it? What was good? What was bad? And they gave us really, really good feedback.
And when you played it yourself, did you win?
No, literally.
I played it yesterday for 10 minutes. I won, right?
Won?
Had a positive kill-death ratio of 5 to 3.
That's a win. Yeah, we'll call that. That's a win.
We'll test this again at the office.
Okay. So my favorite moment of CitizenCon 2949 was the bar sitting yesterday and meeting all the people, right?
It was incredible.
Because like throughout the whole year, you don't see those people. You do have them on Spectrum, you have them on Twitter, Discord, Reddit, but actually putting a face to the name, that's the most exciting part of CitizenCon. And it's always like, you know, a family gathering, because we see each other like maybe once at Gamescom, maybe at CitizenCon.
Ojalá que la media hora y media que viene con Chris Robert nos muestre la información que no hemos podido ver, o por lo menos un resumen de la información que no hemos podido ver, y veamos a ver qué dice Chris Robert para el futuro. Nos vemos en la próxima. Y vamos a hacer un raid a Skynet.
So are you talking about panels or just general experiences?
Everything.
Everything. So I got to be in the first group for the Theatres of War, which is like a Battlefield 5 Rush style gameplay mode, and it has a huge amount of potential because it has the scale of Star Citizen behind it. Needs polish, but it was an absolutely amazing experience. But really, for me, I love these community events. You can have my voice is destroyed. I do apologise. You can have a fan fest like this for the game. You can have a fan fest like this. So many enthusiasts. You can have a fan fest talking about so many dreams or different aspects of those organisations' dreams. It's genuinely amazing. Loads of fan fests and stuff like that as well. But Star Citizen for me, I'm in love with the community, and that's why I play the game. That's why I cover the game.
Nos vemos pronto, señores. Thank you for stopping by. See you next time. Go check Skynet. We'll be there for the last part.
What was your favorite panel?
So I haven't watched the Tony Serovic one yet because I'm not competent enough to watch it while I'm this tired. I need to watch it like 3 times. I did watch the ship panel. That was great, but I think it's going to be the keynote that's going to be on in a minute. I mean, I'm ready for it.
Awesome. Let's bring in more people, actually.
Okay.
Mejor?
What about our cosplayers? Maybe.
Yeah, get in.